Afternoon, everybody, and welcome to some action here from the NACL. I am Paul Capocci, joined alongside Dean Rebel Fox Merrick, and we're happy to bring you this tournament today of League of Legends. And Rebel Fox, as we're getting ready here for this match between Arkansas State and Clemson, what do you think we can expect here, especially in this new patch that just came out?
Both of these teams have quite a few high-ranking players from Platinum, Diamond, and then even higher. I saw some Master, even some players potentially reaching into that Grandmaster level. So we're seeing pretty standard stuff from the meta. I know a couple of them have kind of unique picks. I've seen Taric, I've seen Senna, I've seen a few others that have been around the block, at least to some extent. And so I expect to see, especially in kind of tournaments like this where we don't get a lot of teams that have played competitively, especially since the most recent CLOL season got cut short very heavily, we are going to see teams that have been practicing like the absolute top tier meta stuff, more so comfort stuff. I would expect that to be the case more than anything. So you're not going to see what we're seeing for the most part in professional play in terms of bans, in terms of picks. We're going to see what players want to play today, which is honestly more fun.
Absolutely, and I was gonna say, even at like the challenger level, we saw this week in the amateur scene a little bit, some double ghost mid lanes and some more quirky things like that. But I think to your point, I think we're gonna see a lot of comfort picks as we're getting into the pro draft already. Arkansas is gonna start off with a ban of Aphelios, and to your point about comfort picks, it looks like we might see a Senna ban. Those are really smart bans for this sort of meta.
Yeah, not shocking to see either of those taken off the board. The Aphelios has been pretty standard as a marksman ever since his inception, let alone after all the nerfs, he still somehow remains at the top of the ADC tier list. The Senna, I do think, is a little more targeted towards the side of Arkansas, just not being able to get their hands onto that one. If I recall, their current mid laner plays quite a bit of Galio, and you had made mention, or my apology, I think it's Halifax that plays it, so that's the mid laner for Clemson. I wouldn't be shocked to see that one taken away as best as possible, because with Ghost being in the state that it is, you actually have a much better way to land the taunt onto multiple members, especially if you're running something like Nimbus Cloak.
For sure, and for anyone not familiar, the Ghost change basically acts as like Master Yi's ultimate now, where on kill it just like basically restarts. So that's gonna be huge. We're gonna see a Tarek ban and a Kennen ban. So a really targeted bans here. Definitely not things that you would see maybe at a pro level, but at this level and just through some scans of an OPGG, very targeted.
Yeah, Jetska kind of throwing his hands, punching in the air right now. That cannon taken away from him in this one. That champion pool getting pinched off a little bit. Same with the Taric on the opposite side, making sure to not get their hands on those. Especially, I think the Taric is a game changer when you're playing it properly. One good Taric ultimate can completely change a team fight, a game, things of that sort, win you a lot of pressure on the map. So glad to see that one taken off for somebody that plays it quite a bit in Zerakai. See what the last little set of bans. The Gragas has been something popular here for JRT, and
yeah, then we see it rounded out with a Syndra ban. I think the other thing to highlight too is, since this is a best of one, like you don't necessarily get the luxury of going, you know what, we're not gonna like ban out somebody's absolute best. We'll wait and see. I think we can handle this, and then game 2 or game 3 go, oh, okay, well maybe we can't handle their Taric or their Kennen, and then just come back with something new. I mean, if you think you're gonna have a problem, you've got to ban it.
that's the case, which is why I'm a little shocked that the Galio didn't come out here in the banning phase, but obviously taking away the Gragas is just what they wanted off for JRT. In previous seasons, I've actually seen him play things like Nidalee, which isn't bad right now. I would like to see him opt for something like that, because it's what we've seen him play in the past. Ornn taken first, Yuumi taken second overall. I'm curious if the Ezreal comes out here. Again, with the Aphelios and the Senna taken off the board, it's right there among the top marksmen remaining on the board, and really good with this Yuumi.
Yeah, Clemson has to know that that's the case. I mean, you turn on any game practically at any level, and Ezreal Yumi's really the pick, right? And it looks like they're going to go ahead and lock that in. And even like if for some reason they find a better ADC pick, which I don't think they would. I mean, the versatility to put Ezreal mid at this point too, but Ezreal Yuumi though, that's so lethal, and they have so many other options to pair that with too. Like they can still go Olaf along with that, and that'd just be a powerful opening 3.
That's an intensely powerful combination. I've seen that at the professional level and top tier picks up, casting around scouting grounds, and even into the academy level. Yuumi paired with an Olaf is just the most lethal thing you can bring about the map, especially early with an Ezreal, because the Ezreal does not get aggressed against. The Soraka's interesting. It's not likely to be flexed here because of the Ornn being grabbed, unless they want to throw it into the top lane alongside the Ornn in the mid lane. Could still put it in the ADC role if they really wanted to, but you'd have to expect it to be a support. That silence completely negates Yuumi's ability to reattach instantly, and if you're able to get that one off, it's a pretty nice way. And they're going to, with Kaiwa, try to match that scaling of the Ezreal early on.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head at the top here, Rebel, that we're going to see a lot of comfort picks, especially, we aren't at that plat diamond level, and I think there's even some mastery level throughout this tournament that we'll see where, like, we're going to get those picks where it's Soraka might not be something that you're going to see today in the LEC, but you're going to see something like that here. Kaiser rounding out the first 3 picks here for Arkansas, and there we go, right on cue, like you mentioned. There's that Galio. So 3 absolutely monster picks here early on for Clemson. They have to be sitting pretty right now as they're looking for their first ban in the second phase.
Yeah, if you're watching and if you're on a high tier list somewhere, if you know something about the game, then you'd know that it's surprising that the Varus has not come through, because that's pretty much been permabanned on red side, basically from master level up for the last 2 patches, something along those lines. He's just been insane at the ADC role. Not seeing it today, again, is indicative of that comfort level. Having the Ezreal Yuumi, getting the Kaiser Soraka as the counter specifically to it, and that Galio, I think it's been rising in priority, has some strength to it, and again, it's something that is played quite often by Halifax anyway, even without the power being instilled in it. They're going to get rid of things that have a lot of mobility, a lot of things that might actually outscale it or be able to survive it in the mid lane or even get pressure out into the river. This Echo is another really good choice to make sure that they shut that down. Kiana, I think, is the other one that fits into this mold most specifically, but a lot of players have taken away or kind of shied away from Kiana as of late, so wouldn't expect that one to come out here for AKU.
Yeah, and the other point too, you mentioned the lack of flexibility sort of in Arkansas's first 3 picks. Like, we obviously know they're going top ADC support, so they just said, look, we're going to ban the best 2 mids and junglers we could think of. We're going to ban LeBlanc and Echo, and we see that come back the other way, right? Like, they know that they're left with top and jungle. I can't imagine a worse scenario than Yuumi, Ezreal, Olaf, so that I think that's a really prudent ban along with the gameplay, but the J4 is going to cause a lot of problems with that Galio. Oh my God.
That is a really great composition. Basically anything alongside a Jarvan that has additional engage, I like to call just like a drafted engage composition where you have Galio or Jarvan. Now you've got Galio follow up, Yuumi follow up as well. It's not that Olaf for the individual kind of 1v5 style of gameplay that an Olaf can bring, but certainly Yuumi attached to a Jarvan can put some damage and CC down onto a lot of members of this team.
For sure, and we're gonna see a Kane pick, which I do really like. I think they've got a great composition going with, Ornn is really as that frontliner, really putting in his ult. The horn's just gonna cause so much disruption, allowing the Kane and Kai'Sa sort of just dive in there. But I think they're gonna have a really hard time against this tankiness. I'm not sure what to look for. What are you thinking, Rebel, on this last pick as we're getting close here?
Yeah, the Malzahar makes a lot of sense because there's a lot of control behind it, and it does open up Kai'Sa to be able to have a lot more agency in this one. So now Malzahar ultimate combined with Kane and Ornn with the CC, the front line that they can bring into a fight, it basically allows for Kai'Sa to be kind of the focused carry to collect all the resources and play front to back so long as you don't get engaged on. This is a really smart pick, though, from the side of Clemson here, because the ability of Camille to get onto the backline, disrupt something like the Kai'Sa with that Hextech ultimatum, push the Soraka out, make sure that there's nothing there, puts a lot of pressure onto the Kai'Sa, or you take it into the side lane, you make sure that you can beat anything down with it as best as possible, and then you pull pressure away. You either pull the Ornn out, you pull the Malzahar out, something that is valuable in the 5-man team fight to give more space over to the Kai'Sa. This really good pick from Clemson.
Yeah, I really like that pick as well. I think they've really set themselves up to have a lot of great mobility, a lot of strong dive and tankiness, but at the same time, they have a lot of versatility and damage, right? Like, when you have the level of sustain that they can achieve with a Yuumi, along with an Ezreal, in case they have to peel, which they're going to have to into a Kane and Malzahar. But that Galio J4 combination, if they find a way to synergize that up, like even just a level 2, level 3 gank, I think Arkansas is going to find themselves behind fairly early.
That is a real fear that you've got here. The Malzahar, like, the wave clear isn't bad, but Galio can easily get into the face of the Malzahar. And even later in the game, I mean, who is Malzahar going to use that ultimate on? Jarvan or Galio when they come flying in? Those are really tanky members, and you need a little bit of time for Kai'Sa to burst them out and use that passive as best as possible. So you're not going to be able to burn through all of that immediately, even with the Malzahar ult on, which is the fear. Ezreal also gets time to free fire into your backline. So there's a little bit more pressure, I think, onto the Ornn using those ultimates to pressure off Ezreal and Yuumi and Camille, even to make sure that they can't just dive into the back line, be able to do damage. Also into the Kane. The Kane is going to have to be a disruptive force to put pressure onto Ezreal, make sure he can't just stand forward right behind the Galio and Jarvan and put damage down onto the likes of the Kai'Sa, the Soraka, and the Malzahar.
Do you think their win condition here, Rebel, is going to go through Kane? Because for me, like I'm personally biased. I think on the champ select, where I think Clemson just has this really sustainable tanky team that's going to disrupt them. But from the side of Arkansas, if we're making their game plan to win, does it go through that Kane?
I think more so it's about kind of getting Kai's success. So in my mind, so long as the Kai's is playing, if Rourke is playing this as he should be or as they should be in this particular game, it's going to be up to the other four members of the team to make sure that they have the space to be able to carry. The Kai's can easily shred through the Galio, shred through the Jarvan. Once you hit 3-4 items and you've got plenty of stats to work with, you're able to kill just about anybody. In the 1v1 against the Ezreal is something a Kai'Sa can easily take in most situations, especially with a Soraka in the pocket. The thing is, again, Malzahar's got to ult the right target. Kane's got to find the right disruption into the backline, make sure that damage can't come down. It's about stalling to allow Kai'Sa to play front to back, which is the struggle. So I think it's, yes, I would say that Kane is part of it and probably the majority of what you would put the focus on, but you have to pay attention about how the rest of the team also sets up these pockets for Kai'Sa to walk around in the team fights to be able to put the damage down onto priority targets.
Really well said. And just as a highlight, I'm just sort of thinking, looking at the picks and bans now, it's interesting. So Arkansas banning the Gangplank, I think, is really indicative of what they were trying to prevent, and Clemson still sort of pulled off. Like Ezreal has the global, Galio's still going to dive in. If they had a Gangplank with that, that would have been disruptive beyond belief. So I think that's a really great ban. And we see even from Clemson side, they banned the Senna to get rid of another global ult. So the global ultis, even just like the long distance ones like Orns and Senna's, I think at the top of everyone's mind when they were thinking of how to pick and ban for this.
I'd say that to be the case. You have a lot of pressure being put down with that Gangplank. You scale well into Ornn. You outwave clear the Ornn, especially once those barrels come through with the Trinity Force, and that global ultimate does put a lot of pressure if you want to set up plays towards the bottom side.
Absolutely. And we're going to take this chance to read from one of our sponsors, GTIF Capital. GTIF Capital was founded after years of working in the business and investment industry. Their goal is to help entrepreneurs turn their own ideas and visions into successful companies with fundraising and networking guidance. As a results-driven organization, they are constantly looking for ambitious and visionary partners with the drive and flexibility to take their company to the next level. For details about their investment process as well as their level of involvement, get in touch with GTIF Capital. And with that, we will be leading into an interview where Braxton Miller speaks about esports before competing in NACL's Global Games Fortnite tournament, along with Keisha Howard. You don't want to miss it.
With everything that you've accomplished in life, like, how do you stay balanced?
Stay balanced? I say my son, that's and being spiritual too as well. Tapping in with your own self, your own spirit, your own soul. So I think my son is a blessing, you know what I mean? So he takes me to a different world, different planet, when I'm with him. The love is just, is rare, you know what I mean? It's just rare feelings. And that's pretty much how I stay sane, my son, and being spiritual and meditating during the night and meditating right when I wake up too, and thanking God, yourself for everything. You know what I mean? So that's how I stay balanced.
How good at Fortnite are you?
I'm not good at lying, so I ain't all that good, to be honest. But hey, I'm a good shooter. I just can't build. The building and the editing it gets me. You know what I mean? I can only build so fast, and you know what I mean. I can't really edit like that, so. Call of Duty is my game, but I'm still like a content creator and all the stuff like that. But the skills at it, I'm a shooter now. I ain't no builder. I can hold you down.
I mean, what's your experience been like with the NACL? And what is the benefit to the esports players that are participating within it?
It's fairly new to me. I just got introduced to it like a couple, days ago. But the stuff that was telling me, explaining to me is off the chain. And that's why I want to be involved, and that's why I want to, get involved with it and start playing in tournaments and do as much as I possibly can and support it as a big time.
So what were the things that you heard that really like stood out to you? That you were just like, what was the thing that you were just like, you know what? That right there, I got to be a part of this.
Yeah, it was I say the fan base, the support system. And, you know what I mean? That's the first thing that sticks with me is like the support system and the fan base. but that's what make it run. And since they told me that and how stuff runs, and so I was all in, you know.
And we are back with live action here between Arkansas and Clemson. Excited to be bringing you this action here. I am Paul alongside Dean, Rebel, Fox, Merrick. So we're super excited to bring you this. And Rebel, what are you looking out for early on here as we begin this match?
Again, I think there's some proactivity that could be done with the Jarvan and the Galio around the map, especially around that level 6 mark. You can put some real damage down into the Kai'Sa and Soraka. That's a very squishy bottom lane to aggress against, especially since they're likely going to be pushed up quite a bit. They're going to have a wave clear advantage up against the Ezreal and Yuumi, so pay a little attention to that. And the early control should be over to the side of Clemson here in the river, at least. It does depend, though. You should watch your eye on the Kayn, because getting that transformation early is imperative, so some early skirmishes could mean gets that a lot faster.
Absolutely. And we just want to say to our viewers just joining us, welcome to today's event of the NACL League Invitation. We've got 8 teams competing for a prize pool of $750. So this bracket is going to be single elimination. It's a best of 1 here, followed by a best of 3, and then a best of 5 following that. And like I said, the winner will receive $750. So we're really excited to have you here alongside us for the day and to bring you some great League of Legends action here at the collegiate level. So we're already seeing in the mid lane here. I think I'm really excited to see how this Galio Malzahar matchup pays off, because I think the top lane, I wouldn't be surprised if it turns into a top lane island, but I think this mid lane, if one of them's able to get a lead and able to start roaming, the top and bot lanes could really be in trouble.
Yeah, and again, the expectation should be that the Galio has that advantage with, well, wave clear, just base damage being a little higher. Actually, we see gank mid lane immediately.
Ooh, yeah, Kane already going in for something and get taunted and have to back off, so he picks up the red buff and immediately looks for some fun in the mid lane, kind of right on cue there. And J4 is just still cleaning out bot side, and he'll rotate top.
I do like the fact that the Kane works really well in this composition specifically for what his role is, because he's playing the role of disruptor, kind of drain tank, drain bruiser in the backline as best as possible. And the nice thing is it's near impossible to gank up against an Ezreal and a Yuumi, but it doesn't matter because you want red Kane instead. So you want to play against those melee targets, and you've got those in top, mid, and jungle. So you're going to see more ganks on the top side of the map here from the Kane than anything, because that's the transformation you're looking for, and it's the easier place to play against as it is.
For sure. We're going to see Camille is still already pushing in that top side. Bot lane's pushing in from blue side right now. And really, I'm curious to see how fast the action kicks off here. So, you know, if this is going to be a game where we're going to see killers right off the gate or not, Z-Man's going to see what he's got to say about that. Brute's going to immediately back off and get away. So, early on, looking for killers, but not able to find anything quite yet.
Not at all. See a little bit of action continuing.
Ooh. Another taunt in the mid lane, but Malzahar just gets so much poke capability there on the Galio. Galio's gonna have a really hard time early on, I think, really getting in there, but meanwhile, just still keeping it even.
Yeah, I do like that both mid laners did opt for this unsealed spellbook because for Malzahar, it does help him out because he gets lower cooldowns on the summoner spells. But I think for Galio, it's about getting a bunch of different ones. Having Ghost a little bit later in the game, Exhaust, Ignite for aggressive plays, things of that sort, can really be a boon to the play style that a Galio can bring to the table, or at least the variance that a Galio can have.
And we're going to see Brute getting right in there onto Jessica. Jessica obviously so tanky on the Ornn, going to flash away. Brute could eat 2 tower shots, and that's going to be the first blood of the match. Goes on to Jessica. Well played to flash under tower. Brute eats 2 shots, and that's first blood on the board.
Yeah, perfect flash timing, and then the Q range also was immaculate right there from Jessica to be able to get the final little tick of damage to cancel or get the kill off onto Brute. Again, the Camille feels like a pretty solid win condition here. Wouldn't have a bad way of it and was winning that 1v1 very significantly, but that tower shot completely changed everything there. So the fate change up in the top lane, potentially getting enough armor here for Jessica bottom lane.
And we're gonna say maybe we're gonna see a fate change in the bot lane. Z-Man though not really able to pull anything off. We're able to see Lord just play that lower side of the bot lane really well. They're gonna have to be cognizant of that this whole time. If they're hugging top side, Kane's gonna have something to say about it. Meanwhile, JRT looking to come in for something with the J4. Is he gonna be able to pull something off as Kane backs?
Yeah. Okay. Gank down here.
No, it's sort of the same thing, yep. Just letting everyone know we're not going anywhere. We're going to be looking bot side.
That we will. Yeah, making sure your attention is drawn to the right area. Importantly about both what we've seen in mid lane and in bottom lane. So first off, Malzahar has not been able to get a back off yet, and it's just a little MR here for the Galio. But pushing in this Malzahar consistently means they have more than enough pressure to stay in mid all they want. Not to mention that bottom lane play did get quite a bit. Here's the play on Kane.
Ooh, yeah, so Z-Man going to jump right in there, going to be caught out. Halifax going to pick up the kill, so the Galio getting the first kill on the board and even the score at 1-1. And
yeah.
Kane flash there too.
And I was about to say, with the pressure they've got in the bottom and the mid lane from all of the plays that had come through, they have complete river control here. Kane had stepped too far up to get this Rift Scuttler a bit earlier and stayed on top side. And the easy infade from Halifax, knowing that the back was going to be necessary from Ada Nessa Rose here, means they knew exactly where the play was going to come through. Even if the kill doesn't happen, they easily secure the Drake no matter what. So well played here from Clemson, knowing what the bounds of their champions are, knowing how to play the macro game very immaculately.
Absolutely. We're going to see first dragon of the game there go on the Clemson, so they're able to pick up the mountain dragon here. Ooh, we're going to see the Ornn coming out. Missed it on the top side. My apologies. I was looking at the dragon, but Halifax able to pick up another kill there onto the Ornn. And so already a 2-0 with a 150 bounty in the mid lane.
Very well played. Again, this is the benefit of having the Galio. You can push out mid lane as much as you would like and be able to get those kills secured for yourself in the side lanes with this roaming power. And the Malzahar wants to match something like that, but the early wave clear, the early damage that comes out from the likes of a Galio, especially when he has the TP and the ultimate available, has a lot of global pressure available to him.
And I think if early game, this is about as good as it can go for Clemson, right? The RNG of getting Mountain on a team that's built around crazy sustain is just sort of the icing on the cake for them. And then Galio getting that 2-0 lead. He's already got a Hextech revolver built up, so he's going to be doing a heck of a lot of damage for a guy that they probably were initially just banking on being the tank.
Yeah, interestingly. Okay, we actually saw a little bit of control up towards the top side, so they're trying to get Kane a lot more of the gold by getting him the Rift Scuttlers as fast as possible. But we see, again, it's the choking up of the mid lane here by Halifax, and we see Jarvan heading towards the bottom side.
So here we go. As Yumi gonna look for something here, not quite able to get anything. Snibby falls fairly low. They're gonna go right over the wall here. Exhaust comes out. Rourke is in a bit of trouble. Gonna have to flash away and is exhausted as well. But here comes Halifax. He's beefy and he wants more. Rourke's gonna be taking out. Taunt comes out. Dong's gonna pick up their first kill of the match, and that's a beautifully done gank there from Clemson.
Halifax just able to control the map as much as he wants. The Malzahar cannot match the wave control to even any extent of what the Galio can bring at the moment. And so you're just constantly pushing and then immediately roaming if you're this Galio at the moment. And this works time and time again already. You got the Dragon play where they invaded for the Kane. You got a gank off top lane where you get a kill. It did go to the Galio, but it was at least in support of Camille. And now bottom lane, you even get a dive off. All over the map, you're feeling the effects of the Galio right now.
Absolutely. And to this point, and it sounds like a broken record, but again, I think this is as good as it can go. I mean, they've set themselves up in such a beautiful way here. Malzahar trying to farm up, at least catch up a little bit. Does have a lost chapter built, so it's not like he's super behind. He's up on farm. It's still, you know, pennies compared to what Galio is putting up. The Galio right now has almost 1,000 gold lead, but it's super early, and in this elo, anything can happen still.
Most certainly. Halifax going for just the standard Proto Belt start. That's something easy. You throw it into your combo. You use it to set up your taunt a little bit easier, things of that sort. But more importantly, I want to point out the Caulfield's Warhammer sitting in the inventory of Jarvan. This is something I thought about before the game. If you go pure tank Jarvan, that's not bad, but it still does stall a lot of the damage you can bring, and Rourke has to work through a lot more health, but you don't really provide a lot outside of your utility late beyond being just that engaged tank for your team setting up the Galio ultimate. But if you're playing Warrior, kind of full AD Jarvan, even like hybrid like tank bruiser Jarvan, where you have like Warrior Black Cleaver into full tank, that immediate burst damage you can bring out onto the likes of Rourke or even into the Malzahar or Soraka if you get on the backline is huge. So it's not a terrible idea, especially if you can get enough damage to burst somebody out, force them out of a fight early.
And I'll have you know, as a Silver 3 Jarvan myself, I think that's a pretty good move here. But we're going to see on the top side, we're going to go right in here. Galio coming out of nowhere with Horn ult comes out as well. The Horn's going to come out. Is that going to be enough? Jessica is very low. Going to fall fairly low, though. Going to flash over the wall. Here comes Kane. Z-Man going to hang around. But in the bot side, we're going to see a kill from Dong on to Snivy. So we've got fights on top and bot side. Rourke's going to be in trouble on the bot side as well. Brute's going to move on to Jessica. So we're going to see a kill there. Kane's still stuck in the center. 3, though, gets taunted. He's going to be caught in the Cataclysm here. Ult comes out from Nessa Rose onto JRT, but he's going to end up with the kill on Nessa Rose regardless, and that's a 4-0 trade in a hurry on the top and bot sides.
A very near ace coming out from Clemson already in the force of the game because they have the really heavy superior skirmishing composition early. Kane isn't that strong until he ends up with this transformation, and I don't think he has come even close to that quite yet. You know, Jetska has some good plays and actually made a really immaculate ultimate play in W to set up the 2v1 where he almost looked to get out. And set up that engagement for his team, but they just don't have the power behind a lot of their champions. They need more gold and more time before they start to be able to take skirmishes like this. Even in the bottom side, you saw the Soraka just get outclassed by the Ezreal Yumi combination, and you know, it was Rourke that had to hightail it to get away.
Yeah, I think that was just so well played. Both of Jessica's going to look to get a kill here on Brute, able to pull off some Brittle, but Camille just able to slip out of there pretty easily and is able to back off. And so we see a 4K gold lead here. Second dragon is online right now, so it looks like it's a Cloud Drake. So we're gonna see a move here from Arkansas, try to make up some ground here. If they're able to pull off dragon, that would be huge, at least to swing some momentum their way.
Full resets across the board here from the side of Clemson actually gives this completely away. We'll see if they can get anything on the backside of it.
Ooh, Snivy gonna be taken down very low. There we see JRT pushing right in there, and he will not be denied. Snivy's gonna be taken out. Didn't have any summoners left to pull that off. Even with the flash, wasn't quite enough. Didn't want to use the barrier. Probably wasn't worth the investment. So now Nessa Rose might be in a little bit of trouble, though. So we're gonna see Halifax coming up from the bot side. Gonna be able to block that with the spell shield. Taunt finds its home. We're gonna continue to see. Looks like Yumi is coming up with the J4. We're going to see a rotation down from the top side from Brute. Nessa Rose caught in between a rock and a hard place. That rock is Galio, that hard place is Brute. Brute picks up another kill.
Well played right there. The Malzahar Pops goes to try to get out of that situation. I thought maybe there was a chance once the Proto Belt shot got blocked, because that would have been able to break the passive of Malzahar and set up the CC a lot faster, which would have been his instant death. But fortunately, again, Brute controls the top lane wave control with this Tiamat up against the Ornn, and because of that, you can roam anytime you want. It seems just like a farm festival here for Clemson, where they can do anything they please, because there's no control from Arkansas on the map right now.
And we'll swap back to the mid lane here as we're going to see action continues to abound here as the Rift Herald to take down first brick of the game here. Kane's going to wipe it out before it does any more damage. But watch out for this rotation here with Yuumi and JRT going to find Snivy. Final chapter comes out. I think maybe a little bit of overkill there. They might have had it without that, but regardless, they're going to use it, find the kill here. Halifax does have ult available as well. Looks like they're going to JRT and Z-Man gonna duke it out. I'm not quite sure that Arkansas wants to keep taking a lot of these duels here as JRT is gonna look to move in. Nessa Rose rotating down here. Dong's coming in. We're gonna see the Galio ult come in. Halifax, big boy on campus here, catches them in the Cataclysm. We talked about that in the pregame. What a beautiful combo it is. Rourke is gonna fall fairly low. Halifax is gonna just go under tower and say, look, it's not gonna even touch me. They're gonna back off here with a couple kills.
Okay, there's so much damage on these front runners right now. You have the full Warrior Jarvan completed. You've got the Proto Belt Galio completed. And right now, these squishy members on the side of Arkansas State are just having no response, and they have no clue what they can do to respond to any of this pressure being put on. They don't have the champions or the items necessary to fight back even close yet. It's going to take 2 or 3 before they really start to be able to just kind of stat check their opponents. And until then, they're just going to keep doing it on the side of Clemson because it's working over and over again.
Right, and I think you made the point there. It's if you're behind right now in the place that Arkansas is, you can't keep looking for trades. You have to catch, Clemson being a little aggressive. You end up with a 3-on-1 or something. But we see even on the top side, it's constant 1-on-1s. And if you're stat checking a team that's, everyone's got a 300 bounty except Yuumi, those aren't stat checks you want to do.
Not at all. It makes your life very difficult if you're playing the Kai'Sa and you don't even have a completed Muramana yet. You only have the items, the Tear, the Goddess, and the Pickaxe. And you have not only a completed Manamine, but also the Lucidity Boots alongside Executioner's Calling. When your laning partner is a Soraka, we actually see a TP coming in here to support this bottom lane.
Yeah, we see a flag and drag into a flash, really trying to find that Snivy. Not able to. Crazy heal comes off there from Yuumi, and Dong is going to bust out the heal, so that'll get JRT right back to where he wants to be. So we've got 3-on-4 effectively set up here on the bot side. No teleport available here. Lost Chapter comes out, not quite able to find Z-Man. Z-Man's going to fall fairly low. Ignite looks like it came out as well. Might be something though. Cataclysm comes out. Kane's gonna ult through JRT, but it's probably not gonna be enough, and JRT will find the kill. As the rest of Arkansas might be caught out here in a really poor spot here. Suppression comes out onto JRT. He's gonna have to Zonya's on tower. Really well done. Not gonna be able to get out though. Rourke picks up a kill and the double buffs, and they'll back off in the trade.
Probably the first little bit of reprieve since that first blood has gone over to the side of Arkansas State, getting that perfect ultimate, the Void Grass, or the Nether Grass, my apologies, coming through onto the Jarvan underneath tower, and even that was barely enough to bring down the Jarvan, with the Galio hunting down as many of these members as possible. It wasn't even the Ezreal that had come up before the fight, was just sitting there waiting for the wave to crash so he could take this tower. Mid lane tower's down, top lane tower gets taken in tandem as well because Brute wins the 1v1 on the top side. Just feels like there's no control anywhere to play around on the side of Arkansas, sitting at a 9,000 gold deficit on only 15 minutes into this game.
Yeah, they've got an uphill climb if there ever was one. The silver lining, if there is a final one, they were able to pick up a dragon, so it's not like they've lost entire control of the map. Inferno's coming up, so if they're able to find a way to put up the map, but Halifax going to find the taunt and find the Kane. Nessa Rose is in a bit of a tight spot here as well. But the thing is, they're so far ahead, they don't need to look for that kill. They can just find the one and back off. Halifax is going to come in though with the ult, popping up Jessica into the air. Brute has the reinforcements that he needs. Zurukai on the board. Nessa Rose's going to have to flash back towards spawn, and Brute's going to look for another, and they are on a rampage.
There is no spacing that can be generated by this team at the moment. The Ornn needs a little bit to work with, or has a little bit to work with when you have the Bellows Breath and the Q coming out alongside the CC from your ultimate and your E. But outside of that, what is to stop this, the Galio, the Jarvan, the Camille from jumping in constantly outside of a little bit of damage, which gets basically negated by these Zoomies coming out from this cat on the support role? Like, there is so little that can be done here because every member is so pivotal towards buying space, and they just don't have any to work with at the moment. JRT in some trouble though.
Yeah, JRT gonna have to back up there. Might be caught out, but here comes the teleport. They're looking for more, and here comes Halifax. He's been on a tear. 5-0-7 here. Gonna look for the taunt on the Snivy here. Gonna have a 3-on-1, and honestly, he might be able to survive it, at least for a little bit here. Gonna look for a kill on the Snivy. Dong's gonna take out Z-Man, but Halifax just a little too aggressive. Maybe 3-on-1 was just a little bit too much. Dong gonna pick up another kill. Beautiful move over the wall, gets away from Jessica's ult. It's able to sneak out in a trade there, 2-for-1.
Able to make it work. Somehow it is Halifax who's sitting on only the proto belt and a few of the components for the Ludens here, fighting up against 3 members, nearly winning the 3v1 in just high fashion. Like, there is absolutely nothing that can be done about this team. They now control they now control second dragon, which is huge. I want to see them grab this Rift Herald and maybe look for a kill shot into the base, something along those lines. Get one of these inner towers brought down while you push on the opposite side of the map, and look to set up for some of the later game objectives, being that kind of death blow that you need. If you get a Baron with the inner towers down, maybe an inhibitor tower down, it's all too easy to just push in with the gold value you've got right now on the side of Clemson.
2 minutes till that Baron that you mentioned. Already up 19-3 with a 10k gold lead. I think ultimately if Clemson is able to get Baron, they might be able to just run this thing down mid at this rate, possibly being able to just put this thing away. They've already got 3 towers down. We might see something up here on the top side. I'm not sure if Z-Man's going to look to go in. They now know he's there. He'll just back off. I mean, they've got a chance. Yeah, they can pick up Herald here and still pick up Baron and just look to decimate and be ready to take a shot at the Nexus at the 20-minute mark.
They might, and they're going to get this late Rift Herald that's coming at about the 19-minute mark, and I'm curious what kind of work can be done by Camille. I do like that Arkansas State has the kind of forethought to put the Malzahar into this lane, because at the moment, there's no magic resist coming through from Brute, and yeah, I think if Brute gets a solid engagement out onto Netarosa, it might be a dead Malzahar as long as the shield isn't up, but that's going to be kind of tough to plan around, and the wave clear is certainly there for Malzahar to make sure. You're going to see that right here.
Yeah, Brute's gonna go right in there, gets suppressed under tower, so beautifully played by Nessa Rose, able to at least pull off a trade here. We're gonna see a kill. Snivy's gonna be taken out by Halifax, finding his 6th kill of the game. We're gonna take out Halifax again, so we're playing back that record again, taken out under tower. And now we're seeing a little bit of sloppiness where there's getting kills under tower, but they're still making the trades.
Pushing a little too far here. I don't know, was that Rift Herald dropped? No, Rift Herald was not dropped. I think if they were taken down the mid lane, they could have been a little more patient with the trade having come down on the bottom side, and then looked for the dive with the Gallia, with the exhaust especially sitting on him, because Lord here has just so much damage on the Ezreal with his itemization only at level 11 at 19 minutes. Going to be able to pop just about anybody. I think they got a little impatient here, but again, when you've got almost now a 9,000 gold lead on your team, you don't have to be the most patient in the world, but you don't want to throw away little resources like this. It's going to take a lot of those to get back in the game for Arkansas State, but still, I mean, any that you give away is a little reprieve.
Absolutely, and if we look at some itemization quick, just to highlight, Ezreal's got Miramana already built up, Manamune still on the Kai'Sa here. I like the pickup that Ezreal going with an Executioner's Calling. I wasn't actually expecting to see that, but that's such a smart move.
Coming out very early, I mean, it's a cheap 800 gold. It doesn't put Ezreal behind too much in terms of the build, because you already have a relatively slow first 2 items as it is. So, slowing down 800 gold isn't going to make the world of difference, especially when you got the advantage like you did as Lord in that bottom side with this Yuumi. You got so much gold early on, didn't matter. And that negates a lot of the trading potential that comes out from the Soraka in the laning phase, and then now into the skirmishing, the team fighting phase. Executioner is going to pay dividends across this entire team, making sure Soraka has no benefit.
For sure, and we just want to thank Arkansas State for their raid of 9. So thank you so much, and thank you everyone for joining in today with the NA Collegiate League's Invitationals for a prize pool of $750. We have an 18 bracket single elimination. This match that you're watching right now is a best of 1. Then we'll be going to a best of 3, followed by a best of 5. So you're not going to want to miss any of that. So stick with us here as we get this fight underway. Jessica's going to look to get out, gets exhausted after the flash, gets taunted here, and gets put in a world of trouble. Dong's going to pick up a kill and is dominating, but here comes Rourke again, absolutely blasting away Halifax. So I had something strong going there. Dong's going to pick up another kill, though. Snivy's in trouble, gets taken down by Brute. Nessa Rose is going to try to get out there best as they can. Brute's gonna flash, look for the kill, not gonna find it under tower. Z-Man falls fairly low, bleeding out a bit. Let's see, Dong does not have ult available, so they can't just pop something out, but he's on the run.
funny thing, I think during that exact team fight, we have seen everything that we pointed out in the drafting phase as being a problem with the team fight. You buy space for Rourke, being able to put damage down onto Halifax. Halifax jumps in the front line with that, gets a little bit of damage off, brings down Jetska. But you buy space for Rourke to fight through. But then what happens to Rourke? He gets dove on by Brute, and Brute kills him. Everything we pointed out as being a threat on both sides absolutely happened in this one. It was all too easy to see exactly what the tarot cards were reading in this one. But unfortunately, what is it, 18 kill lead that is held right now by the side of Clemson makes it not matter. Rourke just doesn't have the ability to carry through all these members, and even if you've got really good healing, really good sustain on the Soraka, I don't think it's enough to get through the burst damage brought by the Jarvan, the Camille, and the consistent damage from the Ezreal at this point. I think it's a little too late for Arkansas to fight back all that well.
Agreed, and as much as we got fight butts now here, Halifax gonna come in with the old JRT, just absolutely erased, but so it's Rourke. So we got a 4-on-4 fight. Baron buff is live, so that's gonna play a key part in this. Dong's gonna just blast through the damage. Last chapter is gonna be what ultimately finds Jetska. Stim's gonna be taken out there by Dong. Nessa Rose gonna say see ya later, and they're gonna be able to push in and probably look at the Nexus here.
Yeah, they've got, 20-second death timers. I think Rourke's up in 15. That's going to be the closest. But, I mean, against the likes of Brute and the Sigalio. Honestly, the Camille and the Galio in general, with the amount of gold that they've got, I don't think you can even step up to contest the wave. Especially with Rift Herald sitting behind this, it's probably too little too late here for Arkansas.
Yeah, as much as we highlighted how well Galio was playing early on.
Did we get the Rift Herald dance? Yeah!
Oh my god! Hey! I don't think I've ever actually seen that.
I've only seen it a handful of times, and I've never seen it in a competitive game before. This is the first time I've seen one on stream.
No, that's really cool. So the folks at home get to see something that we've never even seen before. And so that, I mean, that was great. And just as we were closing out too, like we had highlighted how well Halifax was playing early on, but by the end, Brute had a 5,000 gold lead in the top lane. So as much as that early play was really dictated by Halifax's ability to one-on-one in Rome, Brute was really able to put that thing away going 8-2 and 7.
Not to mention JRT and Halifax, their ability to just jump into a team, survive, and do a pretty good amount of damage was compounded by the fact that Lord on this Ezreal was able to just free fire into this front line and back line, eventually putting out the most damage in the game, even more than the Camille after all things said and done. Almost 20,000 in only a 23-minute game that's enormous. About 1,000 gold per, or 1,000, my apologies, damage per minute is humongous for this level of play, and for pretty much any level of play. Ezreal doing that much is almost unheard of.
Yeah, Ezreal doing a disgusting amount, and I think we talked about it, and I think we're gonna see Clemson, if not on stream, we'll probably see them in the finals just the way they were able to play today. What we highlighted, the level of combos that they were able to create organically with the J4 and the Galio, with Yuumi onto Galio on some rotations. I mean, that's so hard to stop. Teams are really gonna have it cut out for them today to try to stop that onslaught.
That it will. Looks like a potent combo to be able to have a couple of different frontliners set up in front of their ADC, and then even Brute in the top lane having quite a bit of an effect against a very powerful champion, was able to make it work on the Camille, had the most gold in the game. Gotta say, Clemson looks scary after that one.
Yeah, honestly, they do. And so it looks like all of our matches that we had in this first round are done. So we're going to wait and see. So we're going to have next on stream UH versus Clemson, or maybe not. So we'll come back to that in just a second. But in the meantime, while we're waiting on that, we will touch in with one of our sponsors, CommLoan. So CommLoan's focus is to provide a superior lending experience by combining state-of-the-art technology with a concierge service. The borrower will have unprecedented access to capital markets. CommLoan is the first true commercial real estate lending marketplace, putting the borrower in the driver's seat. And we saw Clemson in the driver's seat, honestly, that whole round. And so since we just saw Clemson, we're going to kick next to Arizona and Florida State University. But before we close out here, final thoughts here, Rebel, on that last match.
Yeah, excited to see the tournament continue. That looked like some high-level play. It was a lot more coordinated than I figured it was going to be, so I'm excited for the prospect of seeing not only the best of 3, but the best of 5, where now, I mean, I mentioned the Galio in the drafting phase. Maybe it wasn't the priority here, but that seemed to work out rather well for the side of Clemson. Now, when you've got best of 3, best of 5, you get to experiment a little bit more with how you're going to draft and what champions you're going to look at. So hopefully we're going to get a little bit more of that from these teams. Unfortunate best of 1 is a little bit difficult, but happy to see Clemson take this one.
Yeah, Clemson had an absolutely fantastic performance. So like I said, we'll be back in just a little bit. All of the games did end, so we do know that Arizona and Florida State University will be playing next here. So don't go anywhere. We're going to cut to a short break and get ready for the next pro draft. We'll be right back.
getting to pose with the winning driver was just a great experience. Loved it, man. It was awesome.
What I've loved about CommLoan has been their responsiveness and professionalism. Time is everything, timing is everything, and getting rapid responses to your clients is the most important thing.
You're getting into something that's much more in line with where the world kind of is today, with your iPhone, with millennials, with what they're expecting as far as interest rates go, what they're expecting as far as service communication, all that kind of stuff. I just feel like it's much more new world as opposed to old world.
CommLoan's access to hundreds of lenders and their ability to push the loan, the borrower, and the property.
The things about the CommLoan platform.
It's customer service from the get-go.
James with a three. James with a three.
getting to pose with the winning driver was just a great experience. Loved it, man. It was awesome.
What I've loved about CommLoan has been their responsiveness and professionalism. Time is everything, timing is everything, and getting rapid responses to your clients is the most important thing.
You're getting into something that's much more in line with where the world kind of is today, with your iPhone, with millennials, with what they're expecting as far as interest rates go, what they're expecting as far as service communication, all that kind of stuff. I just feel like it's much more new world as opposed to old world.
CommLoan's access to hundreds of lenders and their ability to push the loan, the borrower, and the property.
The things about the CommLoan platform.
It's customer service from the get-go.
James with a three.
Welcome back as we're getting ready here, already into the draft phase. Both teams chomping at the bit to get started here. So we're going to see a first ban already set and quickly followed by Cassiopeia. I am Paul alongside Rebel Fox here, and kind of what we'd expect with a set ban and a Cassio ban this early, right?
Nothing too crazy. Yeah, I like the Cassiopeia ban. I think the nerf to Cassiopeia, taking it out of the bottom lane, or at least making it a lot weaker in bottom and top lane with the armor nerfs, is tough. But the mid lane matchup got a lot better with that 4 magic resist. It does mean a significant amount early on into the game, especially against other consistent damage dealers. Things like Ryze, Azir that are relatively popular at the moment. Cassiopeia does a lot better against. So nothing too crazy about that pick being taken away. I like the set and the Ezreal takeaways. Not highest priority champions, but much more targeted towards FSU, and they're very up there on the tier list as well.
Yeah, and I love the Yuumi bans too. We just saw in the last game the power that the Ezreal and Yuumi can have together, not only separately but as a combination. Like we also said, Ezreal could go mid lane, not as common right now, but could still happen. So some really good general bans here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see kind of follow suit like the last game where you see like an Olaf ban or something like that. I think are probably going to follow up shortly.
Might get that opportunity to see. I like the Thresh ban too. Thresh is really up there in terms of protection and generation of pressure for any of the top ADCs. So rather than ban out things like the Aphelios, the Varus, the anything like that, that's kind of immobile but very strong, that the Thresh supplements with being able to be aggressive and generate income early and also be able to protect early, you're able to take that Thresh away and get that. And because of that, the response ban of the Aphelios comes out here because now, if they lit it over, you're going to have priority pick of support on the side of AZU. So FSU, kind of the forethought there. The Varus is still available alongside the Graves if they would like to take either of those, if they're really looking towards the meta picks. But again, I expect a little bit more comfort stuff coming out from both these teams.
Yeah, and I was thinking the same thing. And interestingly, we're seeing a pretty long delay. So I don't know if Arizona's just really thinking about which of those great picks they want to make. So they're going to go with the Varus, which I love. And you have to be happy with not only the versatility, but the power that Varus can bring to anywhere on the map.
Yeah, I like the word you use, versatility, being able to build the lethality or kind of the on-hit build. It's much more lethality. Now, wow, these teams going really heavy. Typically, believe it or not, when you're on red side, you ban out these three champions, Graves, Syndra, Varus, and these are the first three picks that come off the board. So really interesting from FSU. They take away none of those, and they give up Varus, yeah, but they get the Graves and the Syndra, both intensely powerful picks that they're able to grab in response here.
Yeah, and I really like the Nidalee pick as well. We're seeing a lot of heavy hitting skill shots. Arizona State really betting on themselves that they know they really want to bring the power. They're going to get a lead early, and they're going to look to hit hard. And I mean, I've seen a lot of Graves recently, and we're both pretty involved with the amateur scene, so we see it too. As we're going to see a Karma come out as well, which I really like. And man, Graves' wave clear is just unreal.
The ability to kind of just destroy jungle camps as much as you would like, the ability to duel early and even into the mid game and late game, especially when you start getting the itemization through, is all really good stuff. Graves can also get kind of aggressive against the Nidalee early. If Graves is able to find out the Nidalee has a tough problem dueling the Graves early on, especially when those quick draws start coming through. I like the little bit of the pirate synergy we've got here. The Varus and Karma are both very aggressive early champions, but if you get something kind of aggressive at the support role, something like the Nautilus, the Leona, to pair alongside the Misfortune, Karma and Varus are relatively squishy, and they are attackable, especially at the level 6 when you get the bullet time for Misfortune.
I'd love to see a really stupid bot lane like Syndra Misfortune. Maybe that's just me, but like that's still on the table. We're gonna see a Zoe ban, so I'm assuming that's really targeted to someone on Arizona State because that's not super common unless I missed something in a recent patch. But I still like the ban nonetheless.
I think the Zoe's not a terrible pick into the Syndra. Like, for some reason, I think Syndra, it does really well into Zoe, but a lot of Syndra players, when I see it, want to ban Zoe out immediately. I think it's more so due to the fact that Zoe's wave clear is high, and as long as you have the bubble available as Zoe, if Syndra tries to get aggressive, you can always throw that out and try to fish with it to make sure that the Syndra has to pay very, very high attention to her positioning to ensure that one doesn't come through. Ornn ban's going to come through, so again, that means that the likes of the Blitzcrank, the Leona, the Nautilus, even the Pike, things of that sort that could set up this Misfortune for success on the bottom side are going to get through.
Yeah, and I really like that Ornn ban. I don't know how necessarily, like in the last game, we did see an Ornn make it through, but I don't know how you don't ban either Ornn or Wukong in the laning phase. You kind of have to pick your poison, who you ultimately want to ban. Is we're going to see a Fizz and a Bard ban. So the Fizz and Zoe obviously targeting the mid laner. Their scouting reports must have told them that, just get those two away, or a personal preference pick, just not to have to deal. I mean, Syndra Fizz is just such a horrible matchup that I think that's a really good ban. But the Bard support ban, I think, is really interesting. I've definitely seen more Bard recently than usual. And we're gonna see Florida State opt for the Nautilus to go with that MF. Right
now, FSU's composition looks terrifying in my mind. Like, you got Nautilus. Nautilus Misfortune is, like, in my mind, still a gold standard when it comes to bot lane combinations, with their combination of aggression, scaling, team fighting, everything you've got. Syndra and Graves are, like, S-tier champions in their respective roles. The only thing they're missing right now is Set. They grab a Set in the top lane, and this has got to be one of the highest priority drafts I've ever seen somebody lock in all of League of Legends across everything I've ever seen before. We do get Vel'Koz. I love Vel'Koz with Glacial Augment into any mages right now, because the range advantage and the burst advantage you've got really does counteract. The problem is if you get ganked as Vel'Koz, but the Syndra can set up a Graves, but neither one of them has a ridiculous amount of chain CC to keep that going, and we're going to get Jax. Let's go.
There's the Jax. I was saying, we were talking pregame, we were like, oh, we can't wait to see some Jax playing. There it is. And I mean, a lot of these picks are just like crazy strong, right? Like we from the FSU side, just across the board, powerful. But Arizona, I mean, they locked the VARs first, and they have, like you said, that Vel'Koz is so powerful. I've seen, I think, twice this week already a Vel'Koz with Ghost. So like, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like that. We're gonna see the Kled in the top lane. So that's a terrifying lineup, and I don't know how necessarily Arizona State's going to find a way to stop that. They're going to have their work cut out for them.
Arizona State right now, they're running with a really heavy kind of poke composition with a combination of Nidalee, Vel'Koz, Varus, Karma. Like, that's 4 members. But if they get hard engaged on, they're going to struggle. And they grab Jax for a little bit of split push pressure and some solid team fighting when he gets items under his belt. But there is no peel for this team for the most part. You've got Karma shields and you've got like the GLP stuff coming out from the Vel'Koz. But outside of that, you're going to struggle very heavily, especially when you've got Kled. That charge coming in on him, putting a Syndra, Misfortune, Nautilus, and Graves within range of a composition that wants a lot of space is going to hurt.
For sure. And I think we're seeing teams, as we get into now the best of 3 and ultimately the best of 5, they're going to be playing the long game, right? Where they're going to have to start picking their poisons of who can we ban and who we can't we ban. So we saw the set Ornn bans, but still allowing a Graves. And, you know, ultimately now, if they lose this, we might see it all flip. They might just ban out that whole lineup and say, you know what, we'd rather play against a Set and an Ezreal. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see those sorts of strategies and balances now across a potential 3-game matchup.
That we might. And the way FSU has taken this one, again, they not only have really strong lanes, I would imagine, that could definitely take their lane opponent. I think the one question mark to me is the top lane, whether or not Cat on the Roof playing the Jax into the likes of the Kled is an advantageous or not advantageous matchup, because I told you beforehand, I've watched a lot of really good Jax players play, and Jax doesn't really lose any matchup if you're playing him at the absolute top level, and I expect that to come through here with all the experience I see on the Jax. But across all other lanes, like, you have plenty to work with in terms of team fighting, in terms of skirmishing, in terms of all the control that you've got on the map against a team that's very difficult to play up against if you want to try to get a long-range engagement off. Ornn would have been a good choice, but the Kled is going to be the next best choice, and getting the Graves, the Syndra, the Misfortune into the face of this team is going to be big. Although, if they're not able to make that engagement work, if they keep Kled isolated to a top lane matchup against the Jax, who's just going to be split pushing the whole time, maybe it's near impossible for this team to get a good engagement, and Nidalee, Vel'Koz, Varus are just going to be able to pick everybody off.
For sure. And with that, we're going to go to a quick ad read and then a break as our teams prepare to get into the matchup. So another one of our sponsors for today is eWin Racing. eWin Racing has set the new standard for quality gaming gear. Their state-of-the-art gaming chairs and desks help gamers feel their best so they can play their best. You can find them on social media at eWin Racing and online at www.ewinracing.com, and you can use coupon code PlayNACL, that is PLAYNACL, for 30% off your next purchase. And with that, we're going to cut to a short break. We'll be right back.
getting to pose with the winning driver was just a great experience. Loved it, man. It was awesome.
What I've loved about CommLoan has been their responsiveness and professionalism. Time is everything, timing is everything, and getting rapid responses to your clients is the most important thing.
You're getting into something that's much more in line with where the world kind of is today, with your iPhone, with millennials, with what they're expecting as far as interest rates go, what they're expecting as far as service communication, all that kind of stuff. I just feel like it's much more new world as opposed to old world.
CommLoan's access to hundreds of lenders and their ability to push the loan, the borrower, and the property.
The things about the CommLoan platform.
It's customer service from the get-go.
What I've loved about CommLoan has been their responsiveness and professionalism. Time is everything, timing is everything, and getting rapid responses to your clients is the most important thing.
You're getting into something that's much more in line with where the world kind of is today, with your iPhone, with millennials, with what they're expecting as far as interest rates go, what they're expecting as far as service communication, all that kind of stuff. I just feel like it's much more new world as opposed to old world.
CommLoan's access to hundreds of lenders and their ability to push the loan, the borrower, and the property.
The things about the CommLoan platform.
It's customer service from the get-go.
And we are back. Welcome back. I am Paul alongside Rebel Fox, and we're excited to bring you this first game in a best of 3. And we were talking in during the draft phase how good of a draft we saw from Red Side. And honestly, Rebel, I think despite maybe some skill differentials and rank differentials, that's going to be a really hard team to go up against.
It will. It's a much harder composition to execute here on the side of ASU or AZU. I forget. It's Arizona. Either way, I don't know if they go by ASU or AZU. I'm not very good with spelling.
Yeah, we're here for the league. We're not here for the spelling. I see an AZU in the
AZ, yeah, that's the
roadmap here.
acronym. Yeah, I didn't want to disrespect Arizona fans out there by making a mockery of their code by saying ASU instead of AZU. So I'll go with AZU from now on. But again, their poke composition has a lot of damage. They've got a lot of strength. Again, I love the Vel'Koz pick. I love the Varus pick in combination with one another. But they do have a tall order playing against all the engage that can come out from FSU here. So
yeah, I think right now we're gonna have probably a closer match than we saw on stream last game, which I know doesn't say a ton here, but we're gonna see, I think, early on, you know, there's a lot of kill potential in all of these lanes, and I think obviously a team that gets ahead, they're really gonna find that ways. They have a lot of avenues to snowball on either side.
What they do. Interesting pathing. Both junglers go for a buff to buff, which usually is indicative of full clearing, which is kind of standard for both of these junglers. My curiosity comes to now Graves is on the bottom side and in the mid lane, which means that the first Scuttle Crab will likely spawn right about the time he's finishing his Gromp more than anything else. And the same happens for Nidalee right about the time she finishes Gromp/Wolves. So that means that there's gank potential up towards the top lane or the mid lane for the Nidalee, and then bottom lane or the mid lane here for the Graves. I think it's more likely you find a gank mid lane if you're Nidalee or Graves, and it's definitely easier to gank the top lane than the bottom lane, especially with the push pressure had by Nautilus and Misfortune early. So I expect Graves trying to just to take that Scuttle Crab, end up getting back to base. Nidalee actually heading up to the Trad Rush, looking for that gank early when the demounted Kled.
Yeah, I'm looking for it, and let's see if she's going for it. She's gonna hit the spear. Under towers, Pain's gonna flash away. He's in a world of hurt, and that is first blood onto Bako.
Nice waiting too, because they were able to wait out that the 3-spell denial on the resolve tree to make sure that they don't lose any of their damage, and also flash burnt mid lane there as the response that had come through. Again, if you're this Graves and you had to look for a response king on the opposite side, the bottom lane is so hard to find any pressure towards. So instead, you go mid lane, end up burning the flash of this Vel'Koz. So now the setup is a lot easier to have if you're the Syndra and the Graves to get some pressure into the mid lane to fight up against the Vel'Koz. So do like that little response. Not the gold that you need to respond to what happened in the top side, but at least get a little pressure on the map somewhere.
Now let's go back to top side for a second. So the Jax matchup, we had talked about this a bit before. What's that match? Oh, we'll hold that thought. We're gonna see a root and a hook come out here from Rhino. TP's coming out as well. Cat on thy roof, and Root's in the bot side. Rhino's gonna flash out, beautiful flash over the wall, but is that gonna be enough? Snoop is pushing, gonna get rooted, gonna get put airborne, and really has to burn everything. We're gonna see the flash and a heal come out from Snoops. They're still on the chase here. Nobody coming down from mid side, so they're going to be able to keep looking for something here. Snoops and Pseudo continue the hunt all the way back into their own base practically, and Rhino's sort of in no man's land. I'm not sure who's going to be able to bail him out here. I don't think he's going to have one. I don't know. I think they're just going to give the kill to Snoops ultimately, is my guess, unless Vel'Koz comes down for it, but Rhino just sort of stalling the inevitable here.
There's a stopping place right there. Yeah, they're not going to be able to get away from that one. Did burn a fair amount of the time off of the Varus, and it does allow for Misfortune to get a decent push, but that's just going to shove right back into the Varus and Karma, my apologies, and get themselves a little bit more gold off the back end of this play. So good job with the teleport into the bottom lane here from Cat on thy roof. Did a really good job. I think you were talking about the Jax versus Kled matchup.
Yeah, so what's that look like?
It's really tough to kind of imagine, because again, I've seen very high level Jaxes take quite a bit of pressure basically off of any champion. It doesn't matter who it is. Here's the idea: is Jax, I think, can take pretty much any duel, any time, and come out at least even, or if not slightly behind. But once the itemization comes through, he absolutely slaughters most, especially auto attack based top laners with his counter strike, with his Q. And Kled is no different with that regard. Now, later into the game, the Jax, when he has the itemization, beats the Kled very heavily when he's got Blade of the Rune King, Trinity Force. And the idea is you want to pull him out of the rest, because this Kled is much more important for team fighting than the Jax is, because this is the hard engage into this poke composition, trying to get this Graves, the Syndra, and especially the Nautilus into the backline to disrupt the rest of the team. That is the idea here from this Kled, which means the more that you put into the Jax, the more early game advantage he's got for himself, and the better he does at dueling, the more pressure he's got on his side lane, the much easier it is for the rest of your poke composition to exceed the 4v4.
For sure, and while we were talking about that, we're going to see Florida State able to pick up the Dragon there, which is something really important this early on. It is a Cloud Drake, so they're going to get the CDR cool down, and it's with Syndra already at 6. I don't know. Roos going to find himself in a tough spot there. Pupcake can really just start ripping the ultimates here. Topside, and I guess even giving Pain some more CDR here on that ult as he hits level 6. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some ultimates try to pick up some kills as they're down 2-0.
Yeah, it's always nice to get some CDR on the Syndra outplay button. It's one of the hardest things to do. You click your R button and then someone dies pretty much immediately if you have enough orbs on the ground. And so, as you said, Roos might be having some struggle with that. The only beneficial part of what's happened in the mid lane so far is that cooldown of the flash is almost back up, and we have not seen Jaster in the mid lane whatsoever. We haven't seen an attempted kind of take of that or usage of that pressure that he had applied earlier on in this one. So unfortunately the flash might be back up, and it might not matter if that cooldown comes down on the ultimate, because it's going to take a very full combo without a lot of AP on the Syndra early on to burst out the Vel'Koz.
Yeah, we haven't seen much activity at all yet from Jasper, and I think he's in a spot where he might be able to get himself ahead just by nature of continuing to farm, and Baco taunting him a little bit around the red. So we're going to see Vel roam up and Kled come down. So right now, everyone just starts having a standoff on the top side. Bot side, we see on Cam, Pseudo, and Snoop just continuing to push in here. Everyone's just going to sort of back off. It looks like, I believe, Baco did end up with that red buff instead. Yes, able to take that away. So that's going to set Jaster definitely behind.
Yeah, it's been a very strange game from Jaster, because again, he was able to get that response gank after Nidalee finds the play on the top side of the map early on. Okay, there's Cat on the roof taking a fair amount of damage from the abilities, which is kind of the only early game advantage that is held by Pain in this 1v1 matchup. But the idea is I'll try to get at least, is that Jester has not really looked at anything aggressive across the map for the most part. He's trying to power farm. The problem with this strategy is, A, he's not winning that game. He's tied with Baco before the Runic Echoes is completed. Once that's done, the Nidalee will clearly outspeed. We got a hook on bot side.
Yeah, so Rhino going to land the hook on the Pseudo. Not much. Oh, Snoop's able to get some really nice damage here on the Gristle. Gristle's going to fall to half. Jaster seen by the ward, so they're likely going to back off. Gristle's going to just go up to meet the jungler here. We don't have another dragon for 2.5 minutes here, so Jaster's just going to go on his way.
Yeah, the Graves has struggled kind of to start this game off. Again, not being able to out-clear, not going to be able to out-farm the Nidalee, especially once the AP starts to stack up. And finding ganks is a little bit difficult. You're going to have to find somewhere nice ultimate use to clear the wave just for the most part and push off this bottom lane. But as you said, there's no dragon, so just a reset timer here from the bottom lane of FSU.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jaster sort of had a difficult game, and yet still even on farm. I mean, still down 1 kill here. It looks like they're going to give blue over to Pupcake. I really like that. Just funnel as much as you can on the Pup, because ultimately that's going to be like the major damage dealer here. And I think they're really setting up Pup for some success against Roos.
I am a little shocked right here, because I know we hadn't seen the back come through from Baco, but what we did know is that he took the red buff and then immediately backed off into his own topside jungle. We didn't see him cross through the mid lane whatsoever, and it could have been an easy play. Actually, top lane Roos looking for something on Pain.
Pain's in a little bit of trouble. We're going to have to dismount. Ult it into a dismount and gets out narrowly. We see the emote of success there, but really interesting roam there by Roos. I mean, so Pupcake might be able to pick up a turret plate here. Going to be awfully close. Obviously, super low AD on an AP mage. And you're going to see the rotation coming down, but going to cash that at 160 in.
This would be an interesting opportunity for a back timing from Roos. It would have been an easy time for him to just be able to back spend the 1,400 gold in his inventory. You pull Varus and Karma up to the top side of the map, and then you rotate them as we're seeing right now towards this Rift Herald. Instead, they're keeping Snoops on the bottom side, and there's no rotation coming through from Rhino. He's not walking towards this Rift Herald at all. It's just a Karma hovering the area, which means if any fights come through, you have an outnumber.
Right, and I think both teams are in this interesting spot where they know, from either side, I guess, Arizona has that 1.5K gold lead, and they obviously want to retain it. Florida State's in a spot where, like, you don't want to make the move that puts this thing at $6 or something and pushes it sort of far out of reach even this early on. So I think both teams looking for that opportunity to just pick up a pick or a kill, and it hasn't presented itself yet, but maybe it has here. Rhino gonna ult here on the Pseudo. Ult comes out here from Gristle as well. Flash comes out from Snoops. Teleport down on the bot side here from Pupcake. They're gonna flash under tower. Rhino finds the root, and Pseudo goes down to Pupcake. Rhino very low, gonna have to back off. Beautiful played under tower though, and maybe that's what starts to build some momentum here for Arizona State.
Close play from Rhino. Yeah, close play from Rhino, able to get the ultimate off onto the Karma, sets up the bullet time, and eventually actually flashes in for an auto attack to set up the ultimate coming through from Syndra. But the punishment is here. You get 1 kill onto Karma, but you get a lot of turret plates and what will likely be first tower onto the Vel'Koz in the Nidalee who need it. Now Pupcake, no ultimate, might not be able to take the fight in the river. They didn't actually get the turret. It was very close on health. That's got to be only a handful of autos. Yeah, just a handful of autos off still.
Yeah, narrowly hanging on. And now we see the dragon, so all the action happening bot side and down bot river here. Jaster though caught out, gonna have to flash over the wall. Vel'Koz is used, gonna channel that on a Pupcake. Doesn't have enough to get the kill here or the turret quite yet, so they're gonna back off, but that's gonna give them the pressure they need for Baco and Pseudo to move on to an Ocean Drake.
They do. Really nicely played, because again, you now have pressure in the mid lane. Syndra's not able to walk up. Graves got completely pushed off. Mid lane tower's under threat from constant siege from just minions alone, let alone from Roos being able to walk in. And this dragon is going to be on their board. Now they've got their own response to the top lane fight, though.
Yeah, Pain's gonna get dismounted there. Cat on that roof is trying to look to push this one. He already has 3 plates. Plates are gonna come off in 1.5 minutes, so maybe he's thinking he's got his eyes set on picking up another plate or 2. Gonna look to pick up the stun, hops right on and hops on him for the kill. Oh, but Pain's able to find the trade. I wasn't quite expecting that, so just a slight miscalculation there as Baco's not miscalculating anything, able to pick up the kill on the Pupcake. Jaster in a little bit of trouble under tower, so they get tower. In the mid lane, they get 2 kills and a whole bunch of gold.
Continuing to siege up around that mid lane, making sure that first tower goes down. They put a lot of resources into it by having the Rift Herald, having the Nidalee there. They get a kill. It does. I think you said it best. I was very not expecting for the Jax to lose his life to that last turret.
I thought he was out.
I thought he was too. I thought he was going to walk away with actually a significant amount of health, maybe able to push in a second wave or something along those lines, but instead just ends up going down. The flash burnt, unfortunately. It was
what a hook from Rhino. What a hook. But he's going to be taken down by Snoop. Snoop's already built up really well. Gristle Sticks might have something here on the Pseudo here. I'm not sure that's a duel that he can take, as both are just pretty low. Going to back off a 1-for-1 trade. What looked like a great dredge line, when really was, ends up getting him killed here as we see a dismount on the top side. Cat on that roof. A lot more health to go under tower this time. Ooh, Pain in the world of it.
Yeah, remember how we said that the turret shot wasn't going to kill Cat on that roof? That was Pain right there. He's like, Jax isn't going to kill me. Immediately catches the famous last words, if you will, along that side. Also, as you said, great hook on the bottom lane by Rhino, setting up the really good play. It was a 1-for-1 where both ADCs picked up the kill, but you see the strength of having the Misfortune up against the ADC, or the lethality Varus, because the burst damage is there from the Varus, but the consistent damage is there from the crit on the ADC from the Misfortune here. So after the bullet time is used, still able to pick up quite a bit. It still is AZU able to get quite a bit of damage out, and they're controlling the map. About a 4,000 gold lead in their pocket right now.
Yeah, it's funny. I look at the golden for a second. Nidalee went negative, and then I forgot that's not a glitch, but a proper rune. So Nidalee here has a 1,500 gold lead on Jasper here. So keep that in mind as Baco looks for anything in any jungle. Jaster, excuse me, can't really step up to deny it. Beautiful spear there. Has the double up. Gonna have his cake and eat it too. Picks up another one, and right now Arizona is sort of looking in full control here as they've got an advantage and they're really looking to press it hard. There's no conservative waiting here.
Yeah, when you've got this many poke champions and you've got the GLP set up now, and as well as Baco being just as strong as he is, you have a lot of pressure. I think it's a TP down to the bottom lane, though. They're going to be looking for a fight.
Yeah, Pain TPing in, but they don't quite have the setup. And I think you said it perfectly. The poke damage, and I don't think we really got to talk about this, but they have so much poke damage. Like, Baco already does so much damage, already has a Fiends built as well, and if they're able to get off anything, you know, you can't really approach them, and they're already behind. Like I said, Chester has some room to make up here. Baco's going to keep trying to deny his own jungle. We're going to see Cat at least pick up another turret, so that's a 2-0 turret lead and a 5k gold lead.
Really well played there from the side of AZU, being able to pull off the bottom lane tower ahead of time so that the charge is not in position to get anybody in range for the fight, or at least they feel like the fight is not a smart play to come through with. And then, of course, it's the Jax on the side lane. You pull so much pressure away. Now, no TP. Good play in the mid lane.
Ooh, and Pupcake caught out. maybe a little bit too far up. Catches Roos. Here comes Jaster though against Bako. And we hear the Colette coming in hot. Gonna move right on. Unstoppable picks up the kill. We're gonna see Pseudo pick up Jaster here. Pocket Rhino in a world of trouble. Beautiful skill shot there from Snoops to pick him up. And after a whole lot of trading, that goes 3-2 in favor of the blue side.
The Nidalee looking rather dangerous, although with the building of the Athenes is much more of a supportive player, and the good flank here from Jaster does make sure that Roos can't just one combo the entire Cinder, because it would have definitely come out after the GLP into the Tectonic, my apologies, disruption that had come through from him. So there's that. But again, the rotations coming out here from the Varus and the Karma with those shields is much faster. The TP there from the Jax was absolutely immaculate to set him up, because you saw the previous play, Pain goes to the bottom lane, teleports, then immediately backs and loses his tower top lane. Cat on the roof, he pushes out his wave so that the Kled is just going to push one back into him and reset the wave. Gets a good TP where he ends up being the driving force behind a lot of the kills that end up coming through on the side of AZU here. That was a really, really well-played TP and a lot of difference made in this game because of the top laners.
Absolutely, and if we're looking at first towers here on the bot side, only just under 1,000 health left. So really to this point, Arizona State's going to be able to just put incredible pressure across the map, recognizing that, you know, they have free roam and additional vision throughout with already so many turrets down, where they're going to pick up the Inferno here. So they are going for an Infernal Soul. So they 2 more and they will have that up against a Cloud Dragon on the other side for the CDR. So they just, what we already said was a really incredible poke comp, just got a little bit stronger.
Yeah, picking up 3 Infernal Drakes would give just a ridiculous amount. It's 12% bonus AD and AP over to the team, as well as having that soul. McDonald's actually tags. Wow. The team of misfortune there.
Yeah, Gristle absolutely set low here. I was watching on the top side too. A little bit of a hook from Pain. Not going to continue past that here. So Gristle's going to have to back, and they're going to be able to put on the pressure here. So we're going to see a bot tower go. So Pupcake able to pick that up. But the skirmishing and poking continues in the mid lane here. You can't even really walk up to anyone from Arizona.
Should be able to break this mid lane tower as well. And yeah, Syndra was able to get the response on the bottom line, but you take mid inner for bottom outer, and outside of maybe a really good flank from the Syndra here, this should continue to be a really great siege on the side of AZU.
Yeah, they might have a chance to get the turret. I'm not sure that they're going to go for it, but Rhino's going to look for something here. Burns the stopwatch, able to find the dredge line here. We're going to see Gristle look for Bako. They're going to take him out, though. Puppy going to pick up Bako. Pain stuck in the back line, and Pup awfully slow on the Syndra. Can't get out. Super sets up for 1 kill. Cat on the roof finds another round of Pain. Rhino's just going to go in, try to find somebody under tower. Jax is under tower again, gets rooted. We're going to find a heal from Pseudo. Great tower aggro bounce. Pseudo heals Cat just enough. That's an ace, and that's going to be a tower and likely an hit.
Really well played. Once again, you set up outside the tower with a lot of minions in the area. The initial engage comes through from Rhino, and actually it's Cat on the roof that denies the additional movement from Pain when that charge comes out, and that kind of, you know, slams the door in the face of this composition getting into this backline. Look at Roos, his health bar is really high. The Varus had flashed in on top of the Syndra, actually had a lot of health before it was Rhino that ended up pulling his entire health bar out from underneath the tower. But outside of that one misplay where Rhino is landing pretty much hook after hook after hook, this team is playing very well around the fact that they have to space very heavily to get their damage off effectively. Not to mention, again, when you were talking about the Athene's Unholy Grail build on Bako, as long as he's landing these hooks, he's going to keep his team very healthy. So far, AZU looking masterclass in this one.
For sure, they're doubled up on kills. They've got a 6.5K gold lead roughly, and they've got this one in control right now. So Baron is online. I think that if they can make a move on that, I mean, Nexus turrets are, you know, open for business here, as we're going to see another fight break out potentially here, as Roos and Snoops just with a whole lot of poke. And if we're looking at this from the red side, I mean, for them to come back, they have to make a play on Baron, right? Or I don't know if they have another avenue.
Yeah, at the moment, that's the kind of the weakness from AZU, is that with a poke composition, especially without a guaranteed marksman, You do have, of course, the lethality Varus, but he doesn't do the consistent damage you need. It's actually the Jax that does the most consistent damage on this team. You don't take a Baron very quickly, even with all the damage that you've got, so it's very easy to make a play, especially with something like the charge coming in and setting up the play around it. Pupcake has to be careful here, because if Cat on Thy Roof ends up jumping in and getting the stun off, I think that's a very dead Syndra. But here's the play on a Bako.
Yeah, Baker gonna jump on a Jester, not able to get before he backs up. Pain ults in. Rhino gonna join the fun as well. So very well played. They're able to get out of there mostly unscathed. And as we talk about the constant damage, with grouped as 5, the amount of poke, but grouped as 4, and we see the split so often here. Cat gonna follow Rhino over the wall, finds the stun, and Life Form Disintegration gonna take him out. So we're gonna see Cat able to bounce out of there. Beautiful play, gets away from the mayhem. Pain has to dismount, gonna go back and spawn. Literal 1 there. I had to have been literal 1. What a beautiful skill shot. He's gonna have to go back and spawn, and they're gonna have to just fight off the big minions, go back and re-heal, and maybe they look at Baron here.
I can look at, there's really heavy appreciation I've got right now for the way that Cat on Thy Roof is playing this game. He does have the side lane pressure that he needs to pull people off the side lane. They've now started putting Pupcake there, and I think if he goes Wit's End, he can just literally dive under tower and kill Pupcake anytime he wants, so there will be no response to having the Jax. But even in this kind of team fighting sense where it should be weaker, he's doing a good job just taking the space that is bought by the remainder of this team. He jumped into what would have been a bullet time and almost got a kill on the other side because of the ultimate coming through from Vel'Koz onto Rhino, which is just gorgeous, not to mention the follow-up that had come through from Pain ended up costing him his health bar, which is what cost him the Baron. But this aggressive movement from Cat on Thy Roof on the Jax pick is kind of what's allowing this team to sit there and just use their abilities. They're not paying any attention to this Vel'Koz, to this Varus, or to the Karma, who are dropping skill shots on them left and right.
For sure, and the other part of it too, so obviously the Baron buff now, they're going to put tower under siege, but we talked about early on, already sort of spinning this forward, the draft can't get much better here for Florida State, and despite that, Arizona kind of had them right where they wanted them. I mean, they were able to build this poke comp that just puts them to bed, but if they're looking at how to stop them, I'm not sure how they put something together next game aside from maybe banning the Jax and just forcing a very different sort of comp together.
I don't think that FSU in this one has done a very good job of exerting their strengths across the game. They haven't had the pure engages of the team fight, so that's a nice dive onto the Rhino. And that's
yeah, Rhino just getting deleted.
Nothing you can do that. And that's part of it right there. You've got Rhino in position to set up a good engage. You've got Pain there who has the charge ready to put this team in place. And you've got a Misfortune who doesn't quite have the double itemization, but earlier on did have the itemization to take fights. Why are you not looking constantly for it? That might be a dead Pupcake. That's a dead Pupcake right there.
That's a dead Pupcake. I think that's really well said. I think we saw the aggression earlier on from Arizona rather than Florida, where they said, we're going to put this game in our own hands and not wait for things to happen. Pain's going to try to get in there, try to look for something there, but Jaster in quick order, Gristle and Pain going down to the grave. Roos can be taken out as well. They go into base. That's going to be an ace, and that looks like that's going to be the Nexus.
Really well played here. Again, I think the way that they started off the game by saying, okay, we're going to get Cat on Thy Roof ahead, we're going to put Pain behind, and then we're going to play around the remainder of the map with all the poke they had. There was no punishment that came out from the Graves onto the likes of the poke champions. I think that's part of it, is they didn't have the CC to follow up on the Misfortune onto the Syndra, things of that sort. And because of the lack of CC that they had to put pressure in there, not much that could be done. They just got to exert themselves across the map on the side of AZU.
I think so too, and as we spin this forward and look at some of the damage dealt, I mean, Jax far and ahead the leader here at 15.3k damage. I mean, we didn't even see MF get over, barely over 6,000, so basically double the damage done on the top side. Nidalee as well, and Varus just able to lay it in. I mean, they just took command of this so early, and were just able to poke their way through to the Nexus.
That's all that mattered. I thought Bako was really aggressive in the early game, being able to start off as best as possible. I thought that Jacer, he attempted to make some solid plays, attempted to power farm as you should on Jace, but it was just the constant pressure applied by Bako that was unrespondable. And I think the nail in the coffin play, or at least the kind of what was indicative of the rest of the game, was that bottom lane play that we saw. TP comes in from Pain, no engagement with the charge. Then you have the immediate next play. Cat on Thy Roof TP's in. They get 3 kills in response for 2, and arguably could have been even better for them and set up a dragon for themselves. Like, that's kind of been what we saw in game number 1. I want to see more comfort here on the side of FSU. If they have more comfort, maybe they'll be more willing to make those aggressive plays that can get them further ahead or give them a win condition.
Agreed, and we'll see how they fare in this upcoming match. Again, this is a best of 3, so they've only got one more chance to make it up. Otherwise, they are going home. So before we cut to a brief intermission for match number 2, we'll read you a message here from Pro Sports Networking. With a network of current and former pro athletes, coaches, Olympians, and celebrities, Pro Sports Networking serves as a one-stop shop to help former athletes make connections with their peers in the business world and take their post-game to an elite level. Whether it's increasing brand opportunities, looking for investments, promoting business ventures, charitable cause awareness, or finding employment opportunities, PSN's large network of professionals can help you find what you need. We're going to cut to an intermission to get the teams ready into the next lobby, and we'll be back with Pro Draft. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What I've loved about CommLoan has been their responsiveness and professionalism. Time is everything, timing is everything, and getting rapid responses to your clients is the most important thing.
You're getting into something that's much more in line with where the world kind of is today, with your iPhone, with millennials, with what they're expecting as far as interest rates go, what they're expecting as far as service communication, all that kind of stuff. I just feel like it's much more new world as opposed to old world.
CommLoan's access to hundreds of lenders and their ability to push the loan, the borrower, and the property.
The things about the CommLoan platform.
It's customer service from the get-go.
Getting to pose with the winning driver was just a great experience. Loved it, man. It was awesome.
What I've loved about CommLoan has been their responsiveness and professionalism. Time is everything, timing is everything, and getting rapid responses to your clients is the most important thing.
You're getting into something that's much more in line with where the world kind of is today, with your iPhone, with millennials, with what they're expecting as far as interest rates go, what they're expecting as far as service communication, all that kind of stuff. I just feel like it's much more new world as opposed to old world.
CommLoan's access to hundreds of lenders and their ability to push the loan, the borrower, and the property.
The things about the CommLoan platform.
It's customer service from the get-go.
Welcome back as we get ready here for our next pro draft here between Florida State University and Arizona State University. I am Paul, joined alongside Rebel Fox here, and we're excited to bring you game 2 of this best of 3 here at the NACL League Invitational. It looks like we will see a Yumi band out of the gate here. Kind of surprised that that's the priority here after the last match, but we'll see where it takes them. And then Set and Casio following in short order. The teams clearly have agendas.
They do. This is the same draft bans that we've seen from the last game. Set has been taken away. Ezreal would be the next ban if they're following alongside that. And then you have a little bit more outside of these things. Again, the Cassiopeia, again, I'm a little surprised it's been banned out. I wonder what the priority shift is here from both these teams, because, again, FSU took a lot of high-priority champions, weren't able to make it work, and AZU took whatever they please. They're going to ban out Syndra this time to make sure that that does not go over to the side of FSU, but outside of that, what else do you ban here on the side of AZU? Because
you have to ban
they weren't scared. Yeah, the Jax has to come out because that was disgusting. But on AZU, I don't really think of any champions that are really going to be too jarring off the top end. Maybe take off Graves if you don't want it around, but Ezreal Thresh if you really don't want it either. I guess that's my response.
Yeah, I mean, we saw from the last round just how decimating Jax and Varus and Syndra really can be. I mean, obviously Yumi we've seen just in meta in general, Yumi just being so overpowered. We don't see the Ezreal ban though, so Ezreal's still viable, I think, without the Yumi, but I'm not sure that we'll see that now. We might see both teams look to go in a different direction on ADC.
Would think that would have to be the case. Again, Ezreal is still available here, as is the Thresh, both of which were banned out by AZU on that last set of bans. And Ezreal would actually be a good response to the Thresh immediately because it's a lot harder to get the aggressive plays onto the likes of the Ezreal from so far back with all of the mobility that you have in tune with that champion. Said, looking at Aphelios.
Now, that's a really smart pick. I mean, if you're not going to ban Aphelios and you're going to give it up with the Thresh priority, that's such a smart play, and I commend them for recognizing, like, that's just we're talking about S tier plays in champions right now, and getting in Aphelios as your first is a slam dunk.
Yeah, Aphelios is, especially on red side, it's kind of difficult to get that champion most of the time unless there's like a Graves, a Syndra, something blindable on the first pick here for the blue side. They grab the Thresh, which is a very good champion. I don't think it's bad into the Aphelios. It's actually one of the best champions to put with an Aphelios. My question is, where do they go? They go Graves, so they're getting there. Now it's AZU taking their shot at the S tier champions in this one.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get much more hard hitting than that. We're going to see a Draven, very interesting. So they're going to. It's been a while since I've seen Draven at really any sort of level like that, as well as a Hecarim. So partially comfort picks, partially high skill tier picks, and they're really looking for, I guess, a lot of powerful ganks on the bot side is my guess. Is that the formula here, Rebel?
I would assume that'd be the case because right now what they've got, like, I think is just the definition of a vibe check bottom lane against this poor field. They've got very aggressive Draven, a very aggressive Thresh, and a Hecarim that can just bear down on him. And yeah, I mean, in the later stages, I think the Aphelios is far more effective as a champion than something like the, or at least far more effective as a teamfight champion than something like the Draven. But again, the early game is the effort here from FSU. I do like that they've adapted away from what is strong to what might be more comfortable for them. I saw somebody say this is a pocket thrush for Rhino. I think Rhino can play anything from what I saw last game on that Nautilus. His hooks looked really nice.
Yeah, I was sort of surprised to see the Braum. Like they flashed the Nautilus quick and then really just kind of flew to the Braum. We're gonna see a ban on Orin. Sort of no surprise there. Both teams still have to pick their top laners. So I wouldn't be honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a whole handful of just top bans. Really limit the pool.
Wouldn't be shocked about something like that either.
Yes, we have a little bit of a glitch from Project here. That is an Orin ban, even though it glitched out. We have communication from the teams there, and so they're just filling in the gaps where needed. So that big red blob is in fact Orin. We're gonna see Darius and then a Poppy ban. So I was thinking there'd be a lot of top bans. I didn't have Poppy on that short list.
Poppy, I feel like, is always sitting right below the tier of champions that you want to play at any given moment. My curiosity is, what champion do they have in their mind that Poppy counters directly? Maokai is really good and not countered by Poppy at all. Which is why that would be my first thought. So my thought is they're going well beyond the tier list. So there's no Fiora anymore because the Poppy would have countered, or the Poppy would have been a good counter into the likes of Fiora. There still are tanks here, but again, with AZU having played Jax last game, I would expect the carry to come out.
Yeah, and I'm sort of surprised. I was saying that we might see the 4 top laners banned, but I didn't actually totally expect that. And we're going to see a Lissandra, which I think I really like.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think anything left in the mid lane pool right now really isn't that good into Lissandra. Lissandra's got a lot of wave clear, a lot of shutdown, especially if you want to go something aggressive like LeBlanc to continue this rampage of early aggression. Lissandra just puts a stop to that one. You could say she freezes the opponents here with her ability to wave clear, the ability to make aggressive plays across the map with this champion. Vladimir is going to be the attack. I don't think Lissandra's bad into that matchup either, though.
I don't think so either, and that's a really intriguing matchup, honestly. The Volley Bear is going to come out. We were just talking before we went live at all how Volley Bear just got buffed this patch just the other day, looking to give him a little bit more viability and strength, and they're going to look for that here, and that's a vibe check team if I've ever seen one from Florida.
100%. Yeah, the team fight also, I think, it got supplemented so heavily is that Draven's very single target focused, and even Hecarim, I think some of his damage is more single target focused if you build him more AD style. That's an interesting little adaptation here. Okay, so we see Lissandra being now warped over to the top lane instead of going into the mid lane up against the Volibear, who's going to have a little much harder of a time trying to get onto the side of Lissandra here than something like another top lane, another Bruiser, anything like that, because the Volibear going to get slowed constantly to Lissandra. I do like this pick quite a bit.
I do too. I think both teams. I think I like the diversification from both teams. I mean, just generally speaking, we're not seeing. There's only is Graves the only one that was in the last game? Am I already forget? I think that sounds about right. So, but just the diversification, not only in the bans and in the picks. I think both teams are no, we really need to kick this up if we ultimately want to put it away. What we did before might not necessarily work again.
Yeah, I think you're right that the Graves is the only champion that's carried over through both games, at least ones that were selected versus ones that were banned, because of course the Thresh took bans. And FSU looks a lot more comfortable. Hopefully this champion select is a little bit better for them. But AZU, they've got a dangerous composition. A ball delivery system like a Lissandra with an Orianna sitting there as well makes for a mean team fight, and a lot of AoE from Moonlight Vigil and Graves could put FSU in a rough place if they don't find that success early.
I think so too, and I mean, I just know from what I've seen of Draven over the years, Draven Thresh is lethal. If you get down 1-0 or 2-0 early, and you allow a team like that to just have command of an entire lane, you're not going to be able to gank that and really put that down. You're going to have such a hard time. I think we're going to need to see too the jungle matchup. We saw last game Nidalee being able to develop and get ahead with that poke capability, and Jaster did get set behind. Jaster, I think, has to find a way to impress their will a little bit more. Like we were talking about, kind of as the game was ending, they have to find a way to command the match from the beginning, and otherwise we're probably looking at a quick 2-0.
And Hecarim has the ability, I think, to both do a little bit of power farming with that Q. The Onslaught going to be able to take that one for himself quite a bit. I think it's actually Rampage. I'm a little bit off on my ability names, especially when I'm not looking at them. But Hecarim with the Q, going to be able to clear his farm really well. Graves does the same thing. The big difference is Hecarim not only is a really solid, just a AoE team fighter, being able to have that big fear, being able to E people in directions, but also the ganks early on from Hecarim feel a lot stronger than something from Graves, even with CC set up here. So in my mind, it is up to Jaster. He's got to get his team set up for some success. Find some of the ganks necessary. You got a strong bottom lane. If you get the Vladimir rolling, I know Orianna can take the consistent damage up against the Vladimir, and that's a rough place to be. So I want to see Jaster take advantage of some matchups that could be abused early on into this one. Otherwise, again, if you get to late game team fighting, you're fighting against an Aphelios, Orianna, and a Graves with a ball delivery system from a Lysandra and a Braum to block damage. That's not a good concept here.
It's not for sure. So we'll see how Jasper pulls it together along with both teams. So a little housekeeping before we get started into this one. We've got Florida State against Arizona State going at it. This is game number 2 of a best of 3 here at the NACL League Invitational. Before we cut to break here, a quick word from one of our sponsors, Nordic Fencing. So Nordic Industries is the largest fencing manufacturer in the Saskatchewan area of Canada. Efficient production, diversity of products, and access to high quality products is what really sets them apart from other companies. Contact them today online or through Facebook. View from the top marketing, website design, social media strategies. Nothing's like the view from the top. So we're going to let the teams load into Summoner's Rift here, and we will sync up. We'll be back with you in just a minute. Stay tuned.
What has your experience been like in the NACL, and why should other serious gamers look into it as well?
My experience with the NACL has been amazing so far. You know, it just creates a platform for a lot of players that either they have recognition or don't, to be able to go out there and have the ability to get seen by sponsors and have a platform where they're playing competitive tournaments if they're just getting into it as well. But, you know, when you involve all these serious gamers in there, they're going to realize the opportunity to build the brand that is NACL as well and grow with the company. So I think there's a lot of benefits for professional gamers and new gamers coming into it.
Now, you are the all-time leader in games played for Notre Dame at 141, and your tip-in to beat Stephen Austin in the NCAA tournament is one of the greatest moments in Fighting Irish basketball history. What do you think one of your best moments and proudest moments for gaming is in comparison?
Well, I don't think anything's ever going to compare to a moment like that for me. But I would have to say, it sounds silly, but the first time I got my first Fortnite win was definitely one of those moments where I was like, wow, this is it. The magic of gaming. You know, I've been playing for 2-3 months, haven't got one single win. And then when you're finally able to pull off that solo dub and you just realize that you did it, you're always nervous at the end and then have that excitement of winning. I think that's what's going to attract a lot of people to video games as well, knowing that you're able to get better. You know, you don't necessarily need to have the physical attributes that a lot of professional athletes have to be able to be good. It's a lot of hard work, time, dedication into your craft of playing video games, which I think there's a lot of streamers and a lot of professional video game players out there that are promoting that idea as well.
Welcome back here to this match between Florida State University and Arizona State University. I am Paula, joined alongside Dean Rebel Fox, Dean Rebel Fox Merrick. I don't know why I just try to combine your middle and last names. But we've got an exciting match number 2 here in this best of 3. We saw in game 1 here, we were able to see a pretty decisive win here from the side of, making sure I have my colors right here, from the side of Arizona State, I believe, if I have my colors right. I might have mixed that up. But honestly, loading in here, very different compositions this time, Rebel. What do you expect?
It's a tough one. Again, I think it's now on the side of AZU to kind of stall and wait for the later stages of the game. If they get this Aphelios and this Oriana rolling, you've got more than enough to work with, especially if Baco able to make this Graves work, able to get the power farm off. To me, it's about their early defensive play. You've got very aggressive lanes. You got Predator on the Hecarim, doesn't do the same amount of damage, but up a lot more often, so you're able to find those ganks, and has the newly reworked Ghost that we talked about earlier in the stream, making it so easy to find gank after gank after gank. If you flash away from a Hecarim, he'll visit your lane 3 more times before you've got that flash back up. That is a terrifying prospect. And then you've got, of course, the Vladimir, the Draven, a lot of champions that can snowball if they have the early aggression. So to me, again, play defensive, give up some farm if you have to give up the first 2 dragons, give up the first 3 dragons if you have to do it. Because if you get to the team fighting phase and you are on even ground, I think it is AZU that will take the win in this one.
I think so too. And just to clarify, AZU did win the last round, and they are playing now from the red side. So just want to clarify that up here. So I think we've got a really interesting matchup here. Baco already maybe looking for a gank on the Pupcake. Nope, not going to find anything on level 1. Thought maybe we'd see something cheeky under tower, but not quite yet. We saw in the last game here, it seemed like a lot of what happened here, like Payne had a couple opportunities to go in, like we had mentioned. A lot of great setup here from Pocket Rhino. Early on, I think they really have to find ways to play through Rhino, or they're just not going to have the setups we want to see.
Now, okay, I want to point something out because there's something very interesting happening in the jungle. So far, Marcel on this Hecarim has not had a chance to get to his red side yet, and I think, I don't know if they prepared for the gank that the Graves was taking, but he actually took both the red and the Raptor camp away from the Hecarim, and now is going to be able to clear his entire jungle for free without any counter jungling done whatsoever, and they've lost a lot of pressure now. The Watt lane wave is starting to stack in favor of the Aphelios and the Braum, which could lead to a gank for the Hecarim on the bottom side, but outside of that, the Graves might even catch him in this jungle, and they might have the pressure on the bottom and the mid lane to be able to actually go and contest to allow the Graves to win the 1v1.
That's really interesting. We talked about how we need to see a little bit more occupancy, if to call it, for lack of a better word, more pressures. We see some heavy trading on the top side here from Jaster. Need to find a little bit more action here, and here comes Hecarim himself. Gonna go in there. We see the flash come out. Pseudo has the shield up. It looks like we got about teleports, 4 of them coming down to the bot side. We have a Fiesta in the bot lane, but not a whole lot of action just quite yet. Baco does have an advantage. We see the flash in here from Cat on that roof. Gonna be the first one taken out for first blood here. Nothing else quite yet. Jasper in a little bit of trouble here. Baco gonna move forward, find something. They're gonna look to go at Rhino. Rhino rooted under tower. Pseudo get out with his life, narrowly so, but great tower aggro juggle again from Roos. Expertly done. That's a 2-for-1. Every teleport off the board, and Rebel a lot to unravel there.
That's a big play coming through from the side of AZU for a lot of reasons. Number one, they thwart a lot of the early game pressure that would have been had. You now have every summoner off the board for this team on the side of FSU. That is a huge amount of pressure that you've now lost. On the opposite side, you still have the exhaust coming through that is capable of denying some play on the bottom side. So really good from Pseudo to hold that one. And even better, Baco picks up both kills and has been farming like a monster. Baco will have his Raptor camp reset and do another extended full clear, hit level 5 into level 6 somewhere in that area, and have so much gold on his first back that it's going to be ridiculous, the power spike that the Graves is going to be achieving here on just his first back rotation. It's immaculate to see that one. Again, Cat on the roof, kind of sacrificed for the cause in that last one, Eat, and then flash forward for the W onto multiple members, giving them those multiple kills across a lot of members and taking a lot of the pressure away from Gristlestick in the bottom lane on this Draven. Going to be a lot harder to express their aggression now on the bottom side.
Yeah, and I think that assist roll effectively from Cat there, it didn't put Roos behind. Roos still was able to pick up 2 assists to 1 kill from Pup. Even with first blood, the farm advantage means mid lane's still even. And I think too, and we had talked about it, excuse me, we had talked about it too, even though they lost that 2-for-1 and they're a little bit behind, I still really liked it from Florida. There wasn't a delay here. We're going to see a little bit of poke trading on the bot side. We're both going to get rooted and they're going to back off. I didn't like that there wasn't any hesitancy. One teleport came out, then all 4 were out. That we didn't see anything from Florida State where they hesitated or thought, maybe we'll save our resource for another time. No, they're burning them. They were trying to occupy something. They didn't quite win the trade, but I think that's still a good sign for them in this match.
I do like that they were able to pull the trigger a lot faster, and they understand that their composition has to be a lot more early game focused, and so expressing that in that early, just pure commitment to the play has to be appreciated. Now, again, the Draven and
what a hook!
Oh.
Rhino with a beautiful hook and the play, and Snoops is caught in a world of trouble, and Gristlestick picks up the kill. So Rhino really flexing that GM status here. What unbelievable hook and securing the kill.
That was one of the best hooks I think I've ever actually seen, making that Q look like a targeted ability right there. You can appreciate that one from Pocket Rhino. It was in between the entire minion wave. I think there were 2 above it and 2 below it, and still able to sneak that one in there. Really well played. And again, the aggression that could be expressed by a Draven with Halo Blades in the bottom lane. Love that rune, by the way, on aggressive ADCs early, especially with the rework it took a couple patches ago. It's just too easy to get a lot of burst damage off onto the Aphelios who doesn't have the itemization yet. Pseudo not going to be able to block the Lantern, unfortunately.
Yeah, I really like how FSU's playing this, and I think we had talked about, and they really need to. We're going to see a Jester coming in, able to push Roos out towards Pup, not going to quite land anything enough to kill. Going to get under tower here. Probably has to be pretty careful here. I mean, the burst potential here from Pupcake pretty significant. But I like how Florida State to this point really taking charge of this. We're seeing them rely on Pocket Rhino, able to get these great kills. And I think there's an intimidation factor there, right? Like, I think Snoops has to be very careful now, and it might be even a little bit more hesitant. Like, okay, well, Pocket Rhino did it once. He can do it again. And so that's a really big moral win as much as it is a literal win there with the kill.
I'd say that'd be the case. Yeah, you play a lot more defensively as Snoops, and again, you had that first boost of confidence with the one fight at the beginning where all the summoner spells were burned, but that massive hook, it puts you back in your place almost if you're the Aphelios, knowing that you're not going to be able to win the fights consistently at early levels if the engagement comes through from Rhino here. I do like the way that was just played. So Baco was able to get to the dragon without being interrupted, because right now Marcel on this hip room has not been able to be effective around the neutral objectives, because all these lanes are, again, they're kind of stonewall lanes that are intended to just be defensive. So none of these laners can really support them all that well in the jungle, but if you're taking the 1v1 against the Graves, you're not going to win that as Hecarim, especially with the 2 kills on him. So it's just the neutral objective control coming through from Baco. I'm curious, yeah, he actually hopped the pit there, and the Rift Herald is going to be available. It might be looking for, again, top lane, though.
Yeah, so we're going to see top side here. Cat going to look for the duel with Pain here. Pain looking to get out here with the OT. Baco's here with red buff. Going to look to try to push him under tower here. Pain going to be absolutely massive, quite literally under tower. Not going to find the kill, but a really good gank to push things in.
That ultimate can't come out quite fast enough for the Lysandra to make that one work. If you do get it before the ultimate comes from the Volibear, the red buff becomes applied by Baco on this Graves, and also prevents him from being caught in the minion wave instead. Because Pain was able to get that ultimate off, he gets back into his own minion wave, denying a lot of the auto attack damage that would come through from Graves. So well played there from Pain. Very, very good use of that ultimate. Not going to set up the dive like you would want potentially onto the Lysandra top, but it's already difficult to do if the Lysandra has the ultimate info anyway. So kind of a nice little usage of that ability, not having to burn flash yet.
For sure. We're going to see, it looks like maybe a rotation here from Roos. I think they do see it coming, so they're going to, so that's just quickly spelled off here. Top side of the map, Baco is going to look to pick up the Rift Herald in exchange basically for, oh no, they did pick up the Dragon, excuse me, confusing sides here. So trying to double up plenty of resources here. It isn't even gold game though at this point, which we haven't seen quite yet. So it's a 2-2 even gold as we're about to hit the 10-minute mark.
Even across the top lane, the advantage in the jungle, I think even the mid lane, there's some advantage. The kill for Vladimir kind of sways the matchup more towards the Vladimir, but Roos has quite a bit of farm advantage and should be getting this blue buff as well for himself. And the bottom lane, of course, the kill from the Draven, we had those stacks, gets him a ridiculous amount of gold, but again, the Aphelios isn't ridiculously behind, especially in terms of itemization, only the 1 crystal. Now Roos in some trouble.
Yeah, Roos in some big trouble here, going to be caught out. CC train continues, and Pocket Rhino picks up the kill here. They're going to look to back off as we see Pseudo use the ultimate, but caught nearsighted and in trouble. Cat on the roof picks up Jaster. Now we see the 3-on-3 in the action continuing. Pupcake here, going to try to get out. Baco's really looking to push things. Not going to find another, but the trading continues, and both teams putting their pedal to the metal here. Root comes out. Pocket Rhino might be caught in a world of hurt. Going to use stopwatch here. Pocket Rhino still caught out on the CC train. Sudo's going to be caught out as well by the volleyball coming down from the top lane. Payne pretty hurt. Root's going to look for the double here on the Gristle Stick. Doesn't quite have enough built up yet, but maybe both DwtnSpaces going to give him enough lifesteal. Not quite. Pupcake going to go under tower. They're not going to look for the dive, but they're going to look to get tower.
They will. Really well played fight here from the side of AZU. They don't win it definitively to start with, but the re-engage on the backside from Cat on Thy Roof, setting up the play, getting rid of Pocket Rhino in that start, means that you have exposed carries pretty much across the board. And then the entrance from Graves, the ability to stand behind everybody from Snoops, the range that he's got, and then Roos's re-entrance into the fight on the backside completely cements it. They use the Rift Herald in the mid lane, securing them 1,000, a little bit more gold lead here. And again, it's really heavily this Graves right now that's doing so much work, is staying relevant in the farm game alongside the Hecarim. Again, that's not too hard to do. Roos in some trouble yet again.
Yeah, Roos sort of maybe caught out a little too far, cheating up. Jaster looking to punish, not able quite to get it off. So we're starting to see this one go in favor of Arizona State. And how do you think they put this one away here, Rebel? I mean, they're starting to get a little more aggressive, and who do you think that's going to have to go through the most?
The consistent team fighting has come through, and I think a lot of that has been on the back of, once again, Cat on Thy Roof. Last game, it was on the Jax, where he was buying a lot of pressure for the poke champions to do the damage, and he's doing the same thing with this Lissandra. He jumps into a team fight. If he's got the ball on him, it's a good way to set up the shockwave, but more importantly, all of the CC sets up picks and things in the fight and breaks apart everything. It allows for Aphelios to take levels. You have level 1, which is all the space before the Lissandra ultimate, before the Lissandra W. Now that grabbed him.
Oh, Gristle Stick's gonna get caught, not able to find the lamp, caught out. Snoop's gonna find the kill here. Roos finally punished for being pushed out a little bit too far. Pays for that by Jaster. So great play. Pupcake picking up the kill here as we watch on the top side. Ultimate gonna come. No, excuse me, not the ultimate. Payne still continuing to push up though. No ult used yet. Cat gets away, but a good couple kills there, both lanes.
The wave clear here from Lissandra prevents the dive potentially from coming through from Payne. But of course, again, when you see Marcel being able to come to this top side on the Hecarim, and he's got that ultimate, he's got the dive potential, they know that here's Rhino in some trouble.
Here, Rhino gonna get caught out here, nearsighted, looking to continue to move down here, not able to land anything, and Bako picks up the kill.
Oh my goodness, this Graves is just being a monster in this game right now, controlling the neutral objectives. Already has 2 dragons and a Rift Herald under his plate, and yeah, the Hecarim has gotten a couple of mildly successful ganks off, a couple of team fights that aren't too bad, but certainly, I mean, 1 kill for your Vladimir in the mid lane and a failed dive on the top side does not equate 2 kills to the bottom side, and another dragon going the way here of the side of AZU. They got to find some more pressure with this Hecarim, or they got to get somebody snowballing really heavily. The Vladimir's not looking like too bad of an option. If you get him on the map, he could potentially turn a lot of these fights.
And Payne looking to turn something on the top side. Ultimate going to come out, trying to slow down Cat on Thy Roof, but able to get back under tower. Meanwhile, again, Roos just continuing to push up and not quite winning the exchanges just yet, but Bako has an opportunity here, maybe to force the ability to put down tower, helps to push out the lane, but Pupcake's clear, going to prevent that for now.
Yeah, Roos being able to take it back a little bit more safely now that the wave was cleared out, and Pupcake was stuck here clearing the rest of these minions. Not exactly the forte of Vladimir early on, or really ever in the lane, to be able to wave clear very effectively. Top lane, really important fight happened. Cat on Thy Roof was out of mana entirely, got aggressed on by Payne, and had to burn the flash, but did get out. But that flash, super imperative for setting up really good team fights. Now have to find PlayNACL. That hook from Rhino again.
Beautifully done on the hook.
Wow.
Sun's going to come out, able to take the lantern this time, not going to be blocked out from that, able to back off. And so when we're looking at this top lane, roughly even, is it playing out how you expected so far? Because I think so far I expected maybe to be a little more shifty, but pretty much staying even here.
I think the Lysandre's wave clear is important, but she's looking primarily for other fights. Actually, we're
going to see Pseudo come in, gets caught under tower here by the play. Snoop's going to have a one-on-one here with Jaster. Maybe not the one-on-one he should have taken. Snoop's able to eliminate Jaster, and it looks like the rest of the team going to try to back off, limit that to just a 1-0 here. Ult comes out from Pseudo, not going to find anybody. Gristle 6 falling pretty low. Hook misses from Rhino here. Ultimate comes out from Snoops and able to take down Gristle. And the tower goes down in the mid lane as well, so the 3K gold lead balloons up and a 10-5 kill lead.
All off the back of that hook earlier from Rhino. He takes a hook earlier, and they got a lot of trade damage from the Braum passive, and a lot of the attack speed coming out from Crescendum, getting the stun onto Gristle. And because of the low health on Draven, there's no follow-up. I'm surprised Marcel on this Hecarim didn't jump in to try to get Pseudo under tower. Instead, dives really far, ends up getting flashed off, and then it's Severum Crescendum, which is the best dueling gun setup that you got on Aphelios. He had that at full charge, if I recall, at the beginning of that fight, or at least enough charge to take all of those abilities, and the Onslaught makes it impossible for the damage to come through from this Hecarim and get the kill onto Snoops. And then, of course, as you saw, the Moonlight Vigil with Calibrum is able to get the range underneath. And even the mid lane, they win in the mid lane as well. I'm not sure it was a Pupcake not dying, but losing his tower to the Orianna and the Graves as bottom lane loses 2 kills in another play. And AZU still looking super, super dominant. Somehow, this Aphelios has found his way back into the game.
Honestly, and yeah, Snoops has been able to play that really well, and I think a lot of it too is the way Pseudo's going to help him out, but Jaster's going to look to come in here. Cat on that roof, able to dodge and get out. Looks like for the most part, Pain does have the level advantage and a farm advantage, so that's going to back off here. Meanwhile, they've got 3 on Rift here, so they're going to pick up another objective here. Baco just having command of the board.
They will. The Orianna's bot side, I think this might have been a fight you could potentially look at, but again, with the Aphelios and Graves being so strong, it would be high variance at best, and the Draven was not there. So it might be Vladimir's actually heading down to the bottom side, and Draven isn't moving. They're taking Krugs at the moment. It might be lane swapping to put this Draven back into the mid lane. But yeah, these neutral objectives just been completely controlled by Baco, as his lanes have not been doing a bad job. Again, very defensive from Cat on their roof. I think Orianna's gotten caught out extending a little bit too much, but that bottom lane having well and above more success than you would ever expect against the likes of a Draven and a Thresh. So really well played so far from AZU, and they're slowly taking their advantage and pushing it further. When you have a bottom lane that wins the 2v2, you can then put more pressure on the rest of the map. They even won the 3v2 on the bottom side, which meant that the Graves and the Orianna get a lot of gold. Here's the potential play.
Yeah, Roos pushing up again, able to hide in the bush for just a little bit, catches Pupcake out pretty low.
Oh!
Not quite sure what Pupcake was looking for, but doesn't connect. It looks like he's going for a flash ulti, but Roos had something else in mind.
The ultimate was actually down already. He was waiting for the expunge to come out and to be able to get, or my apologies, not the hemoplague to come out and give him a lot of health on the back end of that alongside one single Q. Would have been more than enough to take probably half of his health bar back up, but unfortunately was a little bit early on the flash, ran right into the command attack there from Roos and ends up losing his life because there is no magic resist yet on this Vladimir. So this took too much damage on the initial engage. Really well played from Roos, just holding his ground there.
Uh-oh, Grizzle 6 might be cut out. Flash is used. Cat on the roof gonna ult here. And so we're gonna see really well played under tower again. Their tower aggro has been great as they pick up their 3rd dragon of the game, and they're 1 away from Soul. A 5K gold lead, and they've got this thing pretty much in hand at this point. It's gonna take a lot of a comeback for FSU.
The push out mid and the push out bot does lead to yet another dragon, and again, Baco is completely uncontested on these neutral objectives. Rick Carroll's also going to get a mid inhibitor tower, if not, or mid inner tower. My apologies. I do have to say, I'm a little skeptical about that last play that happened because the ultimate came down from Cat on Thy Roof on himself instead of onto Gristle Stick. If he had just used the ultimate on the Draven, then the flash was not necessary from Roos, but still going to be a kill nonetheless. That's the book getting, or the lantern, my apologies, pulling out the Vladimir, but this team just asserting their dominance in the bottom quadrant of the map here. They have the push in mid lane. They're looking for the push in bottom lane.
Yeah, and what's been interesting to this point is how well, like we said, Baco was able to control the objectives, and that's really led to all of their success. Granted, he's not getting those objectives without tremendous pressure, and despite this early hook and really some great plays from Rhino, they just haven't been able to have anything pressure, have any kill feed going there on the bot side.
Yeah, so the Gristle Sticks on this Draven is going for a lot more scaling of a build, which is pretty typical when you're playing him in competitive right now with the mana immune combined with what will be the My apologies, I'm trying to remember what it's the item that gives you like attack damage and speed and some life steal when you're on your own.
Oh, he's going with Sanguine. Okay.
Yeah, Sanguine Blade. Yeah, he's going Sanguine Blade, second item, which is consistent, and it's something that you do quite a bit. But again, when you build Monomune first into what will be a pickaxe and a BF sword that I believe was had in the inventory of the Aphelios, you won't have anywhere near the same kind of damage that the Aphelios puts out, even if you are the Draven. So they ran into that issue alongside the CC, and here's a play. Snoops gets hooked.
Say ultimate comes out here from Pseudo. Excuse me, not from, yes, from Pseudo as well. Snoops is going to get caught out, though. No sort of peel there, and so Snoops is going to be taken out. So no ADC to help them out, and this might be the comeback play they're looking here, but Bako says not so fast. We have the lead for the reason. Cat on the roof somehow finds the kill onto Jester. Literal 1 health, same for Pseudo. They are caught out. Pupcake going to fall fairly low as well, and Bako just wants to find this kill. Falls, he eats that rooted, and that's a triple kill for Roos here. And what looked like a really hard turn to the fight, they're able to wrestle it away, kite well, and make it a beautiful ace.
They burnt a lot of resources on the side of FSU here trying to get onto Snoops, and it does work out in the end, but unfortunately there's just no follow-up afterwards to be able to make any plays happen on the rest of the team. When you have such a champion such as Graves or Orianna that have the gold that they've got, they're going to beat you in fights when they have their consistent damage, they have the auto attacks, they have their abilities that are much more valuable than their ultimates are. When you burn all your ultimates, like the Vladimir, the Hemo Plague, the Unstoppable Onslaught, things of that sort, even like the Stormbringer from the Volley Bear, there's nothing left for the team fight, and so you really can't take that fight. It was very close, but that was a very lost fight. I think they played that better than they should have, to be honest, given how much they burnt on the initial play coming into that one.
Yeah, Pocket Rhino there throwing out the death sentence here. Might have offered a death sentence for himself. Play comes in, just pushing in. Bako further, not probably where you want to be.
Rhino.
Lanterns. Yeah, Rhino's he's trying his best. He's just not having a good time. Bako refuses to let him have a good time.
Yeah, it just gets punished for throwing. He just thrown a random hook over the wall. There was no follow-up from the rest of his team, but he was just like, I could maybe hit a hook, do something. And they were like, oh, wait, there's a thresh over this wall. There's nobody that stops Bako once he's got this rolling. 5-0 and 6 on this Graves. Has double itemization here with the Warrior and the control with the Umbral Glaive. And now the Baron buff as well as some chase afterwards. Gristle Sticks might have overstepped.
I think so too. Pain's gonna rotate over as well. Doesn't have the Stormbringer online, but oh my god!
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I would say that doesn't even matter here. Snoops just has so much damage built at this point between IE and Runins with a Berserker. Just so lethal. Bako 2 levels up here on a 1-on-1 with Baron buff and the minions. Rhino just trying to land something here. It looks like we're gonna see a mid-inhib tower put out here as they can continue to push in. Gristle 6 up in 10 seconds, but here comes Pain. Maybe they'll land something here on the Bako. Here Bako was able to flash out. Gonna try to get out. Pseudo's got the shield up and might be the sacrificial lamb for Bako to get out of here. Pseudo just has so much health. I don't think I realized how much health Pseudo has. Pseudo's caught out there ultimately by Pain. I think they would be smart to just reset, still have the Baron buff as they will. But that was a really strong push and probably worth it for inhib turret.
Yeah, get the inhibitor turret, they get top lane inner turret, and also their bottom lane is pushed out really well. If they're able to push out mid lane here on this next play, they could look for the Infernal Soul. Yes, they don't have Pseudo, but they still have the team fight necessary with all of these members getting all the gold that they've got. They have nearly completed Death's Dance on their Graves, and they've got the next to half of the Zeal item, so a little bit more crit. 20% increase purely to the damage of Snoops with that ability burn. So it is priority of the area here from FSU. You just have to be cognizant of the fight afterwards. They should be able to take this. Oh,
yeah. Oh my god, Roos with the kill. Are they going to be able to get the dragon? No, so they're going to have to give up dragon here, but at what cost? Pupcake very, very low. Has to back up. Pain looking for the kill. On Roos, not going to get Roos finding the double kill here. Draven caught in a world of pain here. Bako going to pick up Pupcake as well, so a double here. And Pocket Rhino, Cat's just playing with their food. Pocket gets over the wall at the last second here, but not quite going to be enough. That's an ace, and it looks like possibly the Nexus.
What a play from Roos. You're able to put so much damage onto Jester, and they have to panic and turn directly for the dragon to make sure the soul doesn't go over, but they completely missed the fact that the rest of the team was bought enough time for the fight to come through. They all get chased down. It's an extended ace for this team, and now they're on the Nexus tower. So I doubt that this is a stop coming through from FSU. It would take a miracle.
Yeah, I would say, and even if they stop, they're just prolonging the inevitable, as they say. Root here comes out. Roos picking up another kill, and Roos is legendary. 11, 2, and 5 has been an absolute monster here. Bako still hasn't been taken out here. Snoop's not to be forgotten. Finds the double here. Pocket right now in Spawn, just throwing out a hook. It's a death sentence for himself, and that'll be game here.
I mean, I don't know how to say it more than anything else. During the course of this series, AVU just looked like they were flexing on FSU. It's nothing bad against FSU. They had their own plays. They had their strengths. They did a lot of things well. It's just AVU, their strength, or AZU, my apologies, they absolutely dominated in this one.
They really did, and I think as we wait for our second semifinal result, I think AZU is going to be really tough to beat. Like, I mean, Bako was just on a tear there for a long while. Snoop's able to follow up with just so much damage, and that's we've forgotten Roos going 11-2, pretty hyper aggressive, but maybe in part the fact knowing that they could be, and ultimately it paid off. If they end up against a team like Clemson, maybe Clemson can have the firepower to match, but Arizona's sitting in a really, really good spot here.
We've got a chance to highlight the two teams that I think they looked really, really good. I thought Houston had at least some shot, but it seems like Clemson is at least ahead in the series. They took the first game, and it seems like they're winning the second game. But really, really well played here from AZU. They looked dominant. They really did, top to bottom. And I think even for Clemson, my apologies, this might be an uphill battle. This is such a strong team coming out here. For the side of AZU. They've got strong players across the board. Bako has been just a rock in the jungle, dominating every matchup, whether he's on a farmer or whether he's on a ganker, anything like that. Snoops on that Aphelios was so strong. Taking a Draven in that early game is not an easy thing. And Cat on their roof, making things happen. I honestly, to me, he's the star player. He made things happen in this early game. He got the ball rolling for the team. And yeah, his damage wasn't the most impressive, but his Jax and his Lysandra were immaculate.
Absolutely agreed. And so with that, as our best of three has come to its conclusion, we're going to cut to a break as we wait for our second semifinal match to wrap up, and then we will be back with our best of 5 grand finals in just a little bit. So stay tuned. We'll be back.
What I've loved about CommLoan has been their responsiveness and professionalism. Time is everything, timing is everything, and getting rapid responses to your clients is the most important thing.
You're getting into something that's much more in line with where the world kind of is today, with your iPhone, with millennials, with what they're expecting as far as interest rates go, what they're expecting as far as service communication, all that kind of stuff. I just feel like it's much more new world as opposed to old world.
CommLoan's access to hundreds of lenders and their ability to push the loan, the borrower, and the property.
The things about the CommLoan platform.
It's customer service from the get-go.
Getting to pose with the winning driver was just a great experience. Loved it, man. It was awesome.
What I've loved about CommLoan has been their responsiveness and professionalism. Time is everything, timing is everything, and getting rapid responses to your clients is the most important thing.
You're getting into something that's much more in line with where the world kind of is today, with your iPhone, with millennials, with what they're expecting as far as interest rates go, what they're expecting as far as service communication, all that kind of stuff. I just feel like it's much more new world as opposed to old world.
CommLoan's access to hundreds of lenders and their ability to push the loan, the borrower, and the property.
The things about the CommLoan platform.
It's customer service from the get-go.
Getting to pose with the winning driver was just a great experience. Loved it, man. It was awesome.
James with a trade.
What I've loved about CommLoan has been their responsiveness and professionalism. Time is everything, timing is everything, and getting rapid responses to your clients is the most important thing.
You're getting into something that's much more in line with where the world kind of is today, with your iPhone, with millennials, with what they're expecting as far as interest rates go, what they're expecting as far as service communication, all that kind of stuff. I just feel like it's much more new world as opposed to old world.
CommLoan's access to hundreds of lenders and their ability to push the loan, the borrower, and the property.
The things about the CommLoan platform.
It's customer service from the get-go.
getting to pose with the winning driver was just a great experience. Loved it, man. It was awesome.
James with a three.
What games do you play? What are you good at? And will you admit if you're trash at any games?
Okay. So a lot of people hear, oh, you like play video games for a living. And then they're like, oh, well, you must be so good. I'm actually really bad at every game I play. There's like not a single game I can name that I'm good at. However, it's my personality that shines through my content that adds the flavor to the gameplay content.
That's actually super cool because I am not great at games, and it's so intimidating sometimes to go into the space and everyone seems to be like so good, and as soon as you start playing, it's just it doesn't seem as fun. But personalities like yours make it warm and welcoming and fun. There are so many people that look up to you, so many young people that look up to you. What advice would you give them? I know you mentioned passion as being one of the driving forces behind your success, but is there any other tips or bits of advice that you would give to people who are following in your footsteps?
I think a lot of what I'd tell my younger self, because I feel like I've used a lot of my years not knowing a lot of different things, and that's why I'm not as successful as I think I could have been had I known this information.
A lot of your years?
Yes, no, like I'm talking 7 straight years. I was like wasting my time to a certain extent. Of course I was learning, but I feel as though there's like some key components. And what I'm going to basically say is like, to the people who want to do this, what you have to realize is it's not about just working hard. Working hard is a given, right? If you're not working hard, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how you think you're going to go somewhere. But the main thing, because working hard is simple. It's like a simple concept. If I tell you to go and stream 12 hours a day and whatnot, like it's a simple concept, right? It's hard, but it's simple. It's working smart is what really gets you somewhere, right? Now, streaming 12 to 16 hours every single day, people come to me all the time. They're like, I stream 12 hours a day and I'm not growing. And I'm like, no one cares that you're streaming 12 hours a day. If your content's bad, if you're not networking, if you're not on other social media pushing content all over the place that's bringing value to people's days, if you're not supporting other people and putting your name out there, it's almost like the tree in the forest, right? Tree in the forest falls down, it doesn't make a sound. You could be the biggest tree in the world making the biggest sound, but if no one's there to hear it, it's irrelevant. So you got to work smart, focus on networking. It's all about who you know and who knows you. Make friends with everybody, don't make enemies. And I mean, keep up with trends, do research, try new things, experiment, and grow.
Well, I have to say, I appreciate the standards that you hold yourself to, and that advice was solid.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you have all been waiting for, grand finals here at the NACL League Invitational. I am Paul, joined alongside Rebel Fox, and we are watching the pro draft here for grand finals between University of Houston and Arizona State University. Rebel, what should we expect here as the bands start within Affilios?
Well, I'm hoping to see some fireworks between these two teams. They've obviously been dominating their individual sides of the bracket as best as possible, which is rather nice. On all other things, I think I'm just interested to see how these two teams match up. AZU, they came out, they smashed their series just off the back of their insane talent. And you have University of Houston, who seem to do the exact same thing on the other side of the bracket. So now we've got a clash of two of the more kind of higher ELO teams that we've seen across the league. So now it comes down to coordination a lot more than what we'd seen in the previous matches.
Absolutely. And we saw some really stellar drafts not pay off any dividends, right? So we've seen, to your point, regardless of the champ select, the ELOs really played a difference here. But now that the teams are more lined up here, and we see a Jax, Kane, and Lysandra fall in short order after the Yasuo, which the Yasuo, no surprise, after we heard Yasuo sort of dominated the last U of H game. As we watch the last ban here, I mean, we just got off seeing Arizona on stream for their best of 3, and they just look so strong right now. I think University of Houston's really going to have their work cut out for them, and there's just so much to ban that something is going to get through.
They're already shutting down at least a little bit of what worked for AZU, taking the Jackson and Lysandra off the board here for their team. The Aphelios also taken off, which was a really good team fighter for AZU. Yasuo, Kane, driving very selective, very targeted bans from AZU on the same side. That does leave up Syndra and the Graves also here for AZU's jungler Baco. Baco, I think, maybe has the best skill disparity. He's playing a Grandmaster. He's playing against a Diamond 4 in Meaning's Life and has the opportunity to pick on that matchup if he plays the Graves. Instead, it's the Ezreal Yuumi grabbed immediately.
Yeah, and I love that combination. Just understanding, hey, you've got the back-to-back picks, and you have the opportunity to do it. You have to take that. It's so strong right now. We talked about the Yuumi jungle combinations. As it looks like, a Kindred's picked, or Kindred, excuse me. But I'm already looking ahead of the Yuumi, but we could be seeing great tandems here. Kindred Thresh, that's going to be powerful.
I will. Kindred being able to set up that zone of no death, the Lamb's Respite being able to deny quite a bit, does take away a little bit of the power of what a Yuumi would be able to bring to the table with that last chapter, especially when paired with something like the Olaf or something that runs in and has a lot of AoE CC or AoE damage in its own right. Having the Kindred there kind of is just a door slammed in the face of the Yuumi when she wants to make that engagement happen, so long as there's damage to follow afterwards. The Thresh also a really good counterpick into things like this. The Lee Sin is interesting to me. This is now Baco playing a little bit different of a strategy. So we saw the Nidalee, which is a little more aggressive, but still power farm oriented. The Graves power farm oriented. But in this one, he's taking the skill matchup. He wants to get aggressive early.
Yeah, I really like that. And I think for how strong Baco is playing, I'd like to see that he's saying, I'm okay to put the team on my back and really be a deciding factor ganking the lanes. We're going to see a Mordekaiser ban as well. So it looks like Super Comfort ban there. Varus ban makes a whole lot of sense too.
Making sure they don't get one of those kind of top tier ADCs. We do see still Aphelios and Varus are gone, as well as the Ezreal. The Misfortune still available. Callista is another one that's a really big target at the moment, as well as the Kaisa. Those are the 3 ADCs you could potentially look at here if they're going to take another one off the board. I would personally take off Callista, but if the Misfortune tends to be a little bit more, but we'll see if that's going to be the case. The Cinder can be flexed into the bottom lane as well, because we have seen that before, not only from UH, but also just the possibility of having that one, given it was first picked overall. But into the Ezreal Yuumi, it's unlikely you find a really good stun, so maybe Cinder not going to have the most success up into the Ezreal Yuumi.
Yeah, and I'm wondering too what their front line's ultimately going to look like, because they do have a ton of sustain already built, and they're going to go with the set. So I really, really, really like that. You already have the ability for Ez to really get in there, blip in and out. Set going to lead a front line here with a Lee Sin. I mean, that's going to be a tremendous amount of rundown.
That I will. You don't have the definitive like hard engage yet, because I mean you do have Thresh, Kindred, and Cinder who are going to play a lot further back than the set can usually reach, so it requires a pretty good gank. There's that Kai'Sa that we were earlier. Yeah, the Kalista I do like a lot better. The Ornn is a really good pick as well. Another long range engage. They're going to keep their spacing as best as possible away from this set to make sure that engage doesn't come in. I'd like to see something. Gallia was really good earlier on. It was not or it wasn't Roos that played it, but it is a really strong pick that pairs well with the Lee Sin of the set. The Vel'Koz is what the look is. That's another way to put damage in also.
Yeah, I would really like to see the Vel'Koz again as well in the mid lane. Just you can do so much damage, and you already have enough of a rundown. You know, like you already have enough of a front line that Vel'Koz sort of ends up, not to say untouchable, because the Kindred can really get back there as well, and Kindred just does so much damage tossing orbs. But I really, really like that pick, and I think both teams have set themselves up in such a way that, like, just to look and say, oh, they let so-and-so get everything they wanted. I don't think that's the case, but both teams getting a pretty good helping.
They are. And the more I look at it, the more I do like AZU's composition, because they've got the Vel'Koz and the Ezreal and even the Yuumi for some poke damage. And if the hard engage tries to come in here from the University of Houston, if they get people too close, say the Thresh, the Ornn get a little bit, try to invade the space of the Ezreal Vel'Koz, that's when the Lee Sin, the set really start to shine. They're able to boot people out of the fight, take people out with the showstopper, and then get into the backline axis themselves. But again, the problem I'm seeing is Houston has a lot of long range engage with the Syndra stun, the Ornn, things of that sort, which does make it it's an issue, especially for the Vel'Koz. If you get CC'd on the back end with this long range CC, it denies a lot of the damage that could come through from the disintegration ray.
Yeah, I think both sides really, they've got to play it slow too. Like, to this point, we talked about the bracket has played in their favor. Like, they've just 2-0, 3-0 the whole way through, or 1-0 and 2-0, I guess. Excuse me. But they're not going to find that here, I don't think. I think both teams are going to have to sort of scale back any of the habits, if you will, or bad habits of, okay, we just play aggressively. Like, we have to watch. You can't be pushed up. Roos can't be pushed up too far down mid lane again. Like, things like that. And if that happens, these teams are really poised to just absolutely punish any misstep.
But they will. Exciting to see these two teams' compositions come together as best as possible. Again, I really like the adaptation here. Cat on the Roof. We saw him on the Jax, which he's very comfortable on, and then we also saw the Lissandra, two champions you can get into the backline with, and he's able to do this with Set. Set is one of the better champions to do this with because of the Facebreaker combined with the Haymaker is so much damage and so much protection. You can completely destroy a side lane matchup. I'm curious to see how he plays into Destiny Awaits on this Ornn, because I've seen this matchup go both ways here. But again, with the kind of skill I've seen on Cat on the Roof, I expect him to win this lane, which puts a kind of a question mark on Meaningless Life. Where does he go? Does he get hunted down by Lee Sin? He can't. He's got to get some pressure somewhere. I think mid lane is a good point. You said it yourself. Roos had a tendency to be a little bit aggressive with his positioning in the mid lane, so Popper's OP likely capable of punishing him on that one.
Yeah, and Roos on the Vel'Koz, you absolutely can't be caught out. Like, not that you have much forgiveness with an Orianna, but there's none. There's absolutely zero on a Vel'Koz. And so I think he's definitely going to have to play a little bit more carefully into that. So as our teams prepare to enter Summoner's Rift, we listen to one of our sponsors. So GTIF Capital was founded after years of working in the business and investment industry. Their goal is to help entrepreneurs turn their own ideas and visions into successful companies with fundraising and networking guidance. As a results-driven organization, they are constantly looking for ambitious and visionary partners with the drive and flexibility to take their company to the next level. For details about their investment process, as well as their level of involvement, get in touch with GTIF Capital. So as we prepare here for grand finals, this is a best of 5 for a prize pool of $750. This is the NACL League Invitational. We'll be back with grand finals in just a few moments when University of Houston and Arizona State University enter the Rift. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are here with Grand Finals Best of 5 between University of Houston and Arizona State University. I am Paul alongside Dean, Rebel, Fox, Merrick, and Dean. What can we expect early on in this one?
I guess an invade. Coming in here, trying to get some pressure on the interior of the red side here. I do like the positioning here from Beko, able to stand a little further back. He's on the lease in, so he can always start the ward hop if need to. Having that safeguard is actually really, really nice for starting your first camp anyhow. They get a ward on the red buff, but they won't know the pathing so long as Beko is able to stand a little further back. He has to understand if he takes a few more steps back away from the red buff and leads it away from where he's going to be going or where his pathing is going to take him, there's no real information that's supplied there. So that invade doesn't really do all that much. And they get a response ward, actually, that's a lot better for picking out the positioning of where Kindred's going to walk to. So I really like this play immediately from AZU.
I do too, and I also like the thought on the invade. I mean, whenever I see a Thresh on a team, even myself in the ladder, I'm just like, I'm looking to invade. I'm looking to do something with it. So I like the idea, but like you said, that ward here, even though they're going to clear it out here, and well done. So really good ideas here early on. Both teams already doing things, recognizing, hey, we need to know as much as we can, and if we don't. If we for a second fall short and lose track of a jungler, we could be in big trouble.
Certainly going to be the case on this one. I see, again, there's no information really shared about where the Lee Sin was going to go, so he's down to his bottom side, and he's looking to clear his entire bottom side here, because he's much better against these single-target camps, the Gromp, the Wolves, a little bit easier for him to take than the likes of those Raptors and Krugs. And Kindred's doing the exact same thing to keep the health as high as possible in the event that, you know, there is a duel around the Scuttle Crab that has the first mark on it. So I think we're going to be a little bit more passive in terms of jungling to start things off with here between these two, but it's beneficial as you see ASU taking it right here.
Ooh, yeah, Cat really looking to trade early, and I think that's a good idea too. I like seeing ASU playing in the driver's seat, playing super aggressive. I think they play better when they do that. We're seeing Mina's Life rotate up top though. Maybe they look for something under tower, but probably not. Looks like might just be looking for a steal.
And nothing too crazy here. A little bit of an invade onto the Krug camp coming in from the Kindred. That's pretty important. I think, okay, it looks like Beko is going to be clearing back up towards his top side, so he's going to eventually see that his Krugs are gone. And again, the question mark is how long does it take? Yeah, the Scuttle Crab's going to be coming up here, and Kindred's going to be moving towards that. So the question is, do they run into each other at the Scuttle Crab, or does Lee Sin walk up to the Krugs, potentially give double Scuttle over to the Kindred? They're going to run into each other, so there's going to be a fight there. And the health is actually really high on both members. This could be good.
Ooh, and Meaningless Life going to go right under tower here against Cat. Cat's going to be taken out, and first blood going on to Meaningless Life. Beautifully done.
Nicely played right there by Meaningless Life. He found, again, he takes the Krugs. He knows that there's no Lee Sin on the top side. He knows that the bottom side is like where the aggression is going to come. Now, he will lose double Scuttle, which is unfortunate, I think, but fortunately, Lee Sin's going to be able to get that reprieve for himself. A nice pick on the top side getting first blood. Poppers has the flash.
That puts Poppers in a really difficult spot in a mid lane that's almost entirely immobile. Not having flash is just, Bako's got to be licking his chops here.
And he must. They get early plays here, and Roos getting an early push on the Syndra means the control of the lane going to go back in his fashion. And again, you also appreciate that Beko is able to get the double Scuttle and remove the mark off of Meaningless Life after that first blood does come through. So at least a little bit back in the pocket of the Lee Sin to work with here.
I wonder how Cat, because to this point we haven't seen Cat really having to play from behind. You know, already Destiny Awaits really pushing him under tower here. I think Cat's going to actually find himself in a pretty difficult matchup that he hasn't had to this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially, I mean, the first death, the early trade damage now here from Destiny. When he gets onto the Blade of the Rune King, I think that's when the trades really start to come out from the set into the Ornn. But until that point, it is a little bit more back and forth with the Brittle procs being able to come out with the Bellows Breath being enough damage. Now, bottom lane, I do want to point out there's like a perfect like square of wards around this dragon to make sure that nothing is coming their way. So Snoops and Pseudo have also found themselves in an advantageous spot with their wave, which means
Cat caught out here.
Oh. But here's Lee Sin.
Beko coming in under tower, Lee Syndrome paying off, flashing away, and picks up the kill. That is a 1-1 score now as Cat looks to push in and probably pick up a plate.
Interestingly, because I mean, they knew that Kindred had been clearing down towards the bottom side with the movement that they had seen on a ward, I believe, a little bit earlier. And because of that, the Lee Sin gets the aggression on the top side, and that ring of wards that we talked about just a second ago around the dragon meant that they knew there's no pressure, but this is bad.
Yeah, this is really bad. Here's Snoop's trying to pick up something on Contrim. Really good exhaust there on Mito to just mitigate a whole bunch of damage, make sure nothing happens there. So Pseudo burns both summons, but they get out with their lives, they're able to kind of fuel back up here, and they're going to reset sort of to a neutral here on the bot side.
It doesn't matter all that much that we saw Pseudo lose that one right there. More so because the health is much more important on the stat thresh. Now, Ultimate coming through.
Looking for something. Popper's going to pop him, though. And Bako here looking for a fight on Meaningless Life, but probably not where he wants to be. Meaningless Life going to pick up a kill on Bako, and we see early on, you called it earlier, Roos can't be quite like that. Bako looks to recover for him. Not there, and that's a 2-0.
Roos just not expecting the damage output coming through from Poppers on that one. The ultimate button, or the outplay button more specifically, came out from the Cinder, and that was enough damage. Not to mention the heal was actually burnt from Roos, so that should have very easily gone in his favor, and yet it was Poppers OP staring down the barrel of a gun that was able to make the play happen in the very dangerous and almost deadly situation there up against Roos's Vel'Koz, which puts him in another good situation. So far, Houston taking it.
Showstopper comes out here. So Cat continues to trade despite being down, and Ornn just being as beefy as he is. Cat continues to look for these trades, and it looks like we might be seeing a little kerfuffle on the bot side here. Fight over the red buff. Bako flashes the M7 despite dying. I love the aggressive play here. So Bako gonna look to pick up this red buff. Poppers rotates down though. Might be in a bit of trouble. Poggers does not have ult available here. Thresh gonna pull in. Rima nothing doing though, but able to land the hook onto Roos, and Roos caught out in the jungle.
That time, I think it's a little bit more on Bako. So you see that the Ezreal and the Yuumi were nowhere near. In fact, they actually took a back timing on this particular play. So Bako looks for a red buff invade, thinking that that was going to happen against Meaningless Life. I think made have won a duel during the course of that engagement, and Roos comes over to support him. But again, the rotation here from Midorima and Contrim was enough to get them in place so that they could find the aggression up against both the Lee Sin and Roos. And they weren't able to find Lee Sin. He walked away with the sliver of health and the red buff, but they do get the kill against the Vel'Koz. Fortunately, this back timing does give them the proper setup for the dragon, since now the Kai'Sa and the Thresh needed to take it after the rotation towards the red buff. So at minimum, they do get the Cloud Drake themselves.
And I think that ultimately it might not be worth it overall after the entire exchange is said and done, but they did get the buff, like you said, in the dragon. They're only down 1K when it seems like it's been far more one-sided than that. University of Houston's really been dictating the base here. His Destiny just bodying up on Cat here, sort of caught in this duel of just, Orange just, you can't bust through the guy.
Yeah, again, it's strange because Cat on the Roof, I've seen him play the other champions today, that is the Lissandra and his Jax, so immaculately when it comes to their play. Here's Bako getting invaded.
Bako getting caught out. Midorima capitalizing on the hook, and Bako just deleted. Beautiful play there. We see the death sentence really leading to death there. Lamp comes out over the wall. Roos caught in the rotation over. Gonna try to use the Ray. We're gonna see a heal come out from Midorima here. Poppers pops Roos. Pseudo's gonna be caught out here as well. That's a double kill for Poppers. Their Stoops goes over the wall. Gonna be able to get out of here ultimately. But that's a 2-for-1. University of Houston taking this thing over.
This is the advantage that can be had from the combination of the Kai'Sa and the Thresh. They have more wave clear than the likes of the Ezreal and the Yuumi.
Cat's going to be a bit of trouble here. Looking to pull in, going to clash heads here with Meaningless Life. Going to be taken out fairly low. Bako's not able to land the Q. Is going to have to back off, so no reward there. And Midorima here with the double buffs pushing in. Sitting pretty.
Right now, Houston has just been looking constantly to try for these invades into the opposing jungle. Actually, they're getting counter invades. I think Bako's going to find Meaningless Life.
Oh god, and just like that, so Bako takes out Meaningless Life, trying to pull things back here. So Bako's sitting at 2-2, only one with any kills, trying to provide a boost for the team here. But so Arizona far from out though. It's only 2.5K, and we're just hitting 10 minutes.
that's the case. Again, it's felt so heavily like the lane control here from the side of Houston has just been the undoing at the moment of Arizona due to the fact that they're constantly invading, constantly putting pressure into the jungle. In fact, actually, earlier I was going to say Baco got invaded by the combination of the Thresh and Kai'Sa off the back of a ward that was placed down from Contrim. So you have that issue to deal with, is this team constantly gets some invade pressure, and they have a lot stronger of a team to skirmish with when you've got Kai'Sa with a couple of items, when you've got the Thresh with a ton of CC, even with the likes of the Lee Sin around. The lanes aren't going exactly as planned right now from the side of Arizona.
But here comes the teleport into the bot lane. It's a 4-on-2. And Pseudo just gonna get demolished here. Poppers picks up one as is meeting his life. Destiny awaits, knows, hey, I've got a one-on-one opportunity here in the top side. Gonna look to go for it. Clash pulls him back under tower here, but here comes the horns. Not gonna find it though. Eat a couple more tower shots. Fighting might continue under tower though. I sort of doubt it here. Destiny looking for something here. Baku gonna find a tower, but really well played on a 2-for-0 in the bot side.
Yeah, there was a really well-played fight on the bottom side of the map with the teleport commitment as well as Meaningless. I do like that Baco was able to find the mid lane tower off the back end of this. That's also first tower of the game. That's gold taken out of the pockets of the team that should be leading pretty significantly. Here is the Lee Sin looking for something. Oh my goodness!
The juke, the flash, the ult, and the kill. Poppers being taken out. I don't think I've ever seen it done that cleanly.
That's a really difficult play to happen, because not only was it a full ward hop into an insect, but it was also the Q, the resonating strike full distance onto a minion to set that up means it's even more telegraphed than you'd normally be able to see, and he was still able to make it happen onto Popper's OP. So really well played from Baco on that one. Again, he is really the driving force behind the team. You say that all the kills are coming onto him. He's got good farm. He's doing really well in these kind of 1v1s, 2v2s. It's just when he has outnumbered that he's been in the struggle bus.
But this struggle bus might be picking up Snoops as a passenger. Meaning his life, gonna take down Snoops. Pseudo here, caught in a bit of trouble. TP coming out. Cat has joined the fray. Showstopper comes out. Meaning his life, able to proc ult literally as the Showstopper hits. Cat's gonna just try to shield up, not quite enough. Destiny has joined the fray as well. That TP coming from the top side once his lane partner came down. Gonna get hit by a couple tower shots, but they're gonna be able to pick up some plates. It looks like Mito's gonna another great TP to the bot side.
Any play that looks like it might go the way of Arizona, there's just constantly members on the opposite side. Actually, here comes Baco and Ruse looking for Midorima.
Yeah, Baco here looking for something here. Great, beautifully done geometry. That's already another ult from Baco. Off cooldown, Mito goes down, and that's a 4-2 KDA for Baco.
Nice little response there from the side of Arizona. Again, they continue to lose when their one's aggressing. It seems like the rotation to plays is much faster from Houston, but where they're applying pressure with Baco and a little bit, especially from Maruz, it's looked really good. I think playing around Baco seems to be really working for them so far. So this is a best of 5. At least take it into consideration that your lanes aren't going perfectly. If the lanes were a lot more even at this stage, I feel like Baco would just be like slaughtering this game at the moment. And you've lost a bit of gold. You're down about 2,000 at this point, but it's not completely out of reach. And if Baco continues this onslaught of plays, there's still an option here for AZ to get in. It's just about shutting down Baco, my apologies, on the side of Houston at this point.
Yeah, and despite the 12-4 and the lane command that you've alluded to, like for every time Houston finds something, Arizona's at least found something else, right? Like we saw mid tower be taken away when there was that Fiesta down on the bot side, and we've seen trades at least to keep it under 2,000 gold when to this point it's really just been the Baco show. Meanwhile, on the Houston side, who do you think ultimately needs to become the funnel? So we see 4 killers both on Poppers and Meaningless Life. Do you think they continue that even distribution, or do you think they're just going to look to run everything through Poppers soon?
At this moment, there's plenty of idea to be had about, because you think about like Meaningless Life is always going to be focused around his objective, but he's not going to have the most damage. Honestly, I think I would prefer on Poppers.
Ooh, what a rosebud pop on the top side. Cat on the roof going to come into. Snoop's having a fight on the bot side as well, so we'll stay on the top side here for just a second. Thresh going to try to get out here. Means Life picks up Ezreal on the bot side, so Snoop's taken out. Cat on the roof, caught under tower, takes a shot, and the Meter Remo finishes him off. Baco on a 1-1 with Meter Remo on the top side. We see bot side here. Roos picks up a kill, and Baco continuing his showing. 5-2-1. Great trades on top and bot side. Destiny literal 1, and Roos ekes it out.
ticks him down with the red buff there. Zaru is able to get him on that last auto attack. Good play. So it's the roaming from Pseudo, again, against what should be a very safe Snoops. They set up a dive, and he gets enough damage that the rotation from Roos and Pseudo to the bottom side is able to get quite a bit. And then actually, even more surprising, the counterplay happens on the top side of the map as well. Beiko and Cat on the Roof are able to find the 2v2 win against Midorima and Contram, which is shocking given that those two have quite a bit of gold in their pockets, and yet the play happens anyway. Well played from Beiko, and even from Cat on the Roof being able to generate that play across the map as well. Ends up being a 4-for-2, all things said and done. And actually, it is now, with that turret taken, going to be a gold lead here for the side of Arizona.
Yeah, and weirdly enough, right? So like they're obviously with the gold lead, they're well in. I'm sort of Captain Obvious over here, but like Beiko's got a 2,000 gold lead here, Rebel. That's absolutely enormous.
That is the case. And the Lee Sin, you always talk about a Lee Sin having a lot of early game. I actually don't see it all that often, just absolutely demolishing the early game with just pure skill outright, especially at higher levels. But right now, Beiko is making it look so easy to make these kicks and make these Qs happen all the time, and all these plays going so well for him. And again, gotten this team pretty much single-handedly back into this one. The question mark is, how do they set up the play for the long term? Poppers!
Ooh, Poppers getting caught out here. Rude's going to try the ultimate, the life form disintegration, right? Not quite gonna land anything there. So we see Pseudo popping on the Roos. It looks like they still have enough pressure here to gain Rift Herald here, as we see turret being destroyed here. Destiny Awaits picks up a turret. So probably a fight over Rift though is incoming. It looks like they're gonna move right onto it.
Potentially a case. No TP from Destiny Awaits though, so it's just going to be the 4v4 if that is to occur. And actually Kindred on the bottom side of the map as well means that this Rift Herald's going to go over for free. You don't usually want to trade a tower for a Rift Herald for the most part. Actually, Meaningless Life.
Ooh, and Mito just misses, probably looking for an ultimate step there. Would have been able to dash in. Poppers though on the top side here. Here comes Beiko. I'm not sure if they're going to look for a play here. I think Beiko does know that Poppers is there, thinking about the Q. Sort of just playing footsie with each other. Oh my god, the damage there. So we're gonna see Beiko dive right under the tower, finds the kick, eats the tower though, not gonna be taken out. Great shield, great move out of there, and that's gonna be a kill, and they're gonna pop Rift to keep it moving.
That they will. They're gonna have Snoops come in with Pseudo as well, so the healing should be there to make sure that these this top and this jungle are gonna stay at pretty high health. A lot of health taken off the Rift Herald. I would have liked to use it a little later, but Noria and Contram under some fire as well.
Yeah, gonna get caught out there just a little bit. Yeah, we wanted to see Rift use a little bit differently there, but ultimately they do get the head hit on the tower, on the inhibitor tower, excuse me. Destiny Awaits looking to push this thing in. Here comes the chase and the turn here, but nothing quite yet. Yuumi helping boost everyone out of there. Beiko's clear, and they're gonna go back, and they're really tightening this thing up.
They are looking even better than we had seen before. In the games 1 and 2, or at least the ones that we had against FSU, we see quite a bit. Meaningless Life looking for a burst damage. He's gonna be able to get no.
Oh, Beiko just immediately was like popping out of the ult for just a second. I was like, oh my god, why would they do that? But here comes the rest of the infantry. So Cat gonna go in there, not gonna land the showstopper here. Great ability used there by Destiny to hold on tight. Here comes Poppers. Remember, there's crazy burst potential there. We see it on display, taking out Cat 15-10, and they've got a gold lead now once again for Arizona.
So close was that just instant gib coming through from Beiko onto the Kindred. You're seeing now the terrifying aspects of playing against this Lee Sin, who's got so much presence around the map, a little bit more burst damage, and it's going to be near impossible to survive a full combo from him, which is where you want your Lee Sin to be at any point in the game. You have to be terrified if you're Meaningless Life, Poppers, or Midorima, because if he gets onto you, it's very unlikely you're going to get him off.
For sure. So we're going to see the Dragon go over University of Houston. So it is going to be Infernal Soul, so they're going to pick up their first Infernal. They have a mountain already. We see the Cloud Drake on the side of Arizona. It looks like mid tower here, a little bit at risk, going to fall to about half, but here comes Poppers, and they're just going to back off.
They are. Not too bad there. Again, the second Dragon now going the way here of Houston. Nothing too crazy so far at the moment, but the kills continue to flood onto both sides. Beiko actually might run into the legs of the Kindred in the river once again. This could be another fight and skirmish. Cat on the Roof looking to engage.
Ooh, the showstopper comes out here on the Kindred. Beiko eliminates her. immediately. She did not have ult available, and that ultimately was the deciding factor here. So Baco going to dodge out here. Cat on that roof, going to be taken out though by Destiny awaits. Midorima gets in on the action, takes out Snooze. Baco going to be caught out here. Flash over the wall from Mito. Baco's just running for the hills here. Has Pseudo partnered up with him here. They're going to go under tower. Death Sentence going to miss. And here comes Houston, though, pushing in bot.
Much faster collapse here coming out from the side of Houston. They were ready for that fight. Again, it's Baco constantly fishing for just the 1v1s, the 2v2s, and things of that sort. And when they find them, they're actually rather strong. In fact, they're almost impossible to stop. The problem is when you get the more clustered, the 4-on-4s, the 3-on-3s, things of that sort, it's very difficult right now for the side of Arizona to actually win anything like that. You do get the top inner tower that was pushed out by Roos, thankfully, and I think you got at least one trade kill during the course of that process, but it's not quite enough. You basically traded effectively on both sides right here for objectives. I think it was 1 kill advantage going the way of Houston. But again, you see the team fight is far superior in the way of Houston, so it's up to the side of Arizona to break this game into smaller pieces. Try to find the skirmishes, try to find the 1v1s allowed for Baco to just consistently skill check other people.
I think so too, and we've seen sort of the difficulty here, right, of the Cat hasn't been able to find a rhythm. We see some pretty good showstoppers, but ultimately 2 and 6. Destiny awaits, meanwhile, really able to push things ahead. That top difference is going to really start to show itself as we cross Coast of Baron fights here.
It's the case. Pushing onto the top side of the map. That top tower is under some danger, especially with the duo lane being up here against Cat on the roof. Not very strong. You're actually going to give that one up. Not going to clear the wave out. Just going to let it fall to minions so that nobody is there to take the local gold away. The gold really, really even at this point in the game. 21 minutes in, only 400 gold separate these two. Baco continuing to collect, looking for the Death Dance, the highest gold value in the game. But even surprising, I think more surprising, Roos has actually brought himself back into this one really significantly, almost sitting at 9,000 gold, even with what Popper's OP is bringing to the table at the moment.
And I find it interesting too. So both teams really just trying to farm up, see if they can push any objective here. Both teams kind of really tentative around the Baron, and neither team even looking for a pick yet to set up a Baron fight. I mean, who do you think might set up to go for Baron first, or we might see a play up top?
It's got to be Houston. Houston are the ones that far better. Oh, Roos. Oh!
Whoa!
Goodbye.
Popper's just taking care of Roos. Snoop's lucky to get away with his life as well with Pseudo here, but here comes Cat and Destiny with another trading session in the bot side. It's been looking for those trades all game here. Going to be caught brittle. Here comes the showstopper and the shield. Horn going to come out here as well from Orange. Meanwhile, on the top side, Bago going to get caught 4-on-1 in a really rough face check there. He's in a world of trouble. He gets taken out by Mito. Meanwhile, Cat finally wins the 1-on-1 on the bot side.
And Midorima, I think, was under some fire right there. Thankfully, the Lamb's Respite wasn't able to be taken advantage of because the kick had already been used from Baco. And because of that, there is now no longer an execute or a smite, really. It's just going to have to come down to a single skill shot coming through from Snoops, and his damage isn't ridiculously high. Isn't going to be able to steal it all that easily. He's actually trying for damage onto the members to try to push them off, but it's going to be too easy to secure the Baron with all the consistent DPS from this team.
Yeah, the old... unfortunately for him, fairly missed time here. Poppers just has so much burst potential there. They can't really move in. But yeah, they're looking for something here. Poppers just continuing to try to push them back here. Meaning his life caught out, and Snoop's able to pick up one, so that's at least one less with the Baron here. But they're going to be able to reset and move forward with the boost.
They will. More than easy to be able to get that one done for themselves now. Thankfully, again, with the Baron buff having been taken and with the kill onto Meaning's life, maybe the Dragon's going to come over here and tie that grade count up. And the Baron is lethal. It can do some pretty good damage, but it doesn't look like there's any real setup at the moment here for the side of Houston to take advantage of it immediately. So tying up the Dragon stalls this game even longer here for the side of Arizona. Continue to get the Azrael and maybe the Vel'Koz into a place where they feel like they can fight a lot more often. For sure, and as we look at some of the kills to this point, I mean, Syndra, Popper's Syndra has picked up 6, Baco has picked up 6, and been, pretty much the catalyst for any of the action here so far for Arizona. I mean, Set finally starting to win that 1-on-1 against Destiny. But as we move forward and we see a push here from Houston with the Baron buff, they're really going to have to find a way to get Roos and Snoops more involved to do some more damage, I would think, if they want to be able to bring this thing back. Yeah, the Ezreal is currently so far behind the Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa's DPS is dramatically higher than the Ezreal's at the moment. You got to get some kills or some shutdowns here onto Snoops to get some DPS in, as you were saying. And again, Baco is very dangerous in very specific situations, but slowly as the game kind of devolves more towards the 5-on-5s and more members being grouped together, it's going to be a lot harder to find those individual moments of outplay for Baco. So I think slowly maybe it's the grip of Houston that's kind of tightening around the side of Arizona here.
I think so too. And we saw Baco get caught out face checking basically on the top side into a 4-on-1. And that sort of thing probably is going to continue happening if he has to keep trying to be a solo catalyst here. He can only do so much. So we're already seeing ult out from Snoops, who's kind of laying out some poke damage here. And we see Meaning His Life though roaming up into the jungle. Maybe we see some action here. Yeah, gonna look to move out right on the cat. Continuing to push forward here, not quite landing anything just yet. It looks like they're gonna back off. Is that Valky's gonna find that? Not quite. Ekes out.
It does. I think that heal not only kept him alive just because the health that was there, but also got him out of the last little tick of damage from that disintegration ray, which would have been not only another tick of disintegration ray, of course, but another proc of the passive, which would have actually procced that and given the true damage over. Might have been enough for Roos to bring that one down. So far, this Baron buff has been respectively ineffective so far against the likes of Arizona. They haven't been able to find too much. They were able to break that top or the bottom lane to make sure that it's at the inhibitor tower, but they haven't actually broken much so far. So they need something to take away from this.
Ooh, Popper's really getting hit by Roos. And I agree. It seems like they spent a lot of time in jungle and really haven't used the empowered minions to their advantage. And Baron buff looks like it just expired. So again, to your point, not able to capitalize with it. Just they kind of use a little bit of the added damage, but pretty much nothing to speak of there.
Really. Roos is kind of low on mana at the moment. I'm a little bit afraid for this coming out.
Showstopper going to push Destiny Awaits into his own team here. So they're going to look for an ult here. Roos not quite doing a ton of damage. Popper's going to catch out Baco though. He's been fun most of the kills, so they don't have a whole lot else going for them as far as gold leads go. So they still have 5 down mid. Looks like they're going to continue to just run it down here. Cat's pretty low. Going to have to back the heal up. They don't have Pseudo over there just quite yet. Pseudo is with Snoops. He's going to try to ult. Literally doesn't do a thing to Destiny Awaits. He just continues to walk up towards the tower here. Cat gonna fall pretty low, but it looks like they'll be able to pick up this mid inner turret ultimately once this next wave crashes.
Yeah. That fight in that last situation, I think Baco was looking for assassination onto Kindred, wasn't able to find it, or at least force out the ultimate to make sure that that wasn't going to be available for the extended fight, then jumped out, got kind of pillared off by Destiny Awaits Q, and ended up getting hooked and chain CC'd by Contrim, which prevented him from using his kick. If he kicks Contrim into this team, I think it's enough damage potentially to look for a re-engage if you've got it there for Snoops and for Roos. But again, Roos' low mana bar combined with the fact that there was no kick that came out from the Lee Sin, and that was more than enough to cause a loss of a team fight. They do finally break an inhibitor or a mid tower here, but again, for what was a Baron buff, it feels like they didn't get really all that much. So you can at least take that tower if you are Arizona.
Yeah, I think you can too. I think right now, this game certainly isn't over yet. Baron, next Baron and Inferno come up in 45 seconds each. So if one team does decide to go one way, you've got an opportunity to set yourself up for a soul on the other side, or get that Baron buff and try to find some more values. We see Baco get another tower on the bot side here. So they certainly far from over. They just need to find a good fight and to sort of let Baco do his thing and set them up for a nice pick. But to this point, just the team fight that we're seeing from Houston is so much stronger.
That is. It's difficult. They have a very standard composition. And again, it's kind of tough, especially when your Ezreal and your Veil Calls just are not at the strength level of the opposing carries to make anything happen. It does rely very heavily on Baco, as we've been pressing the entire time. But again, the Lee Sin slowly loses the damage, and it's a lot harder to make these kicks happen in these later game team fights, especially now that they know Baco is pretty much the win condition here from the team. This is the end of the world. It's second Infernal Drake, which isn't that terrible. And again, it's not soul yet at all. There's still a little bit of time here for the comeback to come through from the side of Arizona.
Yeah, and I wish Arizona had been a little bit more decisive in thinking that, like, if just the way they were positioned, that they had left Dragon open, they're not even able to get to Baron to even think about it or debate it. So ultimately, they just give up Dragon for free, and Baron remains untouched as Houston's able to just crash in here on the mid inhib tower.
They are. Still, it's difficult. The Vel'Koz has quite a bit of wave clear to deal with. And again, without your entire team around, the Ornn does most of your long-range engage outside of the Syndra. So as long as the Syndra is dodged out and making sure that stun doesn't land, especially now that the Banshee's Veil is finished on Ruse, it will require multiple members here of the fight to come through for the side of Houston to take this one.
Yeah, looking to push up here. They might have seen something on Midorima, but they did not see the rest of the team. Root's going to be taken out here, pushed up a bit too far here. We're going to see a hook and the knock-up land all at once. Popper's going to take down Snoops. Double kill goes on to Meaningless Life here. It looks like Midorima here hanging out in the Dragon Pit, trying to trace down Baco. So that's its own separate fight here. As 4 more from Houston are going to set their eyes on the inhibitor.
It's all too easy for them to just walk in and take this mid tower. As I mean, they're just destroying the game at the moment. It's too easy. They've been able to find time and time again easy fights where they're able to get engagement from a Syndra, from an Ornn, that let them get into the space of the Vel'Koz, of the Ezreal, and not let them put out damage from a far distance, which is where they should be safe. And even if they do get that damage off, it's not enough damage to actually make it work. This is kind of a Hail Mary here from Cat.
Yeah, Cat's just trying to find something, no showstopper to be found or anything like that. Not able to land anything, and that'll be the nexus in game 1 of this best of 5. Will ultimately go to University of Houston.
It's a tough one. I think there were high moments here from the side of Arizona and Baco looking so clean, but the rest of the roster just got throttled in their individual lanes, and it was really well played here, I think, for Meaningless Life, being able to find some early pressure in the lanes that were necessary. Popper's OP had amazing layoff far stuns. Destiny completely shut down Cat in the side lane with a couple of early kills and a couple of early plays, so no idea. Like the response here, I think, has to be that you need a lot better lanings phases here coming out from the side of Arizona if you want them to succeed. Keep Baco on something aggressive. This Lee Sin worked out very well. You just need a little bit more passiveness, a little more defensiveness in your lanes, and I think you're good.
I think so too, and we'll see how they shape this thing out. Again, this is a best of 5, so game 1 here goes to the University of Houston, but is far from over. Meanwhile, from our sponsors, CommLoan's focus is to provide a superior lending experience. By combining state-of-the-art technology with a concierge service, the borrower will have unprecedented access to the capital markets. CommLoan is the first true commercial real estate lending marketplace, putting the borrower in the driver's seat. As we get these teams ready for match number 2, we will take a short intermission here, and we'll be back with the second game of our grand finals. Don't go anywhere.
James with the three.
Getting to pose with the winning driver was just a great experience. Loved it, man. It was awesome.
What I've loved about CommLoan has been their responsiveness and professionalism. Time is everything, timing is everything, and getting rapid responses to your clients is the most important thing.
You're getting into something that's much more in line with where the world kind of is today, with your iPhone, with millennials, with what they're expecting as far as interest rates go, what they're expecting as far as service communication, all that kind of stuff. I just feel like it's much more new world as opposed to old world.
CommLoan's access to hundreds of lenders and their ability to push the loan, the borrower, and the property.
The things about the CommLoan platform.
It's customer service from the get-go.
James with the three.
And we are back with Pro Draft here, getting underway right away, and bands coming out blazing here. I'm Paul alongside Rebel Fox. Already got Kane, Orn, and Affilios bands. Pretty obvious, strong blanket bands here, along with the Jacks.
Yeah, the Orn being taken away from the side of University of Houston. Again, trying to get Cat a little bit more agency in that top side as best as possible. We see the same bands across the board. Otherwise, I wonder if the Yasuo does come through here, whether or not they're willing to ban that. Instead, it looks like the Thresh. It was very, very good here from the side of University of Houston in this last game, so I'm not shocked to see that one. But they do give up, again, the combination of both the Yasuo and the Jarvan, potentially, just for those two bands to come through.
Yeah, I think to this point, we've gotten to see, obviously, a significant amount of Arizona to this point. In last game, we really saw on full display sort of what happens when Baco just can't put the whole game on his back, is they're going to pick up a Syndra here, try to take that away, not only from taking away from Poppers, but give Rusa a little extra power, but they didn't have a lot else going for them.
Ooh. What they do. Yeah, the Lissandra gets taken out third, so this is the same ban phase here from Houston, and you give up Syndra, but you do get Varus here for the side of Houston, and their bottom lane was rather strong. They had an impressive set of bottom laners here between the Kai'Sa and the Thresh, and this time they get an even stronger pick, as well as the Kindred coming in here. Again, worked really well for them. That ultimate was useful in so many different fights here, preventing those team fights from coming through that AZU wanted. So I do like the draft already from Houston, getting two strong picks to start off.
I do too. And anytime you can get Varus right, I think you're looking at a really powerful draft. And again, that flexibility that even if they wanted to put him mid, if they are able to snag something that they like even more on the bot side, they still have the opportunity to do that. But we're going to see a Tristana coming out here from Arizona. So maybe a little bit of a comfort pick here, despite being pretty strong, just to make sure they bring this one home.
My curiosity comes now in the flavor of, does Syndra get flexed bottom lane, and does Tristana get flexed mid or even top lane?
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah,
I want to see the Tristana mid. I really do.
It would be strong. It's something that controls the lane really easily, and it allows Roos to play a little further up because you still have the safety of that rocket jump coming through where you can prevent to get CC'd. Not to mention, I mean, if you put it on Cat on the roof, it might be something that he enjoys playing. So I think the flexibility across the draft from AZU looks a lot better than what we'd seen before. Yeah, the Tristana isn't really considered a top-tier pick at the moment, but in the right hands, it could do some damage.
Agreed. I think it gives them a little bit more versatility than we've seen to this point in the draft. Like a lot of it's felt really scripted, where it was like, okay, this is who's going top, who's going wherever. With the Tristana and Varus really shaking things up, but Leona support here coming in. So a lot of interesting picks here. Is Houston's like, we're not seeing Bako and Lee Sin again, and I love that move.
Yeah, making sure that playmaking jungler is off the board for him, especially with the Kindred being taken. I'm curious if there's anything else they want off of off the hands of Mako here. Bako, my apologies, is not able to get his hands on the Lee Sin, which worked out really well last time. Beyond that, the Leona is known as a standard counter to the likes of the Nautilus, but it's not protective for the Varus. It's not something like the Braum, the Tahm Kench, the Thresh, anything that can give him some mobility and a little bit of safety in some of the fights. And so because of that, I struggle to see at least a little bit the value of the Leona unless they're going to play super aggressive early on, expecting the Syndra or the Tristana to be in that bottom lane. I guess that is the value. Syndra and Tristana both squishy, and if you get the engagement off of them, they will die. But unfortunately, you got to make sure that lands as best as possible. Tristana, in this case, would probably be better for the Leona engage.
I think so, too. And I think at this point, as we're going to see, we see Echo and J4 round out the bans here. I also really like the Yasuo ban, not allowing that to go onto Poppers or anything for University of Houston. I really like the Silas pick, too. That gives them an element we haven't seen to this point, and probably we can't really tell what ults he might prioritize, but getting the Nautilus knockup would be pretty solid as a steal just out of the gate.
That would. Not to mention, again, the Syndra ultimate, it's not the most useful, but a little bit of burst damage. And the Tristana ultimate to make somebody exit from the fight preemptively could be rather nice. And that's interesting. Not the Lee Sin that we saw last game from Bako, but it is very strong for the early game. Can get onto the likes of the Varus, the Kindred, things of that sort. I do like that grab. And then the curiosity comes, do they take another top laner, or do they look at an EDC potentially? They know that the Leona and the Varus are going to be locked in here. In my mind, if you're playing top lane right now, blind into the likes of what could be a Silas top lane, there's plenty of picks to go to. Aatrox makes some sense as a blind pick purely, though.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, because it's like, yeah, what do you pick that could be fairly favorable that isn't going to either get stomped or necessarily stomp? And I think that's the Aatrox. I think that's just a really safe, smart pick that allows them to brace themselves for whatever might be coming. So, but I'm curious, they can't pick Jax or like I said, I wouldn't be surprised, like you said, if it's a set. It could be a Renekton really to get through that backline, but it looks like we're going to go with the Vladimir. So I really liked it, and I think both teams are really set up to have any number of carries effectively.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the side of UH here, and you can flex the Vladimir and the Silas to their preferred lanes here in this particular regard. And again, I'm curious whether the Tristana and Syndra get flexed around just a little bit from between the mid and the ADC position, or at least the bottom lane role in individually. I know specifically it's Wildcard that does it the most, running TX out of the bottom lane. He plays a very mean Tristana, as he has as an ADC main for a long time, and yet they throw him in the mid lane with his famous Tristana, and he pops off out of that position. I'm curious whether or not Snoops is willing to do the exact same thing and take it to either the Silas or the Vladimir, because the Tristana can win either one of those matchups.
I think so too, and I think in terms of what teams we can be looking for some really interesting early ganks. You highlighted from the Rek'Sai, whether that's Syndra is in the bot lane or in the mid lane. I think we can see some really good lane coverage there. I think we can see sort of the same things we saw from a Kindred last game, this game as well. The Leona playing really well into that Nautilus is something I'm absolutely going to keep my eye on. But I'm really curious that Vladimir Aatrox lane. What do you expect from that, especially early on? Because I'm not too familiar with the matchup.
Yeah, Vladimir can zone the Aatrox rather well and has a fair amount of sustain. The good thing about Aatrox is that the sustain from his passive is enough to keep him at bay. I'm curious to see whether it's actually the Silas into this lane as well, because the Silas's consistent damage is enough to actually battle the Aatrox as well, depending on whose lane they want where. Because the Vladimir, if he throws himself in a pool, can't get burst out by the Cinder if they're expecting that to be in the mid lane as well. So Silas could actually be the run here in the top lane potentially. I'm curious to see what they're going to go for before I start talking about it. It is actually... that's going to be the case. The Silas has been kind of a top laner because in the mid lane, it's easier to gank him. It's a little harder to find angles to land chains on, so you're not able to get full combos off. But in the top lane, it's a lot longer of a lane where he benefits from having the mobility of both his E and then also the chain coming through. And then the W helps him win just about every single, or at least stay relevant in just about every single lane as well. So playing that into the Aatrox is going to be good. And look at that, Roos throws himself on the Tristana lane. Yeah.
I love that. I really do. And you had it first. I think that Tristana mid lane pick is absolutely brilliant. I think it felt like Arizona lacked any sort of follow up for Bako at any point. And I think Roos has been playing so hyper aggressive, having to play up. You give him the character with the most range. I think that's a really smart decision.
I would agree with that statement. And again, I think Tristana has the capability of winning the laning phase against the Vladimir. And while, yeah, you have danger of having the combination of the Varus and the Sin and the Leona on the bottom lane with a lot of long range engage with both their ultimates, the Nautilus should be enough deterrent as well as the Syndra's range to keep them off, for generally speaking. Like generally that might be the case. It might be enough to actually deny that from them. So going to have that one available for themselves. And again, I think even Arizona, like Bako should be able to, don't play with our feelings like that. Don't switch back and forth.
Come on.
Goodness. No.
Boo hiss. Oh, they had us so excited for that, man. Just that was our big prediction.
I'm not convinced they're not going to swap back. I'm not convinced of that.
Yeah, it is possible that I think we're on like a half-minute stream delay. I think it's entirely possible they heard us and just wanted to mess with us. But I mean, yeah, they really got my hopes up there. I think that would have been the right play. I mean, ultimately, we won't know until this thing plays itself out. But real quick, before we go to break, who do you have winning this one?
It's a tough one. I think both teams have a very high degree of play here. I do really like. They switched Silas and Vladimir as well, so they get even better matchups here. I do really like the side of Houston in this one. I think their team composition is strong, and they have a lot of carries that did very good things. So Houston, I think, takes game number 2 as well.
I think Houston does as well. I think they just have so much momentum, not only from the last game, but they've really just been playing incredibly solid throughout the bracket. So I think they're going to bring that here. And just a quick word from our sponsors before we cut to break. eWin Racing. eWin Racing has set the new standard for quality gaming gear. Their state-of-the-art gaming chairs and desks help gamers feel their best so they can play their best. You can find them on social media at eWin Racing and online at www.ewinracing.com and use coupon code PlayNACL, that is PLAYNACL, for 30% off your next purchase. And this best of 5, we've got match 2 coming at you right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
What I've loved about CommLoan has been their responsiveness and professionalism. Time is everything, timing is everything, and getting rapid responses to your clients is the most important thing.
You're getting into something that's much more in line with where the world kind of is today, with your iPhone, with millennials, with what they're expecting as far as interest rates go, what they're expecting as far as service communication, all that kind of stuff. I just feel like it's much more new world as opposed to old world.
CommLoan's access to hundreds of lenders and their ability to push the loan, the borrower, and the property.
The things about the CommLoan platform.
It's customer service from the get-go.
Getting to pose with the winning driver was just a great experience. Loved it, man. It was awesome.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2 here in our grand finals here at the NACL League Invitational for a prize pool of $750. Here we have University of Houston versus Arizona State University. I am Paul, joined alongside by Dean, Rebel Fox, Merrick, and early on here, I mean, we've had University of Houston had a great showing in game number 1. For Arizona to bring this thing back here, Rebel, how do you think they have to start that off?
They got to play a lot more kind of protective. Like I said, I think Baco is the win condition early on. We saw it on the lease-in. I think that's the case here on the rec side as well. And they got the champions to work with to kind of snowball into the later stages of the game. They have the Syndra, they've got the Tristana, and even the Aatrox, all really good team fighters as we get into the later stages of the game. It's up to the letting this rec side kind of pick and choose where it is that they can put the pressure on to make sure that their early game feels rather nice.
We're watching here a little bit of an invade attempt of some sort. It seems like they're finally going to move forward. They've they've got the Leona and they're looking to push forward. They've got a 4-on-3 opportunity here for the red buff. They're going to need something to happen here. Midorima leading the charge here. Bako caught out, going to be in trouble. First kill is going to go on the Con here. The buff also goes on to Meaningless Life, as you can't orchestrate it any better than that. Stun's going to come out here. Meaningless Life is able to pick up a kill, and it doesn't get any better than that on an invade.
That's textbook, man. And that's the power of kind of the late red side invade that we've been seeing get popularized so heavily in a lot of organized play. This is not just at kind of the lower levels or the less organized levels. Even at the top levels of play, it is near impossible to deal with if you're on the side with like a less or worse early game. And in this case, they had no ward and they had no member there waiting for the invade to potentially come out. So they had no idea it was coming, and they had a 4-man invade come into the bottom side. Jungler, Meaningless Life, also ends up picking up the red buff, gets his own blue. I'm curious whether or not Meaningless Life is going to end up getting his own red buff, or whether or not Bako is going to be able to go counter jungle that away, because it is a really low health Kindred without a flash. So Bako could make that happen, but there is no information on him quite yet.
Yeah, I'm curious of that too. And I mean, Meaningless Life will have that level advantage, so that we'll see how much that plays into it. And might also have another smite up by then too. So we'll be able to watch for that. We'll keep our eye on that for you. And then, so meanwhile, Popper's being pushed back pretty far, but really gonna look to go in on Roos here. That healing ability is just absurd and able to even things out in a heartbeat.
Yeah, love having that Kingslayer on the ability here, especially when you've got the Conqueror stacked up. It is near impossible to out-sustain a Sylas when he's got that one stacked up. Interestingly, Ruse opts to go for the Comet instead of something like the Phase Rush, so the poke is going to be a lot harder on the Poppers. You're seeing that time and time again. Whenever an orb or an auto hits him, that's even harder to deal with if you're Poppers. So it might actually force him to play much more aggressively to try to keep his health high by utilizing that Kingslayer.
And I think here, as we see this bot side push in, I think really if you're University of Houston, like, you have to find a way to make this like 5-0 in a hurry, right? I think they have an opportunity to really put this away from the get-go, and they have a comp that'll play so well anyway. Meanwhile, Destiny awaits, kind of caught out, gonna have to back off. Bako looking for a kill, but just crazy from Destiny, able to heal right back up. Bako will have to back off here. I didn't see, what quite did Meaningless end up getting their red? I kind of missed that, or was that an invade?
Meaningless was able to get the red buff, yeah.
Okay.
Or at least got the red buff on the first rotation. Now he's back onto the bottom side of the map. Actually, Bako finds a second gank on the Destiny.
Yeah, Destiny didn't retain, or didn't have flash here there, so they were able to just wait for that second gank. Cat picks up the kill, and they're at least able to push it to 2-1.
Really well played right there if you're on the side of Bako, making sure you get the repeat gank basically immediately onto the Vladimir without that Sanguine Pool, able to gank that freely for the most part. So really, really well played in that regard. And then, okay, well, Meaningless Life actually looking for something pseudo with the ward. It could be in some trouble though.
Yeah, but now on the flip side of it, Meaningless Life going to be caught out here. I'm not quite sure that they expected that quick of a rotation here from Snoops. No help to be had there, and Meaningless is going to go back to spawn.
I don't think Snoops expected that fast of a response from Snoops either, because the TP was called from Cat on the roof. And now here he is mid lane. Unfortunately, Popper's OP was too far up and going to get punished by the Aatrox here.
Yeah, and I think maybe they heard my call to push this to 5-0 and forgot that they have to do that, you know, with some sort of tact and strategy. And to this point, haven't really done that quite yet. Sudo going to go right back in here. They're going to trade here. Midorima's got to look for something on Snoops. Snoops has a bunch of damage, and the red buff is going to be able to pick up a double kill here as Meaningless Life rotating in, going to try to look for another kill. Snoops is going to try to jump out. Meaningless Life does not have flash available, but not going to need it. Picks up the kill. So, uh-oh, here comes Bako. We got the 1-on-1 on the bot side here. Meaningless Life has red buff, so able to heal up just a little bit here. Bako gonna maybe try to kite here, taking a lot of minion damage there, taking some damage there from the Caddy. Doesn't have a whole lot at their disposal here. Neither of them have ult. Conqueror could kick in, but it's not gonna do a ton of healing there. Bako picks up a kill, takes a gold lead, and that's 6-4.
Gorgeous Prey Seeker there by Bako, knowing that he didn't need all that much. It was really good kiting to come out from Meaningless Life. I thought he might have actually had a chance at a kill, or even just to get out of that situation, maybe both. But fortunately, of course, getting within range of that auto attack with the Hail of Blades gets Bako into a place where he gets a kill. And so far, despite some of the early antics that happened with that invade getting a lot of gold on their carries, Tristana right now, popping off right now. Snoops plays so well on this and has the early aggression. He's playing into lethality various, which means the consistent DPS coming out is going to be very mean. I'm kind of worried now for Midorima to have Snoops in a lane across from him with some consistent DPS with that Q and with those crit.
Oh god, and here comes the gank on the bot side here. Bako's in a great position and right on cue there for you there, Rebel. Called it. Midorima had to be really worried. Double kill goes on to Bako here, and Bako's getting rolling.
And this, I think, is what was missing from last game, is there was no success in pretty much any lane for Bako to actually play to whatsoever. And now you get a little bit of success onto this Tristana. You find Bako immediately gets 2 kills up into the bottom lane and now has a little bit of priority on the bottom side of the map. No Dragon, unfortunately, to take, but certainly what Snoops could do here is what they do. They push this wave out immediately back and then look to head towards top side and throw Cat on Thy Roof, who had already pushed his wave into the bottom side to look for a Rift Herald rotation, especially given the fact that the Tristana is rather strong. This would be the ideal situation for them. I'm going to look and see where they're roaming right now. At very minimum, Nautilus is heading there. I would prefer to see them switch top laners as well, but if they put the Tristana on bottom side, Tristana could easily solo kill Midorima, and then the Nautilus is going to help out very heavily with this Rift Herald fight.
I think the other part of it too is we're going to see another Fiesta here in the mid lane. Popper's going to fall very low, not going to be able to turn around here to help Contrim not out. Pseudo going to continue to push up here. We've got 4 in the mid lane. They're going to dive under tower here. Con might be able to make it out here. We're going to see a flash over in between 2 turrets here. Popper's going to continue it, but we're going to see Bako does die in the exchange, but that's a double kill on the Roos. Incredibly well done on the dive there and pick up some plates.
Yeah, going to not be able to pick up too much more of the tower because Meaningless Life is here and they burnt quite a few cooldowns. I'm surprised they weren't able to make it kind of transition into a Rift Herald because they took the play in the mid lane, get the double kill in exchange for just the 1 death onto Bako. Still really, really well played here from the side of AZU, looking like a completely different team from what we saw in game number 1. Again, Bako making things happen across the map on his champion, but this time a lot more success. Ruse and Snoopies, players that didn't have much work in the first game, or at least not a lot going for them, have quite a bit of gold in this one.
Yeah, and what we saw start off as this beautiful 2-0 lead here for Houston has turned into a 10-3 turn here for Arizona. And to your point, we didn't see this level of aggression then, but already we see Roos able to get Lost Chapter. We've had a BF and now a pickaxe here on Snoops. They're scaling up really fast, and if Houston doesn't have an answer for them soon, it might already just be too much power to fight with on just a 2K gold lead.
Especially given the fact that Midorima is a much more early game focused champion. Now Cat on the Roof, no ultimate here to be able to get out, so he's going to be actually they bail on it because they see that Bako's coming in, but
yeah, very good read finding Bako there. Meaningless Life going to try to just kite under tower here, so really aware, high awareness, high IQ play to bail on it when they did. But we're going to see a tower dive here. Pseudo finds the hook and finds the root under tower. Meaningless Life is going to pop the ult, try to stay alive here. Able to do so for now, but the siege continues. So they've got a wave and they've got 4 under tower here. We're going to see a little bit of a juke from Destiny. Try to wait it out long enough for a tower to kill somebody, but great juggle there. But here comes Popper's going to try to find a kill. Pseudo's going to eat a tower shot or 2. Maybe going to be able to find something on Roos. If they're able to get there, they'll be able to finish her off. But between the stun and the range at this point, the damage potential finds the hook. Beautifully done, and at least they're able to pull out 2.
Yeah, the fight was extended for a very long time there because, of course, you're talking about a Kindred and a Vladimir, 2 very difficult to kill champions with the ultimate, and of course the W up the Sanguine Pool, being able to keep them alive for a lot longer than you'd expect. And so the roam comes in. Nice rock!
Beautifully done.
That is just that's got to be that's like almost a Captain Jack level of rocket jump. And now here comes Bako to try to punish even harder.
Yeah, Bako looking for something on Midorima. Midorima able to get out so far. Khan's in a bit of trouble here. Snoops is just able to pour it in, but here comes the TP. It looks like that'll probably be, it is Destiny awaits. Poppers continues to stay in the top side of the map here, so Destiny's going to look to push in here. 3-on-2 under towers. We see a fight on the top side as well. Poppers and Roos going to duke it out a little bit. Poppers not looking for round number 2. They're going to back off as does the fight on the bot side. So as quickly as all of that started, they're going to go to their separate corners and think about it.
Rift Herald has not been taken by either side. I don't think they have the pressure on either team to be able to take that one yet. Now, the thing is they had Destiny Awaits down here, but it's so long until the Dragon spawns, still over 30 seconds even at this point, that they weren't able to keep him around. Otherwise, you're going to lose so much farm to the tower. Not that you already aren't, because Popper's OP, missing an entire wave here, and has the TP ready for a bottom lane fight. My curiosity comes, Tristana's going to be able to get a back off. Suda already had the back off. And then, of course, Aatrox and Baco going to be able to get back to their respective bases as well and get itemization. So a lot more strength here, ready for what could be a dragon fight setup around this second Drake. It is a Cloud Drake. Not the most impactful yet again, but again, any fight setup you can take where you've got the advantage on your Syndra and on your Tristana, you can easily run over a game if you've got enough of the consistent damage. And they've got that in spades right now on Arizona's team.
I think they do too, and I think to this point, you know, we've seen time and again Houston early on here able to build up. They were able to build up that big lead, and then now it's sort of recessed back. But they're starting to surge. They're starting to find a rhythm here, finding some good picks, and they might be able to find another one on this beautiful flash to get out of the way of the ulti here from Khan. But here comes Poppers coming down off the TP. Look at that burst damage here. Lining up, Root able to lay it in. They're able to continue to look. Baco picks up a kill along with Cat on the roof. I mean, Cat's just running them down. Like, they have to just be on their heels this entire time, pushing them back under tower here, and beautifully played to set up that fight. I mean, they lined up for Roos there, and Poppers is just in a world of hurt here. But I thought he was gonna pull that. Yeah. I thought he was gonna kill Snoop. So it's like, wait a second.
It was certainly very close, and they're going to continue to push onto this bottom lane tower, probably get another plate off the back of it. They look to aggress onto Snoops very early into this one, but Snoops, again, the rocket jump has been so clutch from him, knowing exactly when to be able to use that one. The Tristana gets out again, and then burning the flash also to dodge, but that's all the engage you got on the Leona, and wow, that Vladimir just took a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. Oh my god. So Midorima able to steal the dragon, and that is a momentum shifter for sure as they pick up their second. But at what cost? Snoop's able to find the kill on a Midorima regards. Khan's going to be 1v5, and Roos is going to get another one on the board. So they're able to steal dragon. They'll lose a turret though, but that's still something that was unexpected.
And the plates are gone, the enemies are here, and you're going to be able to get first tower for it. Again, the Cloud Drake itself is not that strong, but the continued fight taken yet again from the side of Arizona is enough to get them prepared. Poppers looks for the chain, not to be able to find it. Can they get it? The stun comes out.
Yeah, so far they're just able to continue these fights in silent. Popper's usually been able to sustain for so long, but Snoop's able to eke that one out again. And I don't quite know where things shifted here, right? But I think Houston got, like, once they got that little bit of a lead, they've been looking for trades, and they're not actually getting an advantage when they're turning on a lot of these fights. They're just relying on trying to outskill Arizona, and I don't think that's the path to victory.
And not in this case, especially since the fact that you've got a lot of champions that do quite a bit of work kind of together. I mean, you throw a Vladimir Hemoplague in, as well as you kind of the AoD damage coming through from Varus arrows, things from the Silas. You're going to be able to do quite a bit. Nice flash from Ruse to make sure that one doesn't go down. But again, you work together a lot if you're able to use the CC and follow it up with things like Poppers, like the Kindred, like the Vladimir, and like the Varus. But they're split apart all the time. You're taking like 3-on-3s, you're taking 2-on-2s, and because of that, the strength just isn't there because you have a lot of the gold to check these 2v2s with if you're on the side of Arizona. Taking those constantly has just been the struggle for them. Not to mention now, I mean, Aatrox already on the death stance with Executioners, which means Vladimir can no longer sit in that laning phase. Executioners built for Baco, so you can't even fight against Baco. The Syndra sitting on a Ludens and a 10-stack Magi's at this point, already more than gold efficient and capable of putting her in a lot of damage alongside those short shoes. Like, the damage items are already there.
Uh-oh, Snoops might be cut out here, but meaning his life, eating damage, gonna be able to hang in there. But that's the sort of play that they need to continue to make. If they can get Meaningless Life making those beautiful picks and just setting up strategically like that, I think they can turn this thing around here as we see Rift Herald getting popped in the mid lane.
So we do. Faco just kind of playing guard here, but you're going to lose mid outer tower for bottom outer tower here, which is a positive trade. You don't usually, it's 3,500 gold. They're actually looking to use it to oppress even more because the Silas and this Leona are heading here, but the back had come through from Midorima, and the Aatrox is even here, so they can even look for a 4v4 since the Destiny Awaits never showed up. They got 2 towers off the back of the play bottom lane. Nice little punish here from the side of Arizona.
Yeah, I think that was beautifully played. I think that's almost the definition of textbook. If they can't find, if they're going to allow one thing to happen, capitalize elsewhere, and they did so beautifully. They're able to extend to nearly a 4K gold lead, up 2 turrets here. They haven't been able to pick up a dragon yet. They nearly had the one, but as we saw, it was stolen there by Midarima. They were able to get 2 kills off of that at least. But they have to feel really good at this point in the position they're in, trying to set themselves up as we get close to Baron crossing the 16-minute mark.
Yeah, you've got the press the attack in your Infinity Edge in the first half of a Zeal item here completed for your Tristana. Again, Ruse with the Magi's, the Ludens completed in the Sword Shoes means you can put a lot of damage from just your carries, but your frontliners also do quite a bit too. Baco, Aatrox, and even Pseudo, they do good damage and have a lot of CC to contribute to the rest of the team. And who are we really going to burst through with? Outside of Poppers having essentially a Guardian Angel whenever he uses that Kingslayer because of how much healing he gets, there isn't really much sustained fighting from this group. You get a single arrow, you get an ultimate, you get an Eve from the Lethality Varus, who hasn't even hit second item yet, and Meaningless Life only has the Warrior and will soon have the Black Cleaver, but outside of that, there isn't really the massive consistent damage. They have to be a very cohesive engagement on top of Vladimir's Hemoplague to even have a chance at winning a 5-on-5 at this moment.
And I've been curious to see that to this point. And obviously in the landing phase, we're not going to see much of it, but now that we're getting to that 5-on-5 area, I want to see how Houston can perform, because we've seen them play it so well, but like you said, they're just so behind him. Even just looking at the top lane here, Cat versus Destiny, I mean, that's 10 involvement to 2 involvement in kills. So, like, they're just so behind. I don't know how they pull it off, but I think that the window certainly hasn't closed on them to find a way to win these 5-on-5s.
I think very late game, the Vladimir has a chance to actually do quite a bit of work just because of the damage that you can put out onto squishy targets. So something like the Tristana and the Syndra, if you're able to find a good flank on this Vladimir, you can drop them to very low health if they don't have the sustain to back themselves up. And obviously, Syndra's never really going to have that. Tristana might have a Bloodthirster, Blade of the Ruin King, maybe even a Death's Dance potentially, but it's not likely to be consistent, or at least not enough to potentially get through a Vladimir's burst if he gets on the backline. The other thing, again, is Poppers. If Poppers can get in and he can be kind of this drain tank, drain fighter type kind of backline threat, you might have an opportunity to use those two to set up Midarima, set up Meaningless Life to do some more DPS onto the frontliners, because you don't really have a pure tank outside of Nautilus, and that's your support. So support's not going to have all that much in this case. That's first dragon of the game here for AZ. And that's really nice. Destiny Awaits continues to sit in this side lane and do what he can to scale up, but he's not even ahead. He only just took a CS lead over Cat on the Roof, despite, as you said, that 10-to-2 kill assist ratio.
Yeah, and we see the Executioner's Calling coming out here from Cat. Really smart buy here. Again, we had talked about it in the previous game that it's a really cheap buy for a really big payoff, and so I really like that move. But yeah, if you're on the side of Houston here, I mean, you lose that dragon, sort of a ho-hum moment that, like, you've already gotten to, and you can find a way to bring this thing back. And at the end of the day, I mean, you've got Poppers. Poppers is still maybe the highest rank, if not one of the highest ranked players in this match. And so, at the end of the day, if they allow Poppers to get going and just allow him to scale here into the late game, they could find an easy route to a comeback.
They might. Again, allowing him to get into a position where he can carry alongside, again, Destiny Waits. I think even Minions of Life and Midarima have more than enough, but finding that avenue in, I think, is going to be the tough part for them, given how much gold advantage that they've given away to the opposition here. And not to mention, again, Tristana just continues to get ridiculously stronger by the second. Syndra continues to get ridiculously stronger by the second. And I think most importantly, something that gets slept on is the Aatrox. As you pick up Death's Dance, Black Cleaver, the Executioners is now done. If you go into Guardian Angel, it's going to be near impossible to keep that Aatrox down in a team fight, even with all the damage you got, because of how bulky and how much sustain that he has. And you don't really have the consistent damage from anybody. It's not Midarima. It's that Kindred's your best option, but the Kindred I don't think has enough damage comparative to something like a Tristana or something like an on-hit ADC to be able to do that. So the fear also comes from this Aatrox being able to do things. Are they going to jump on this Vladimir?
Yeah, it looks like they might have something on the Vladimir. I was just about to say he's got nearly 2,000 gold, so he's getting ready to back here. But they've got other plans here from the side of Arizona here. We're going to see Baco fall very low. Poppers is going to join the fray here. Suda's going to get caught out under tower, get Rudy. Poppers able to pick up a kill. Tristana does knock out the tower, but at what cost? Cat going to be taken down as well. They're able to find a beautiful 5-on-2 fight, and that's exactly what we were talking about when they're looking for a comeback here.
Yeah, the outnumber here is kind of the intention behind it. So they burn a lot of their engagement tools trying to get onto this Vladimir, who has the Sanguine Pool, obviously. They don't have their Cinder here for long-range engage to set up a stun, so they can actually try to burst the Vladimir out before anything else happens. And, you know, the immediate flash comes through from Snoops to try to get himself out of the fight is alongside Baco. Not able to get that. Nice ultimate. Might actually save his life.
Beautiful exhaust. Well done exhaust to get in there. At first I was gonna say I didn't love that Baron play, but I believe it was intentionally a bait, and they're able to land a kill off it. So that's a 3 for nothing there, and Houston just like that under a 2K goal deficit.
It might actually, this might be indicative of what it is that needs to happen from the side of Houston to take this game. If they're the ones making the engagement happen, it looks like maybe the side of Arizona gets a little bit kind of I don't know what the phrasing perfectly is here, but just gets a little bit cold feet. They get cold feet during the course of a fight, something along those lines. Again, Baco doesn't want to jump into the backside of a fight if he knows that there's going to be more than 2 members there. That's something they're going to be able to burst him out because he's afraid that the DPS isn't going to be there. Snoopus and Roost doing the exact same thing. Roost wasn't even in that fight, but I think that's kind of what we're seeing right now is maybe they don't believe that they've got the damage right now to actually skill check more members of the opposite team. I don't know whether they do or don't because we haven't seen it, but they just end up giving up resources for it off the back end of it because they're afraid that they can't. Now Vladimir looking for a TP into this one.
Yeah, so Vladimir gonna join the fray and immediately get the lead that they were waiting for him, and he gets caught out maybe a little bit too aggressive there. Contram not gonna be able to find a way out of there either. Popper's just trying to run away from Aatrox like we had talked about. He's just so built up right now. Not a whole lot's gonna be able to be done. Snoops takes him down. That's a 3 for nothing fight, and it looks like they have their turn to take a chance at the Baron.
And this should be a lot easier for them to take. Again, they have multiple members with a fair amount of sustain on them in the Aatrox and in the Rek'Sai, and they have the consistent damage from Snoop. So the problem is they don't have anybody high enough health to tank it at the moment, at least when you're talking about Midarima being able to execute them with a W and a Q coming through. So instead, they're going to back off, they're going to spend their gold, and they're going to head out likely to this Mountain Drake to contest there. I'm curious if another fight comes out ahead of time, but definitely, that it looks. I like that call a lot better. If they overextend for that Baron and they walk away with like 1 or 2 members with it, and they end up losing Soul Point here, drawing the Dragon, I think that bodes a lot worse here for the side of Arizona. So instead, they make the much more cohesive call. They head towards the Dragon, and they're going to look to once again look for a fight here.
Well said. And I think ultimately they had lost a little bit of their lead, and they instantly made it up. They went 3. They went 0-3 and then 3-0, recognizing, look, we even it back up, and we're lucky to have that. Let's just reset and force a far more cohesive fight here on the Dragon or something like that. Varus here mid trying to get some poke, nothing quite yet. So we've got, it looks like, yeah, the 5-on-5 here set up in the pit. Neither side really willing to budge, but they're able to pull out Mountain first here on the side of Houston, so they have an opportunity. The stun comes out though, mid taken very, very low. It's able to ult here. We're going to see also some skirmishing on the top side. Popper's able to take out Baco. That's going to be huge already to turn this into a 5-on-4. Meanwhile, Roos just deletes Destiny from the map. Stu's going to fall very low as well. Cat gets in the back line, takes out Midarima. And how do you stop Cat is the question. Connie going to take out Pseudo. We have a 2-on-2. And he just keeps healing. He's already practically back up to full health here. Popper's going to try to do his best Aatrox impression, but it's not to be had here. They just let Cat get fed. He's 7-1-9. The little pop key is probably not going to be enough for Poppers, and that's an ace here. Cat putting on a clinic.
So well played there on Cat. So the big thing is that the initial play looked like Baco and it looked like Snopus were trying to move up and around the play to generate some sort of flank onto the back line where you get onto the Varus, you get onto Poppers as the Tristana, and they weren't able to make it work because it looked like Baco just got completely murked on the right side by everybody pulling out. But that actually did buy space here for Pseudo to start a fight off and for the damage to come forward from Roos and from Snopus. And then even better, as you said, Cat takes over the entire backline. He healed so much off the combination of his death stance and that ultimate coming through. The one death in the game can't be marred too much, but once he's got the Spirit Visage, I don't think it's actually possible to kill this Aatrox whatsoever, especially now with this Mountain Soul coming up, potentially the having a 4-stack Mountain Drake and into Mountain Soul, it will actually be impossible to kill the likes of this Aatrox.
Yeah, he was just absolutely unkillable. We saw him in his life get pretty much taken out of the fight instantly to start. Their Roos just does so much damage there with the Ludens and the Banshee. I believe that Yeah, with the Banshee's Veil as well, and having so many stacks there, having 25 stacks on the Magi Soul Stealer. So, but meanwhile, now Destiny Awaits sort of being caught out here, 4 or 3 on 1. That's a big oof. Snoop's gonna find another kill. They'll go to 8 and 4, and that should be their ticket to the Baron.
The difficulty is, as the Vladimir, trying to avoid the stun with the Sanguine Pool, because you don't feel like that's what you need to dodge. You feel like you need to dodge some damage. But the problem is you get stunned up, you get chain CC'd by Pseudo, and it's happened time and time again to this Vladimir across the entire game. If the Cinder's there and lands the stun, you pretty much lose the fight if you're the Vladimir. Now, they have complete control of the Baron Pit. They're going to have to fight into it without Destiny Awaits or his TP going to be available whatsoever. Oh!
We're going to see a little bit of a fight here around the Baron. Poppers trying to do something on the cap, but like you said, Cat's just so unkillable right now. Meaningless Life's going to use the ult and try to dance out of there. Falls down to 1. Baker's going to pick up another kill here. Mid picking up a kill on the back end on the Baker, but that's not going to matter here. That's a double kill here for the Tristana. Snoop's able to get it, and now they can set their eyes on the Baron uninterrupted.
And Destiny Awaits could come in here and try to make some sort of semblance of a fight happen. He has the TP, he has the Hemo Plague, and could cause some disruption in the backline, but it's very unlikely he's going to steal this. They're actually going to take this. Stun comes out.
Yeah, they're going to see the TP coming in. Makes a whole lot of sense. Going to use the Zions to trying to stall, do as much as he can to try to prevent the inevitable here of the Baron. Cat's just going to back off from Baron and say, you guys take care of that. I got this. But it doesn't seem like they do. It looks like that.
Wait!
Oh my god.
No!
Roos is just going to try to balance it long enough for Aatrox to return. Is able to, so they're able to pick up a kill and prevent the inevitable. It looks like for just a split second that they were actually going to be able to stop the Baron. Nearly get stolen there. Destiny Awaits able to pick up Pseudo here. Maybe got a little greedy there, hoping to try for the turn in the Sentry, but my god, definitely not an exchange I saw coming.
Yeah, the Aatrox, once they got the burst damage out onto Destiny Awaits and after the Hemo Plague got burnt, there was no reason to continue chasing him, unfortunately. I know you're thirsty for the kill. You want to be able to burn that. They actually got a Flash, which is a big tool for the team fights coming up, is that you can't flash into the back line and try to land this Hemo Plague, but it just wasn't worth it because you end up losing the Baron buff on Snoops. Even if the kill goes over to Vladimir, that's not a big deal. Just losing Snoops, having that Baron buff, means that the ADC has to be clustered together with everybody else, and Tristana can take side lane towers really, really easily, especially with that rocket jump being so effective. That's what makes her a really good solo laner, and it's a little bit tougher to manage now that you've got this. This is a strange death brush because there's no reason for anyone to be here because the dragon's not up. So what? They're just going to back, or they're going to have to flank here, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to flank because there's only 3 of them. So they just take the back and they walk back up mid lane?
Yeah, they kind of just gave up mid-priority there. I don't know if they were trying to... Yeah, it seemed like something they were just trying for something really cheeky, or that someone was going to face check looking for a ward and then come in behind them and launch a fight. Not to be had, though. I mean, so the Baron buff's going to find the turret. Probably will be in here shortly here. We have another dragon in 53 seconds. There'll be a Mountain Drake. So that should be setting up Arizona, at least for a little bit of a something shortly. As Baker's just going to take the rest of the jungle here, but at this
in that play, this is the 3rd Drake coming up. They're going to commit directly for it. Both teams are looking like they're sending multiple members here. Could see another fight, but it should be an easy Mountain Drake taken. Now Mountain Soul going the way of AVU or AVU.
It looks like with that, we're gonna see Roos back right now, and then I figure once Roos comes up, Baron buff just expired. There comes a TP to put this thing away here. Not a whole lot left for them to do. They've just got to get through this last bit of the front line. We've talked about it before. Now that Aatrox, especially now, Cat's got the Spirit Visage built. Just incredible play so far. Probably going to be able to just go right into that back line and decimate everybody here. We're going to see immediately Midorima get decimated there by Pseudo here. Cat having his way with Destiny Awaits. He's pressing R and rolling right through. Popper's going to hit the Zanya's Meaningless Life, going to ult. Maybe be able to chunk down Cat with enough of it. Just going under tower 2-on-1. They're finally able to take him out, but they're going to get the inhib in the exchange here. Meaningless Life going to try to stop them from getting the turret. Not going to be able to. Roos with the long distance pop from base. So now they're going to take their 2nd inhib, and they do have a chance here, and they're gonna opt for it rather than trying to fight Poppers 3-on-1. They're going to take it back Baron's up in 2 minutes. They'll probably wait for that and play it smart and put this one away.
They will. Could easily slow play this as long as they would like. They've got the Cinder for the scaling already on the fully stacked Magi's alongside the Rabadons. You've got the Tristana, who's going to be coming back and maybe actually having a Bloodthirster after all things said and done, which is the one thing I think that was missing from Snoops the entire time, was not having the sustained damage. If you land an arrow, if you land a Q from Vladimir, that's a lot of damage that just sticks on Tristana, and now not going to have to worry about that either. The Aatrox finally got brought down under tower. It took 2 members as well as being the Kindred and the Silas, who have buff sustain on both of them. Like, this is looking very dangerous, and I just don't think the damage is there right now to bring down all of the sustain you're going to have to worry about, especially if a Mountain Soul comes through on the side of Arizona.
Yeah, once that happens, as if it wasn't, almost a guaranteed off before, it definitely will then. We see just now Snoop picking up the Bloodthirster, so that's almost a full build with an Executioner's. Rek'Sai has one as well. Aatrox already has the Mortal Reminder build, so they're prepared to prevent any sort of lifesteal here. Popper's really been one of their best assets here. Same for Meaningless Life. They're not going to have any lifesteal to go here, as we see in the mid lane and top side. They're just going to look to push this thing in and can end it all.
They will. Going to have slowly going to cripple off some of the vision and the control here from the side of Houston, and it's going to be Arizona creeping up to the tower. All it takes is a couple of auto attacks here from the Tristana. You see how quickly that goes down, alongside Ruse, who probably also does a ridiculous amount of tower damage with all the AP currently sitting on. In fact, actually, if you want some quick maths on that build, I think what is it? It's Rabadons, Ludens, Banshees, fully stacked Magi's with a blasting one. It's a 706 AP, something along those lines.
It's a disgusting amount.
It's a lot of AP to deal with, and not even full build yet.
711.
Okay, I'm sorry, I forgot. I lost a number in there somewhere, but
that's such an absurd amount, as they're gonna just go lay siege on the top tower. Tristan does so much. Pseudo. Bruce with the absolute deletion there of Meaningless Life. They're going to be able to push in here. Again, Cat in the back line. Not a whole lot of help coming. The exhaust comes out, but Midorima is going to be in trouble. We're going to see the push continue on to Poppers. Pecan Trimnon going to go down with the rest of the team. That's an ace, and that's going to be the Nexus.
That it will. Really well played here from the side of Arizona. They got a lot earlier success coming through after 34 minutes. It was 64 kills from the combination of both teams. It took 5 Dragons and a couple of Barons. But at long last, we're going to get Arizona taking their game that it felt like they had control of basically the entire time. They didn't overextend. They didn't try for a kill shot any earlier because they knew that there was fear that Popper's OP, Destiny Awaits, Midorima, and of course Meaningless Life could have potentially taken the carry role onto themselves to get a little bit of gold. So instead, they slow play a lot more. They're a lot more careful with their decision making, and they have taken the win here.
Yeah, I think that was beautifully played. They took what was an early advantage for Houston and turned it into a win for themselves to even it up at 1-1 in this best of 5 series. So with that, as the players get ready to get into the next lobby, we will take a short break and we'll be right back with the next draft for game number 3 in the grand finals. Don't go anywhere.
What I've loved about CommLoan has been their responsiveness and professionalism. Time is everything, timing is everything, and getting rapid responses to your clients is the most important thing.
You're getting into something that's much more in line with where the world kind of is today, with your iPhone, with millennials, with what they're expecting as far as interest rates go, what they're expecting as far as service communication, all that kind of stuff. I just feel like it's much more new world as opposed to old world.
CommLoan's access to hundreds of lenders and their ability to push the loan, the borrower, and the property.
The things about the CommLoan platform.
It's customer service from the get-go.
Getting to pose with the winning driver was just a great experience. Loved it, man. It was awesome.
What I've loved about CommLoan has been their responsiveness and professionalism. Time is everything, timing is everything, and getting rapid responses to your clients is the most important thing.
You're getting into something that's much more in line with where the world kind of is today, with your iPhone, with millennials, with what they're expecting as far as interest rates go, what they're expecting as far as service communication, all that kind of stuff. I just feel like it's much more new world as opposed to old world.
CommLoan's access to hundreds of lenders and their ability to push the loan, the borrower, and the property.
The things about the CommLoan platform.
It's customer service from the get-go.
Getting to pose with the winning driver was just a great experience. Loved it, man. It was awesome.
Welcome back as we get ready for the banning phase here for game number 3. I am Paul, joined alongside Rebel Fox once again, and we're excited to bring you game 3 of these grand finals, best of 5. So we're seeing Aphelios and Kane ban right away, and it looks like a Jax is going to join as well. Some really smart bans here early on, not a lot of surprises.
Not at all. This is, I think, exactly identical to what we saw in game number 1 outside of the Yasuo that had come through from the side of ASU. Let's see if they go back to it. Obviously, I mean, game number 2, we saw the adaptation to what was the Ornn and the Thresh. I wouldn't be shocked to see at least the Ornn taken. Right there it is. I said as I flicked over to the other tab to see what it was that they banned in game number 2. And I like the Aatrox ban as well. Lissandra left up wasn't as good as the Jax was, but certainly was worse than what the Aatrox was. So I like that Houston making the adaptation.
Right, absolutely. And I think after how everything went in the last game, they're going to need to make some adjustments. We're seeing the Syndra and Ornn banned as well. Aatrox coming in as the final ban here. And I love that Aatrox ban. I mean, that's just not something you can give up again after last game. Cat was just literally unstoppable.
That's correct. The Kindred has just been the absolute priority pick here for Houston, making sure that this is going to come through again and again and again. Game 1, it was really strong. Game 2 didn't look the part. Got bullied out for the most part. It actually just didn't have any effect on the map comparative to the rec size. So I'm curious if ASU go back to that one to have them on that. It actually, yeah, okay, wait. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I don't know. Is there a different team coming in here? Do we have a different player stepping in? I don't know. Case.
I'm not quite sure.
I don't think that's the player that I was trying to figure out because I was like, okay, wait, it is Baco playing, right, in the jungle, right? I was trying to make sure that's the case. They do get Thresh and Varus. That's a really big bottom lane combination. Those are two very strong champions that synergize well together in the laning phase and even throughout the rest of the game. So I love this pick from the side of Arizona being able to get their hands on those two.
Yeah, and I think, too, the other part of it, allowing Varus, and we're going to see Aurelia for the first time in the bracket today. I think I really like that pick, shaking up top lane. We've seen a lot of interchangeable parts on the top lane, and ultimately it's a battle of who, what comfort pick, because top lane seems like it's pretty strong broadly. What comfort pick can you find the most versatility on? But that's also a blind pick, so Arizona's going to have a really nice advantage, and we're also going to see a Rakan. Interesting.
See, okay, the Aurelia I can understand to some extent because now you can flex it between mid and top lane. Usually it's going into that top lane. I would argue 90% of the time you're going to see top lane Aurelia just because of the fact that it's better in the auto attacking phase. It's got a longer lane to use that mobility in. It's much, much better than anything else. But Rakan is something I don't really agree with. I don't think it's very strong into the likes of the Thresh and the Varus. In fact, I think it's very bad into the Thresh and the Varus along those things. And especially now that you've given the Lee Sin over, there's what we saw last time was that when Arizona has a lane to attack, you've got really good attack on the side of Arizona, especially when you've got Baco able to capitalize on it. Now you've got a strong lane on the bottom side, no matter who it is that's at ADC, and you've got it's a jungler to attack it with Baco.
Yeah, I have to agree there. And as someone that's played a lot of Rakan myself, I would never pick it into a Thresh, like just knowing that it's just not a good matchup. It's really difficult. Like your knockup's just not going to find a ton of value. Your ult's not really preventing anything. Like you're not slowing down a rundown. Like if you already gotten the hook off, you're not really stopping anything. As we see rounded out here, Zaya and Ezreal bans and the Cassio ban coming in, and Houston's going to have the final ban here in just a second, and with a Fiora. But I'm entirely with you. I don't quite know what they're going to pair with the Rakan to make it seem like super worthwhile. I mean, if they pull out a Tristana or something interesting for a rundown, like maybe I can have some semblance of agreement with it. But when you're allowing them to have things like Lee Sin, and especially, I mean, they flash Vigar for a second. The first thing I'm thinking of is like you're picking into not knowing what. I just have so many problems with it. Like Vigar and Thresh literally put cages around them. I don't know what effectiveness he's ultimately going to have, especially since they're immobile to start. I don't know what he's stopping.
You want to talk about that? I think we have that same problem with Aurelia. I think we have that same problem with Kindred when that goes down. We see Twitch as the grab here. As the response to the Varus, I've seen a little bit of Twitch pop back up as for some of the ADC buffs that have come through, but really, I haven't seen it all too often. And I'm not in love with it into the likes of the Thresh and Varus. In my mind, that's just not that strong. The Sylas is pretty good, but again, this Vigar cage seems so valuable right now. I don't know how it is that they're thinking that they're going to play around this so easily, because at this moment, really, the only one who's relatively unaffected by it is going to be the Twitch.
Right, and that's where I'm sort of at. And like, even if I step back for a second, I'm like, okay, let's look at this draft. If you handed me a piece of paper that said this was the team, it's so far away from the meta.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Arizona has really made a concerted effort to be in line with the meta with the Varus and with the Thresh, and playing to their strengths on Baco on the Lee Sin, that I can't say I love what Houston has drawn up. I mean, if this is a comfort thing that they've practiced and strategized with, that they must be onto something. But otherwise, I think they're going to be in some trouble.
And even the likes of the Camille into the Aurelia matchup isn't particularly great for Aurelia, because Camille has a little bit better fight to start with. So I'm not in love with that pick generally.
Yeah, I don't think I am either. I'm not sure that's necessary. They also picked it blind. Like I think their riskiest picks they picked blind, and I don't love that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love that idea even philosophically. I stand to reason that like if you're gonna pick something like an Aurelia or a Rakan, if you were picking it as an interesting counter pick, sure, but to set a precedent, I'm not so sure that's the pathway.
I wouldn't say that that's the case either. And I mean, especially when like you're looking at the Vigar, you think to yourself like, okay, the Aurelia into Camille lane isn't that terrible for like Aurelia. You can win it, and you can at minimum go even. And like the Rakan Twitch lane doesn't do well early, but at least you can scale with it. And I mean, Sylas and a Vigar, that's just I don't know how that matchup wins in any regard. Even if Sylas gets on top of Vigar, there's just so much damage Vigar can put down onto a Sylas that I'm not sure that it's worth it, especially since the execute is so fast from close range, since it's a travel time, that I'm just a little bit curious with what had just happened. So I don't really know. And you start thinking also in broader terms that you've got like Kindred, Rakan, Aurelia, and Sylas into the likes of Vigar. That's problematic.
I think so too, and I think if they allow Baco to get into a rhythm early with Lee Sin, I mean, they're so squishy, right? Like Twitch is so squishy. Rakan early on until he builds really his first item, whether that's going to be a Zeke's or a Locket, unless it's tweaked a little bit, he's still going to be fairly squishy as well. It's not the same as like having a Nautilus or an Alistar. So Lee Sin really, if he's able to kind of dash and glide around how he was able to in we saw in other matches, they're really going to be in a difficult spot here.
Yeah, not to mention, I mean, with the Vigar cage, which I keep harping on, as long as the Thresh Lantern, I mean, you feel like you have even more agency right now if you're Baco to be able to do anything you want on this Lee Sin. You hit a Q, you can go in with Lee Syndrome, because if it's close enough, you throw down the Vigar cage. Worst case scenario, you throw down Thresh Lantern, pull him out. It's a really good situation to be in. You also have the kick for, say, Rakan ultimate. He jumps in, tries to engage the team. Silas tries to jump in. Aurelia tries to jump in. But you boot him out. It's that simple. You just kick him right back into the team. You kick him out of the engagement range, and they're completely done for. Not to mention, I mean, in terms of like damage, like the Silas and Aurelia will have some, but the consistent DPS is coming from Twitch and Kindred on the back line. And since Silas and Aurelia and Rakan are diving most of the time, you've got the severe threat of Camille jumping into the back line and assassinating Twitch or Kindred. The best you've got is Lamb's Respite. But say you were to be playing with that Lamb's Respite, you can boot one of those two out with the Hextech Ultimatum. I think there's just so many answers here from the side of Arizona that it's going to require a lot of individual play and a lot of just kind of miracle stuff to happen here from Houston, in my mind, to actually get competition here against Arizona's composition.
I think so too. I think they're going to have to look for some serious outplays. I mean, obviously early on, we're going to be seeing if that Vigar's able to start to put something ahead and put something together, they're really going to be able to dictate pace, and they're just not going to be able to dive in. So as our players are wrapping up the in-game draft, we will hear about pro sports networking. With a network of current and former pro athletes, coaches, Olympians, and celebrities, pro sports networking serves as a one-stop shop to help former athletes make connections with their peers in the business world and to take their post-game to an elite level. Whether it's increased branding opportunities, looking for investments, promoting business ventures, charitable cause awareness, or finding employment opportunities, pro sports networking's large network of professionals can help you find what you need. As a little bit of housekeeping here, we are going into game number 3 of this best of 5 series here at the NACL League of Legends Invitational. Prize pool is $750, so we are looking at a great match number 3 coming at you shortly. We're going to be going over to spectate delay, and then we'll be back live with action on the Rift in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
What games do you play? What are you good at? And will you admit if you're trash at any games?
Okay. So a lot of people hear, oh, you like play video games for a living. And then they're like, oh, well, you must be so good. I'm actually really bad at every game I play. There's like not a single game I can name that I'm good at. However, it's my personality that shines through my content that adds the flavor to the gameplay content.
That's actually super cool, because I am not great at games, and it's so intimidating sometimes to go into the space and everyone seems to be like so good, and as soon as you start playing, it's just it doesn't seem as fun. But personalities like yours make it warm and welcoming and fun. There are so many people that look up to you, so many young people that look up to you. What advice would you give them? I know you mentioned passion as being one of the driving forces behind your success, but is there any other tips or bits of advice that you would give to people who are following in your footsteps?
I think a lot of what I'd tell my younger self, because I feel like I've used a lot of my years not knowing a lot of different things, and that's why I'm not as successful as I think I could have been had I known this information.
A lot of your years?
Yes, no, like I'm talking 7 straight years. I was like wasting my time to a certain extent. Of course, I was learning, but I feel as though there's like some key components. And what I'm going to basically say is, like, to the people who want to do this, what you have to realize is it's not about just working hard. Working hard is a given, right? If you're not working hard, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how you think you're going to go somewhere. But the main thing, because working hard is simple. It's like a simple concept. If I tell you to go and stream 12 hours a day and whatnot, like, it's a simple concept, right? It's hard, but it's simple. It's working smart is what really gets you somewhere, right? Now, streaming 12 to 16 hours every single day, people come to me all the time. They're like, I stream 12 hours a day and I'm not growing. And I'm like, No one cares that you're streaming 12 hours a day. If your content's bad, if you're not networking, if you're not on other social media pushing content all over the place that's bringing value to people's days, if you're not supporting other people and putting your name out there, it's almost like the tree in the forest, right? Tree in the forest falls down, it doesn't make a sound. You could be the biggest tree in the world making the biggest sound, but if no one's there to hear it, it's irrelevant. So you got to work smart. Focus on networking. It's all about who you know and who knows you. Make friends with everybody. Don't make enemies. And I mean, keep up with trends, do research, try new things, experiment, and grow.
Well, I have to say, I appreciate the standards that you hold yourself to, and that advice was solid.
Welcome back to game number 3 here of University of Houston versus Arizona State University. I am Paul, joined alongside Dean, Rebel, Fox, Merrick for another great game here on NACL's League Invitational. So we've seen in a split so far, University of Houston was able to take away game number 1 and Arizona bounced back with game number 2. We've got game number 3 in front of us here, Rebel. What are you thinking?
It's still a little worrisome for me here on Houston's side. I think it's difficult for me to see lots of like easy pathways for them to take this one. Again, I think they're relying heavily on just like the micro and the mechanics of a lot of their players in this one, which isn't a bad way to play because they're very talented players, don't get me wrong. But again, you can't always rely on that's not the most reliable way to win games. Having a composition, especially like I said, I cannot harp on this enough. This Vigar cage is going to be so detrimental to shutting down a lot of the engage here and shutting down a lot of kind of the zone control that is owned by Destiny Awaids, by Meaningless Light, by Popper's OP, and by Contra Non.
Yeah, and I think the thing I'm looking for here is I want to see Bako do those beautiful slides and moves that we saw in game number 1 here, and sort of throughout the series and throughout the tournament. Like if you allow Bako to get ahead early again, and not just like in a situation where he was the only one with any kills on the roster, but just to allow him to get ahead and even to sort of funnel kills onto the other lanes here to give them to someone like a Snoops or a Cat on the roof. I think they're going to find themselves in a really good spot. But we see the level 1. Roos is going to be looking at something Poppers, but here comes Bako. Flash already comes out from Poppers, and there we go. Right on cue. Thank you, Bako. I look like a genius here for a second. Bako's on the board.
Yeah, and Destiny Waits actually takes a lot of damage from Cat on the roof. Dude, this is what I'm talking about. This is a rough...
Pseudo already looking for a play. Yeah, I love this aggression early here from Arizona. I like that they're putting all their cards on the table, and that it doesn't get any better than that for a mid tank. The hook lands,
gorgeous.
Fights the stun. Pseudo picks up the kill. Beautifully played, and that's a 2-0 and 2.5.
That was absolutely gorgeous. Again, across the map, we've seen play after play go the way of Arizona already. You get the mid lane gank immediately by Bako, and then you get the top lane play where Aurelia drops the entire health bar of Destiny Waits, and then bottom side, you get that early play, the early level 2 coming through from their team, almost hook again from Pseudo. But again, capitalizing on all of these advantages that they've got across the board. They're already on 1,000 gold before or just about 1,000 gold before the 3-minute mark here.
And which is sort of crazy because the first game where Houston won, it didn't seem like a fluke, and obviously we're only 3 minutes in here, so there's so much time to turn this thing around one way or another. But it's just Arizona's really found the recipe of success here against Houston, and they're exploiting just being able to make these beautiful skill shot plays.
That they are able to control quite a bit of the map as well on these champions. Roos doing a good job. Again, his whole job, I mean, at this point, is essentially just to sit here and not get picked off by Poppers, because as long as that doesn't happen. Now, Kindred actually getting taken on by Cat on the roof.
Yeah, Cat on the roof going to look at Meaningless Life here. Meaningless Life, it has a double buff. Cat on the roof is able to get out here, but here comes Bako. Hook's going to come out on the Poppers. Wait, I think they were trying to feed the kill there, and they almost give it up. So that was a little sketchy for a second, but able to pull it off. Roos looking for something. We're going to see Bako not able to finish the kill on a Meaningless Life. Kindred did have the flash, and we might see a tower dive here. I wouldn't be surprised missing the Q. We're going to see a stun under Tower of Destiny. The weight's going to fall pretty low here. Great balance of tower aggro here. ADC Thresh anybody? 2-0 start here. That's a 4-0 lead for Arizona.
And where is Pseudo coming from exactly at the beginning of this?
How is he everywhere? How did he get there?
He's already at the top of the map at level 2 with the roam. They're diving Snoops on the bottom side, but I don't think they have the damage or the ability to do this with how squishy. Yeah, they burned the flash and the ignited Rakan, and they're not even close to pushing Snoops out of lane here. Such an intelligent roam from Pseudo to help support the rest of his team. Here's the TP from Ruse.
Oh my god, here Rue's going to come down here, has an opportunity here in Contrim None, going to have to flash away, but I think that's still beautifully played here. Snoops has something on the mid. Mid's going to just keep taking up the damage, trying to look to trade kills here, but it's not going to be enough here. Meanwhile, on the top side here, I think Cat maybe just getting a little too aggressive, going to just, eke that thing out. 5-minute mark, 6 kills, and they've got control.
Arizona looks on top of things right now, and right now Houston does not. It's the exact opposite of what we saw in game number 1. The early game dominance once again being expressed here from Arizona. The bot lane dive attempted by Midorima and then also Contrim Non. It doesn't work. They have to burn the Ignite and the Flash, but at least they get out. But the TP comes in from the Vygar, and Ruse, he comes in behind this team, sets up the play, ends up burning the Flash and the Cleanse from Twitch, and they still get both kills and both onto Snoops here. So, like, at some point, you have to question, again, the composition wasn't looking good to start with, and now it's kind of just like feeding back into that. Already, the Thresh is posting up in the jungle, trying to find pickoffs of this Kindred to help set up Bako as best as possible.
Yeah, and I think part of why these comps were so weird was like everything that they had set up here from Houston, you're going to get countered by a Vygar or something that's going to CC you or prevent you from moving forward. And we've already seen Bako just, again, having his way with the map control, with the ability to get in there and set up some of these beautiful ganks. And, like, I also do want someone to explain to me how Pseudo got from the bottom of the map to the top in 3 minutes. Like, I don't understand it, but and he's already got Mobies, too, as we're going to see a pause come in here. So we're going to cut to a brief intermission and make sure we get synced up. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the action here after the pause. We just want to make sure we get synced back up. Players have reset and gotten situated again. So we're back in the action here and right to it here. Beautiful hook on the bottom side here from Stu. Going to try to set up Snoops with another kill. He's already 2-0-1. Looking for number 3. Has to burn the heal. It is worth. Going to take down mid. Roos in the mid lane. Going to take down Poppers as well. That's another kill. A 9-0 lead. Over a kill a minute. And Arizona's got an agenda. They want to win this thing and put it away.
That they do. My goodness. Already a play into the mid lane to try to get Ruse a little bit further ahead from the side of Baco on this Lee Sin. Already have 4 kills across the board for himself. And then Snoops and Pseudo also making a play for themselves. Great hook from Pseudo onto the invisible Midorima. Was able to deny him a lot of the attack speed that he was going to get during the course of the fight. And a great flash from Snoops to deny the grand entrance from the Rakan, knocking him up and good, maybe potentially turning that fight around to some extent. So really well played mechanically across the board. Now he's Cat on the roof.
Yeah, Cat on the roof looking for something here. Uh-oh, here comes Meaningless Life looking for that pick in the first kill of the game. They're able to get it, so maybe a little bit too aggressive. They're getting greedy, but sort of have the availability or they have a little bit of room to do that though. So 9-1 at the 8-minute mark. We got a 4K gold lead. They've got a dragon in the bag. Next one in 3 minutes.
Yeah, the Tiamat is also completed here for Cat on the roof after this back. The teleport's not going to be available, but certainly the wave control is going to be a lot faster here for Cat in this top lane matchup up against the Aurelia, who's likely going now towards either what would be the Trinity Force of the Blade of the Rune King, more than likely the Blade of the Rune King and Ninja Tabai. So it's a lot easier for this Camille to try to control the wave and try to push out to make sure they can take fights anywhere. And here's Ruse looking for Poppers. Gonna find it.
Yep, can't quite find anything there. And we've sort of seen throughout here Baco able to take these games over, only sitting at 1-0, but a lot of the pacing that he's had really setting up the rest of the team. Huge side already here. Snoops has a 1,000 gold lead. They're also looking to pick up the Rift, try to get some more cash. I mean, they've got 5 minutes till plates are up, and they're already putting a beating on them.
They are, and easily could set up a dive pretty much anywhere on the map. Again, with Baco's mobility and his proficiency on the Lee Sin that we've seen since game number 1, combined with the Vygar being able to set up stuns on pretty much any target whatsoever and allow that burst damage that comes out from the ultimate, being able to get quite a bit. They're actually going to then design it to come into the mid lane here with the Jammers. All they need to do, they get 1 plate basically off, and they get the entire.
I love that. Yeah, I like that a lot. They're going to be able to burn that thing down. We're going to see a TP down from the top side here. Destiny Awaits coming down, able to save the tower. So maybe not the most value they could have found, but I still really like the play. They able to get it down to basically nothing, get some plates, force a TP here. Roos has just really been able to put the beat down on so far. Poppers sitting at 0-3, and when Poppers is that far down, you know things probably aren't looking too great for your roster.
Yeah, and I gotta say, honestly, like, burning the TP honestly might have been just as valuable. The thing that has been happening from the side of Houston pretty much all series is the massive control they have around the map when it comes to fighting. They are the ones that are making the TPs happen in clusters to make sure that they turn a fight into a winning fight because they've got the outnumber. But with that TP loss on the Aurelia, that means Aurelia is A, isolated in the top lane against the Camille, and B, means that there's no fights that can be collapsed on into the bottom side. Cat misses that dash in, but again, any one of those hitting is basically half the health bar of the Aurelia immediately.
Yeah, and Roos here trying to put away this tower, try to get first brick. Probably will be able to do so pretty soon here. Destiny Awaits has the level advantage in the top side, a little bit more farm. Gonna be able to put a lot of pressure on Cat there, but Cat has, you know, the advantage of the rest of the map doing so well. They can probably play it pretty slow here. Roos already has Lost Chapter and the Hextech Revolver, so a lot of damage going to be able to come out here. Roos going to eat a tower shot and Meaningless Life coming up. Popper looks for the flash. Wow. Baco eats that ult, gets back in the fight. Here comes the trap though. Roos taking a ton of damage, going to be taken down. So great plays back and forth, but Meaningless Life really putting the team on his back and trying to force some plays, able to get 2 kills.
Meaningless Life trying to find at least a little bit of help here. Uses that flash, uses the W onto the Vygar who's low health, gets the execute out. Nice hook cleanse, going to prevent that. Nice use also, just barely gets out of the range of that ultimate.
Ooh, yeah, and Pseudo right there. I really like the play there, able to heat off the ult, if not only for a second here. Ooh. But Snoops has so much damage, already has first item built. Contram non very low here. Here comes
my
Roos.
Goodness.
Roos is going to look for a kill or something, able to flash away, but they don't know that Midorima is right behind them, so they have to realize that shortly, you'd think.
Nope.
No, and it's a beautifully played to escape.
A couple of really good plays pretty much across the board. I'm actually still just dumbfounded by how well Pico covered 4 Roos in that mid lane play, but really well played across the board right here. We started off with the great cleanse and then the flash away from mid-Arima to dodge out on the Varus ultimate. Then, as you said, the Flay denying the grand entrance with the ultimate on from the Baton, and then even into that backline.